This noble was stunned, eyes widening as a familiar voice echoed through the air. This child is Yu Zhongyu's son. But what about Yu Zhong herself? How is she doing? Master? When we found him, Yu Zhong had already. Li Xian immediately recognized the voice. It was the head of the Li Mu family, and their loyal steward, but was not his father. Li's supposed to be dead by now. As Li Xian looked clearly at the figure before him, he confirmed this was indeed his father, but shockingly, he looked incredibly young, and it was not just him. There was Steward Choi standing right there too. Instinctively, Li Xian reached out his hand toward them only to realize his own hand was as tiny as a child's. This was insane. But somehow, Li Xian had been reborn as a child. His first reaction? Total panic. He had no idea what was going on, especially since he clearly remembered dying. At first, Li Xian thought maybe this was some kind of afterlife reflection, or a glimpse beyond the grave. Then he heard Li Xian speaking to Steward Choi. It would be best if this child's childhood name is Xian, like any other child. Assign a wet nurse to care for him, and place a squad of spirit sword guards around him. Also, have this child attend the weapon selection ceremony alongside the 8th young lady. Steward Choi looked stunned. Li Xian was still a child, unprepared and much younger in age than the 8th young lady. But Sin had made up his mind. After finalizing the plan, he and Steward Choi walked away. Li Xian lay in the wooden crib, letting out a deep sigh. As expected, it was still his father after all this time. His presence was just as intimidating as ever, but most importantly, what the hell was really happening here? If this was some kind of after-death reflection, it felt way too real. Moreover, the conversation Li Sin had with Steward Choi was something that had actually happened, though it seemed unbelievable. It looked like he had truly traveled back in time. Accepting this impossible truth was no easy feat, and just like that, months slipped by since the moment he first returned to the past. The Li Mu family's most important day arrived, the weapon selection ceremony. During this ceremony, the children of the family reveal their innate talents through the weapon they choose. Li Xian's father, who was chosen by dozens of swords as a child, had grown into the greatest swordsman of his time. His eldest brother, chosen by sword, magic tome, and scepter, was renowned for his unmatched skill in both swordsmanship and sorcery. And now, Li Xian was the one stepping into the spotlight for this ceremony. Just like before, he had to wear an uncomfortable formal outfit and sit stiffly on a velvet chair. Waiting, his wet nurse, the spirited Miss Hui, could not stop gushing about how adorable he looked in that fancy getup. She also kept encouraging Li Xian not to worry, promising a great outcome. The path ahead for this young master will always be smooth sailing. I am sure of it, Gahua said with a confident smile. Li Xian felt a warm happiness swell inside him. To him, this wet nurse was like a real mother because he had grown up without one. But due to pressure from his siblings, Gahua was eventually forced out of the family along with him. She was the only one who stood by Li Xian, even shedding tears of worry for him until the very end. Seeing Gahua's gentle face, Li Xian's resolve hardened. He vowed that heartbreak like that would never happen again. So he stretched his tiny hands out, grabbed Gahua, and pressed their faces close together. Gahua, in this life, I will protect you no matter what, Li Xian silently promised. Just then, a servant arrived to announce that everything was ready. Meanwhile, Steward Choi reported to Sin that all preparations for the weapon selection ceremony were complete. Sin nodded and led the group outside. The weapon selection ceremony drew a large, prestigious crowd. Compared to the 8th young lady, the recently acknowledged illegitimate son Li Xian was the center of attention. He spotted some familiar faces, like Madame Baek Ho Xian, Li Sin's official wife, the Li family's steward, Li Hang Sin's younger brother, as well as Li Mayong Trong, and the 3 Li Song brothers were all present. Li Heng stared intently at him, then sighed in disbelief. He was still way too young for this. Mayong Trong nodded in agreement, saying she would never seen anyone this young take part in the weapon selection ceremony. Meanwhile, Li Song was visibly irritated, and honestly, who would not be? Suddenly, his father had an unknown illegitimate child out of nowhere. Anyone less generous would be annoyed. With the head of the Li family's bold declaration, the weapon selection ceremony officially kicked off. Miss Leho was the first to go. Tixin lifted the little girl and placed her on the stone chair at the center of the ceremony, then swiftly pricked her fingertip with a needle. She immediately burst into tears, blood dripping onto the stone, instantly forging an invisible connection. The weapon linked to the other end of that bond was the legendary high-tier sword, Tona sword. Tona had not chosen any of the Li Sung sons for a long time, yet now it had chosen Li Ho. Tixin reached out, and the Tongna sword flew straight over. He raised the sword high and declared before everyone that from now on, this weapon belonged to Li Ho. Everyone immediately gathered around Ho Xian to congratulate her on bringing another prodigy into the clan. Ho Xian politely thanked them, but her gaze remained fixed on Li Xian. His turn came right after Li Ho. Up above, Whispers spread about his status. How could a mysterious illegitimate son even qualify to join the ceremony? But Tixin held him firmly and placed him on the other chair. Unlike his sister, Li Xian did not shed a tear when his finger was pricked. This pleased Tixin greatly. He ruffled Li Xian's hair openly and praised him in front of everyone. But Li, having lived a past life, felt no joy or satisfaction from his father's praise. Instead, he was tense because this moment had finally arrived. In his previous life, the blue sword had chosen him as the supreme blue sword. Then, now reborn, would fate bind him to it again in this life? Like Xian's blood dripped onto the stone, just like Li Hos, quickly forming an invisible thread. From the high stands, Tihang quietly observed the person beside him and noticed Ho Xiaona's face turn ashen. You would have to be blind not to see she was none too thrilled. Understandable after all. Like Xian was Tixin's hidden bloodline, and she was the official wife. She should be the one rejoicing. Tihang sighed deeply, feeling like Xian's fate was truly cruel. Being an illegitimate son, trying to survive in the Li Sung Mu clan was anything but easy. This little thought of Tihang's was caught by a clan elder nearby. The old man with snow-white beard stepped forward a few paces, stroking his beard as he spoke. The steward Senjia certainly pays a lot of attention to this illegitimate son. Tihang said nothing but gritted his teeth silently. He thought maybe it was these stubborn old geezers stuck in their pure blood fanaticism that made everything so complicated. But since the other party was the clan head elder Li Xian, a powerful, respected figure, Tihang did not dare be rude and responded politely. Meeting the clan head elder, Tihang's gaze was ice-cold. He knew Xian never showed his true thoughts, so he had to stay sharp no matter what. Like most, Xian looked down on an illegitimate son of unknown origin daring to join the weapon selection ceremony. But what he said next was truly outrageous. The weapon selection ceremony means nothing to an illegitimate son. This was proven by the steward's own experience. Was not it? Tihang clenched his fists tight, itching to throw down with the old man right then and there. But of course, he could not. So like Xian kept on acting all high and mighty. Forgive me if I spoke out of turn. It is just that Steward Li, born outside the clan and never chosen by any weapon in past ceremonies, has become far too notorious. As they say, the older the ginger, the spicier. The things like Xian said were enough to drive Tihang mad. In that old man's eyes, a bastard son is still just a bastard son, not worth a dime. It is better if he just knows his place. But Tihang finally could not hold back anymore. He stood up. That is enough. I want to tolerate these outrageous insults any longer. Like Xiang's eyes widened in shock, not because of Tihang's defiance, but because of the blinding light shining up from beneath the stands. Tihang jumped to his feet instantly, the blue light growing brighter and brighter, and these two Lis were feeling totally different emotions. No way! How could this even be happening? Like Xian gripped the railing tightly, almost losing his balance. Haha, even seeing this with my own eyes, it still feels like a crazy dream. Meanwhile, Li Xian looked excited, secretly hoping that this kid who shares his bloodline would have a truly powerful future. The radiant beam from Li Xian was so dazzling that no one could even clearly see him or the clan leader standing center stage. The outcome was nothing like what happened in the last life, when every weapon present in the ritual had chosen Li Xian. Even scarier, the weapons already claimed by others reacted to him, as if they wanted to betray their masters and pledge themselves to Li Xian instead. Ma Yangzhong's sword was no exception. His blade began to glow, but instead of anger, Ma Yangzhong looked thrilled and turned to ask his third brother, Duan Xiang, do you believe what you are seeing? Our little Senja has talents beyond anything I ever imagined. Right? Absolutely, Li Guanxiang replied with sharp eyes, barely able to contain his desire to deal with Li Xian right now. Everyone witnessing this was buzzing with whispers. Most thought this outcome made no sense. There is no way a bastard son could pull this off. Li Xian took a deep breath and signaled for silence. And just like that, the entire crowd fell completely silent. He declared that, by clan rules, all weapons that chose Li Xian must belong to him. However, handling this issue simply won't be easy. Tixin wanted to hear everyone's opinions, and Tihang was the first to speak up. He felt that no matter what the clan rules said, handing over all these weapons to Li Xian would go against the very meaning of this selection ritual, because this ritual is a tradition that must be preserved for generations to come. So the fairest thing would be to let the young master of the Li family choose just one weapon from all that have chosen him. Li Tixin found his brother's suggestion reasonable and immediately agreed. With a snap of his fingers, all the weapons floated up and arranged themselves neatly into a circle. Then Li Xian rose and was placed right at the center of that circle. Come on, son. Pick whatever you desire, Tixin said firmly, though unsure if a kid like Li Xian could truly grasp his words. Of course he understood, and Li Xian knew this choice was crucial for him. He did not know why things were different this time compared to his past life, But either way, this was a golden opportunity, so he clenched his fists and started crawling forward. Like some passed over many priceless items, like Braha, the bloodline sword of the true dragon used to slay powerful demons, 2 white rank spears crafted by fusing parts of a saint's body, or the Wen Xian staff made from a branch of the spirit world, where the moon, sun, and stars align perfectly, weaving magic and spiritual power. These legendary weapons all awaited Li Xian's choice, but without hesitation, he crawled straight toward the ancestral sword of the Li Mu family, discovered in the untamed frontier lands. For generations, no one had awakened its hidden power while lay quietly in the shadows. Covered in the dust of time, it was the sword named Black Knight, and Li Xian touched it. Li Xian stared at him intently, knowing from what he understood that this sword was not worthy of being ranked as top tier just yet. However, because it is linked to the clan's founding ancestor, it has always been preserved alongside the highest tier weapons. Until now, no immortal had ever been chosen by the Black Knight. But Li Xian was different. Fan Xin was not sure if this was just a meaningless choice for a newborn, or the start of a grand destiny shaped by fate. But then, he held his youngest son in his arms, and declared before everyone that Li Xian had been chosen by the Black Knight. Sealing today's ceremony, up in the high seats, Lady Bitch Ho's face turned ice cold. Muttering under her breath, Li Xian had just brought another troublemaker into the family. If he has become a problem, then I have no choice but to erase him. Time flew by 9 years later. Today was no different. Li Xian said goodbye to his nanny and headed out to train, but Gaho insisted on walking him partway. She was puzzled, because all the other training zones were still open. Yet Li Xian stubbornly chose the heavily guarded Zone 1. Before Li Xian could explain, they heard a loud shout coming from Training Zone 7. That is not right. Swinging the sword too hard will only hurt your hand. Come on, swing it one more time. Straight down. It turned out Li Ho was training with her master. Even though she was a rank above Li Xian, he never called Li Ho sis. Instead, he always addressed her as 8th Lady, even if it sounded a bit stiff, because to him, calling the girl just 5 months older than himself older sister felt totally awkward. Li Ho was clearly struggling with her sword swings, so much so that she snapped at her master and threw her sword to the ground. The fierce frustration was obvious on Li Ho's tender 9-year-old face before she burst out yelling, "Master, why do you keep nagging? Holding the sword anyway is fine, right? As long as you are gripping it, that should be enough. Miss, all of this is for your own good. Calm down first and try again. This time, I am sure you will do better." Her master softened a bit, picking up the sword from the ground and handing it back to Li Ho. This man was Baekya Hyan, captain of the Black Dan Guild. When Li Xian learned who he was, he could not help but be amazed. A 9-year-old with such a formidable master was beyond impressive. Lost in thought, Li Xian unconsciously voiced what he was thinking. Gaho heard this and felt a sharp sting in her heart. She would thought the young master was masterless because of his age, and had tried to comfort him. "Master, a great teacher will come soon and recognize your true talent." Then Gaho sadly started blaming herself, thinking she was too weak to fully support the young master. While Li Ho had grown up eating herbal blends since childhood, Li Xian had been deprived of so much. Seeing the young nanny like that, Li Xian could not help but retort sharply, "Here we go again. Nanny, I am the one you should be grateful to. Got it? And I do not need people like that around. They are only here because of the family's name. That is all. Besides, I already have good masters." Seeing Li Xian's confident and mature attitude beyond his years, Gaho finally felt a bit reassured. After escorting him to the gate of the exclusive Zone 1 training ground for the Li Mu direct line, she finally left. Li Xian strode through the gates alone. This place symbolized the long, proud history of their prestigious clan, but now, it was more of a symbolic relic than a real battleground. Yet Li Xian had only one reason for coming here. It was to access the repository of ancient weapons, older than any arsenal in other training grounds. In a corner, Li Xian found a cracked sword. But to him, this was a treasure trove, because 9 years ago, when he returned to this second life, something extraordinary had changed in him. The most astonishing change was his ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. The moment he held that old sword, Li Xian felt like he had traveled back hundreds of years, standing in a classroom from the past. And because of that, you have had countless masters from generations past try to sway you. That is the memory etched deep within this weapon. The older and more intricate a weapon is, or the longer its owner cherishes and wields it, the clearer those memories become, like an unshakable bond with its original master. Thanks to these vivid flashes from the past, Li Xian has been grinding harder than ever. And today, he finally mastered the 7-star sword. Since he was 7, ever since he arrived here, he has absorbed nearly every memory locked inside the clan's arsenal. For someone like Li Xian, who had a rough past life, That is a pretty damn impressive achievement. Amazing, have not seen a perfect 7-star sword like this in ages. Suddenly, a familiar voice popped up behind Li Xian. Thought it was someone else. But nope, it was T. Hang. Like I said, the guy with that villainous look is the clan steward of the Li Sumu family, and he is a level 4 fighter. Though born a secondary son, his skills earned him respect and his current position. From his past life to this one, Aang's been the only one in the clan to genuinely care about Li Xian, probably because they share the same fate as secondary sons. Greetings, Uncle. Li Xian humbly bows. Aang chuckled warmly and ruffled his hair. Just call me Uncle. You never skip training now. That is what I call dedication. Every day I am out and back, I catch a glimpse of you. Xiana. Aang clearly beams with pride for his nephew more than anyone. He understands just how rough it is to be treated differently from your full siblings. Still, Aang hopes Li Xian will stand strong and overcome it all. I am Uncle. No matter what, I carry the blood of the Li Sung-Muma clan. Li Xian replies with fierce determination. Diligence proves the sword. That is the meaning behind our clan's name. And that is what I was taught. So I will prove myself through my own strength. Xian's words left Aang stunned for a few seconds. He felt a pang of regret that such a perfect kid was born into the life of a secondary son. Aang sighed deeply. Not long now until your naming ceremony. Though a bit late. Before that day, I want to become your master. How about it? Excited, Lati? Aang suddenly proposed. His smile was bright and genuine. He was clearly happy. But then Li Xian had to hit this uncle with a cold splash of reality by refusing. Aang froze solid, thinking Li Xian must be unhappy having him as a master. But Li Xian quickly waved his hand and explained. Before the naming ceremony, no masters allowed. It is a clan rule. I do not want to put you in an awkward spot. Uncle. This answer only made Aang even more surprised because Li Xian's older siblings openly broke clan rules, most recently Li Ho, who already has a master despite being the same age. Plus, they are not only taught by legendary masters, but also boosted with all kinds of spiritual medicines. Yet Li Xian insists that even if a rule has fallen out of favor, it does not mean he should toss it aside. And like he said before, he wants to prove his strength on his own merit. Hearing this wisdom from a 9-year-old left Aang in utter disbelief, looking into those eyes. He felt like he was staring at his own older brother. Lace, looks like you are not giving up this stubborn streak anytime soon. Aang sighed again, then started ruffling his nephew's hair. You are just like your dad, a real stubborn mule. Though Li Xian turned down his offer to be his master, Aang still wanted to do something for his nephew, because if he did not, he would never find peace in his heart. And so, Aang asked again, is there anything else you need? I am here to help you. Li Xian's eyes lit up instantly like car headlights. This was the line he had been waiting for forever. So Li Xian scratched his head, starting to flex his acting chops like a movie star playing both awkward and desperate all at once. Actually, there is one thing I want from you all. I want to tour the treasury's basement. It was not hard to see the shock in T's eyes after hearing this request. Aang, in the end, he agreed. So the two of them got in the car and headed to the Li Sungu family treasury. 2 top-level martial artists guarded the gate, and their car was stopped. But with his status as the family's steward, Aang just needed to scan his ID, and they breezed right through. Li Xian sat in the back seat, introduced as the youngest son touring the family vault, so the guards had no reason to stop them. After passing the main gate, Li Xian finally reacted like a kid his age should. I mean, any kid visiting a treasure vault for the first time would be way too excited to stay calm. Plus, he did not want his uncle to suspect a thing. Through the rearview mirror, Aang caught the excited look on his nephew's face and could not help but smile. You still love this stuff? He asked. Of course. Li Xian practically shouted. This is the treasury, the place holding the family's most priceless treasures. Of course. He did not tell it. Aang's real goal was to find a weapon he never got in his past life. The family vault held legendary weapons and ancient artifacts so rare that no one was even sure if they truly existed. People chasing myths like that often get the same answer. Everything you want can be found in the Li Sungu family vault. Aang dragged Li Xian inside the vault and pressed the elevator button. He explained the basement was where weapons were sealed away for all kinds of reasons. Among them were demonic-level weapons that had even consumed their owners. If you mess with those weapons, you will be swallowed whole body and soul. Aang flashed a sly grin, trying to spook the kid, but little did he know, this kid had already lived 2 lifetimes. Still, Li Xian played along perfectly, putting on a scared face to please his uncle. Then, Aang reassured him, don't worry. You won't be allowed anywhere dangerous like that anyway. Li Xian nodded happily, then hopped into the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, he finally exhaled, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The hardest part of this life for him seemed to be pretending to be an innocent kid. Li Xian pressed the elevator down to the basement, the so-called weapon graveyard, where countless weapons and relics were sealed away, and Li Xian's only reason for coming here was to find one special weapon called Infinity. Originally, Infinity looked like a straight sword, but after imbuing it with magic power, it could change its length, shape, weight, and even essence at will. In his past life, Li Xian had accidentally discovered it inside the vault. Thanks to its limitless adaptability and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title Master of All Forms, dethroned the eldest brother as heir, and became the family head. Then he found Lian, who had always hidden in the shadows, and eliminated him. That is all you know for now, and to prevent that future from happening, you have to find Infinity first. It will take time, but Li Xian has no choice but to examine everything one by one. Magic surged in his hands, fueled by a burning determination. This life, he will claim that sword no matter what. Not one. Li Xian patiently channeled his mana into each weapon, but an hour had passed, and he would tested every sword that seemed like a fit still. Nothing. Yet, Li Xian did not lose hope. He was convinced that weapon had to be here somewhere, and decided to check the display cabinet across the room. But as he moved, he accidentally knocked a rusty weapon off the shelf. This relic was older and rougher than anything else in the armory. Li Xian reached out to pick it up. Before he could grab it, mana suddenly surged from his palm, flowing out uncontrollably. Even though he had not intended it, the mana spiraled into the rusty sword. This strange phenomenon clouded Li Xian's vision in an instant. When he could see again, he found himself transported to another space, a mountain of blood. Not the tidy clan armory he knew. Panic surged, but Li Xian guessed this was the memory sealed within that rusty sword. However, this felt different from any weapon memory he would ever read before. It was like he was actually standing there. The sensation was shockingly vivid. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Li Xian spun around in terror. A terrifying presence loomed, so dreadful even nature itself seemed to recoil in fear. He saw two massive eyes glaring down at him from above. It was the Apocalypse Beast, once risen from the ancient blue hole, devouring countless civilizations. Li Xian's legs went weak, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time since his rebirth that he felt this kind of fear. He knew there was no way to win against the ancient monster. His only chance was to run for his life. But then, without warning, an almost invisible figure silently appeared behind Li Xian. Though blurry, Li Xian recognized the figure as a man wielding a rusty sword. Suddenly, the man charged forward, fiercely confronting the monstrous terror with just one powerful strike. The man pierced the beast's chest. Li Xian was so shocked he collapsed onto the ground. The raw power was terrifying. One blow was enough to finish the enemy. After the battle, the blood-soaked man turned to Li Xian, throwing him a cold, icy glare before speaking. "Who are you?" Li Xian was stunned. He would thought this was just a memory sealed in the rusty sword, only a bit more vivid than usual. Who would have guessed the man could actually see him, and his gaze was clearly not hostile. Sure enough, the man stepped closer and raised his sword high. Though Li Xian did not understand why the man was here, he heard him say, "Out of mercy, I will send you off without pain." Li Xian's eyes widened, but he was powerless to stop the blade descending toward him. It felt like the painful memories of his past life were replaying in this instant. He gasped in terror, and in a flash, the space shifted. Li Xian was back in the clan's armory. The time-worn rusty sword slipped from his hand with a clink, snapping him back to reality. Still, he could not stop trembling. There was no way this was just a memory. If it were, why would the man in the memory attack him? That feeling of being hunted down, pushed back to the nest, it lingered clearly, like it was real. Then Li Xian glanced back at the sword, and was shocked to see the rust on its surface slowly fading away. A thought struck him. Could this be the legendary endless cleansing? He picked it up again to take a closer look. No doubt about it, this was exactly what he had been searching for. Without hesitation, Li Xian sliced his fingertip, letting blood drip onto the ancient sword. This time, he was determined to become the rightful master of Van Bun. The moment his blood touched the blade, a blinding light erupted inside the armory. Li Xian infused a bit of his mana into the sword and then swung it, and just like that, the broken sword transformed into a full-length blade in the blink of an eye. Time slipped quietly by. An entire week had passed since that fateful moment. Today, June trained as usual, but his face betrayed a deep frustration. Sigh. Another failure. It has been a whole week since I got the Infinity Blade from the underground armory and kissed it like a lucky charm. Right now, I am keeping it disguised as a ring to avoid suspicion. He sat down, wiped the sweat off his brow, and his mind drifted back to that day in the basement. But what exactly happened that day, right? That man. His sword strike was like a cold reminder I am still not worthy. In Jian's mind, the bloody scene replayed, where that man unleashed a single deadly sword move that obliterated the monster. Forget his physical strength. Even his movements alone radiated a refined elegance. But no matter how hard I tried to mimic him, I could not pull it off. Still, I do not feel impatient. In my past life, I was just some nobody, looked down on, and never even taught the family's basic martial arts. Just a beginner. But this is the first time I have touched a high-level technique. I will get it. I remember his movements clearly, sharper than anyone else. Thinking that, his gaze suddenly froze, his face tightening with resolve. Wait. That man. I am not an adult like him. I am just a 9-year-old kid. Trying to copy an adult's moves exactly means I will never unleash the full power. That thought cut through Xian's mind like a beam of light, illuminating the path ahead. I have to accept this body. Take it slow. Swing the sword in a way that fits me. With renewed determination, Xian closed his eyes, relaxed his entire body, and took a deep breath. He raised the sword above his head, then swung it down with all his might, focusing every ounce of power into the blade's tip. The moment the blade struck the ground, a shockwave exploded so powerful it made the earth tremble. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, like a small earthquake had just hit. Looking at his work, Xian gave a slight nod. Not bad. I think I finally got the feel of it. Now it is just a matter of channeling the magic. But then, doubt clouded his face again. No matter how many times I try in my memories, it still feels like something crucial is missing, something I just can't replicate. In the end, I just have to keep experimenting. All right, here we go again. He exhaled and gripped the sword tightly, preparing his stance. But just then, a soft yet firm hand suddenly grabbed his sword. A strange voice whispered in his ear. Hey kid, where do you learn that move? Xian froze. The newcomer was a young girl with silky black hair and deep brown eyes. No doubt about it, she was from the Sung Mulan bloodline. He stood tall, on guard, and asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Contrary to his caution, the girl laughed freely, a hint of surprise in her voice. "You do not know me? I guess that makes sense. I do not exactly show my face around much." Without waiting for an invite, she cheerfully asked, "What is your name?" Her oddly friendly tone made Xian hesitate, but he finally answered, "I." The moment he said it, her face lit up. She grabbed his hand, shaking it like a precious doll. "Xian, that is a really unique name. I am Li Jiawang. Nice to meet you." The moment she said that, Xian instantly recognized her aunt Li Jiawang. He recalled what Uncle Tiong had said before, that Aunt Li was different, so much so that even Grandpa could not accept her. But what really shocked Xian was not her identity, it was the question burning inside him. Why did not she mention my ridiculous power while teasing me like that? Xian narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Li Jiawang, but she said nothing. And she did not even seem to notice his stare, just glanced over and casually remarked, "Your body's a little weak." No beating around the bush. She strode straight up to Xian, stopped right in front of him, and asked pointedly, "So kid, where did you learn that technique?" Xian was not the type to just hand out secrets. Of course he kept his guard up, tilting his head. He shot back cautiously. "Why do you want to know?" Uncle Ho just chuckled, a smug grin spreading across his face like he was about to brag. "That is ancient martial arts. You know, Auntie here is crazy about old school fighting styles. That was the era when monsters ran wild. Right?" Then she pulled an old, worn book from her sleeve and handed it to Xian like it was a priceless treasure. "This one's for you, kid." Xian raised an eyebrow. "Curious? A treasure?" She nodded eagerly. "Yeah. Open it up and take a look." Without hesitation, Xian flipped through the pages. The deeper he read, the more he furrowed his brow. The handwriting's awful. Kinda hard to read. But wait, is this magic? A spark lit up in his mind. This was not just magic. It was a mix of martial arts too. The level was so advanced, he could not make heads or tails of it. Maybe the rumors about her were not true after all. With that thought, Xian hesitated before asking, "So this is..." Seeing the kid struggling, Uncle Ho stepped forward, pointed at the book, and explained with gentle but excited enthusiasm, These are ancient magic techniques based on mana flow. Back in the day, magic was powered by mana flowing through your body. No mana cores needed. Modern magic relies on accumulating mana inside the core of the heart. But does that mean ancient magic is outdated? Sometimes. Their mana control was actually way more advanced than what we have now." She paused for a moment, then continued with rare seriousness. "That is why Auntie here is researching ancient sealing and transformation arts. But there's barely any records left." Those words pulled Xian's mind into a whole new world. A flicker of excitement lit up deep in his eyes. This was a perspective he would never considered magic without limits. Suddenly, he spun around. "Wait, Auntie, hold up a sec." Before Uncle Ho could even process what was happening, Xian dashed off. Somehow, he pulled out a sword, gripped the hilt tight with both hands, closed his eyes, and began channeling mana. The energy from the mana core in his heart spread through his body. But then he froze. Hold on, a nameless martial artist used mana flow to wield this. That man from my memories I could not understand before. Now I can do it. A bright idea sparked in Xian's eyes as he gathered his power and slammed the sword down hard on the ground. Instantly, A huge crater cracked open beneath him, rocks and dirt exploding like a blast. Seeing the result, Zune could not hold back a grin. He would nailed it, but before he could catch his breath, Uncle Ho came rushing over, panic written all over her face. She grabbed Xian's shoulders, shook him hard, and shouted, "What was that? That is the sealing art, right?" Xian shifted uneasily, glanced away, and answered reluctantly, "Yeah, it is the sealing art." "So what?" Uncle Ho froze for a moment, then screamed, "How did you even do that?" Meanwhile, Zune kept his usual mysterious vibe. He shrugged and shot back coolly, "I just did. That is all." Naturally, Uncle Ho was not having it. She meant, "How the hell did you pull that off?" But Xian was not one to be pushed around. He stiffened and snapped back, "Why do I owe you an explanation?" That is when Uncle Ho lost her cool. Her voice was almost pleading, her eyes wide and genuine like a lost kid. "It is because of the notebook I gave you that you even know this. I have dedicated my whole life to this. I have searched for it for over 10 years, even after being kicked out of my home. I beg." She gripped Xian's hand tightly, trembling, a heavy silence falling between them. Xian looked at the desperate young woman before him, then sighed softly. "All right, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things. First, you can tell anyone about me unless I say so. That means no one. Not your brother. Not your dad." "Why? What is up?" Grandpa Ho asked. But Xian shot back, without a second thought. He hated it when people talked about him without permission. Hearing that, Grandpa Ho's eyes softened a bit, not sure what she was thinking, but her face suddenly clouded with sadness. She got it. She felt the same way, watching the youngest suddenly go quiet. Xian was caught off guard. Why did she look so unhappy all of a sudden? But instead of asking, he moved on to the next condition. Second, she must never lie to him, because trust is everything between them, and he promised to always be honest with her, as much as he could. Grandpa Ho smiled faintly, then nodded firmly. "All right. What is the last condition?" "The last one." In an instant, a whole year had passed. And early one misty morning, dew still clung to the stones in the training yard. In the quiet space, only the sharp swish of swords echoed, as Xian kept training like any other day. Miss! Miss!" A frantic shout sliced through the air. Xian spun around to see Kawa sprinting toward him, clutching a letter tightly, panic all over her face. "Nursemaid! What is going on? Why are you running all the way here?" Gasping for breath, Kawa still forced the letter forward, like it was more precious than her own life. "Here. Read this." Zune caught it, eyes scanning the familiar words, and with just one glance, he knew exactly what was coming. A slight smirk tugged at his lips as he thought to himself, "Finally, it is here." The letter was short and sharp. No fluff. An official summons for Master Xian. Date, 10.9 at 10. Content, all participants in the naming ceremony must gather at the central arena before 10.1 at 10 am. Note, anyone caught bringing unauthorized items will face severe punishment. When Xian read the name of the representative, Mike Hongtrong, his gaze stiffened. He muttered under his breath, "The family rep is Mi Ging Trong. He is probably not home. I have not heard any news about him showing up." Before he could ponder more, the naming ceremony, Grandpa Ho, beside him, suddenly stiffened, as if someone had just thrown a bucket of fire over her. Xian jolted, turning to see the youngest glaring with eyes blazing. Her face flushed like she was about to explode. Why is she suddenly so worked up? Grandpa Ho ran her fingers through her hair, trembling as if holding back a storm inside. "Everything is just getting started. Now is the crucial moment. If you go to the naming ceremony, you will be stuck there." "No way. You can go." Xian sighed, watching her expression, like a kid who just got their favorite toy snatched away. It had been a year since making that pact with the youngest. Since then, they would studied magic together, melding primal mana with revealed mana. Creating a whole new magic system was her lifelong dream. Primal mana distilled essence and transformed attributes. Revealed mana allowed control and manipulation. Thanks to that, his magic skill now surpassed any kid his age. Grandpa Ho muttered regretfully, "You really can skip it. Studying magic is way more fun." Not wanting to drag it out, Xian ended it with a firm statement. "You know you can right? Don't worry. Even if I lose some time, I will keep training magic and restore ancient magic." Her words made Grandpa Ho's eyes widen in surprise. "Huh? How's that even possible?" The naming ceremony training schedule is brutal, but Xian was not shaken. His eyes sparkled with unbreakable resolve. "I will do both at the same time." A few days later, a cold white room flooded with artificial light. Surrounding Xian and Ho was a thick magical glass cage, like a prison made of light. The two sat quietly inside, ready for what was coming next. From across the room, a deep voice rang out. "Training starts today. First, endure magical attacks for 30 minutes straight." It was Jiang Gut, captain of the Blood Tiger squad, directly in charge of the naming ceremony training. Right after those words, a low growl echoed, and the entire glass chamber burst into wild, Crackling sparks of electricity. The blue beams flickered nonstop, shining like hundreds of electric snakes writhing in the dark. But just as a lightning bolt was about to strike Xian, everything suddenly came to a halt. An invisible shield wrapped around him, deflecting every attack like wind slipping through a metal wall. Jiang Gitsi, a man who'd seen countless prodigies, froze in disbelief. By tradition, a former noble who has never undergone basic training should have been blasted to ashes by now. Yet here he was, blocking it all with pure magic. His eyes instinctively darted towards Xian. At that very moment, Xian's gaze met his calm eyes, and piercingly deep like a dark abyss. That kid was studying him. Jiang Jixi's heart pounded hard as he realized the boy was not just reacting, he was calculating, testing, evaluating, pushing others to raise their game to a whole new level. Damn it! Calling him a mere illegitimate is an insult with that talent. Genius barely scratches the surface. This is not just training anymore. It is a moment to pour every ounce of strength and wisdom into him. Thinking about that immense potential, Jiang Gai's fists clenched unconsciously. A complex emotion surged inside, not just surprise, but a rekindling fire. The passion he thought had long frozen was blazing back to life. Time does not wait for anyone. After that brutal training session, Xian finally, stretching as he muttered under his breath, "We finally done. This family's gotta be crazy. They actually threw me into a magic-powered torture chamber just to boost my magic resistance. But what is wild is that they were the ones apologizing first." Xian shrugged, noticing how everyone's gaze toward him was starting to shift. Anyway, time to kick back and chill for a bit. Just as he turned to leave, fate decided to play a trick. An object came flying out from the side. In that split second, Xian reacted like a well-oiled machine. His arm shot up, decisively blocking the sneak attack. The attacker, none other than little Ho, Master C, failed. And that cold little girl snapped, "Hey, illegitimate, come here for a sec." Xian was not about to play along with someone else's script. He stepped back, eyes sharp. "What game are you trying to pull here?" Ho lost her cool and shouted back, "Watch your words. I am the legitimate heir. You are just the illegitimate one. Besides, I am a year older than you." Xian did not bother arguing. With a kid like her, wasting time fighting was worse than sword training in a blizzard. He just scoffed, "I do not have time to argue with you." Saying that, he spun on his heel and walked off without looking back. But Ho's fury was not so easy to extinguish. She gathered her magic into a fist and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Hey, do not you dare ignore me." Feeling the surge of magic behind him, Xian whipped around, his eyes darkening. Still using magic? He would plan to let it slide. But now it was clear he would have to teach her a lesson. Ho's punch came swinging close, but Xian smoothly dodged, leaning aside like it was nothing. At the same time, his hand shot out, grabbing her collar and hoisting her into the air with a cold warning tone. "If you want to complain, go complain to your mom, don't bother me." With that, Xian released her, and Ho stumbled awkwardly back to the ground. But instead of backing down, she unleashed all her frustration. "It is all your fault. Because you caused that scandal at the selection ceremony. Everyone keeps comparing me to you. Know your place as an illegitimate and just shut up. It is not fair. I train my ass off every day. Well, you were born with talent. I do not want that either." But Ho's eyes widened as she realized she would cross the line. She immediately covered her mouth. Xian smirked faintly, a trace of pity in his eyes. "Blaming others. That is the easiest game in the book. Like you said, I am the youngest, and this status does not grant me the luxury of slacking off. Can't sleep? Then do not sleep at all. Can't catch up without eating? Fine. Then skip the main meal too. If I am annoying you, then do whatever it takes to beat me. And make me apologize because that is how the Sung Mulan clan rolls." Without waiting for Ho's reaction, Xian turned and walked away. Steady steps, never looking back. Behind him, the girl clenched her fists tight and shouted out loud, "You are all talk, kid. But at the naming ceremony, I will show you what real dominance looks like. Make him call me sister. Kneel down and beg, mark my words." Xian did not turn back, just dropped a calm line, "Yeah, I will be waiting to see you try." That afternoon, in the exclusive training area for direct hairs, Zone 7, a woman in formal attire approached. No announcement needed. Her icy presence made every servant bow low. "The lady has arrived," a voice said respectfully. Butchquoza nodded coldly in response. "Get out. I have something to discuss with my daughter." Without another word, she stepped into the training room where Ho was fiercely striking at shadows, sweat dripping onto the cold tile floor. Only one sentence echoed, "What are you doing?" Startled, Ho froze midair, recognizing the familiar voice. Stammering, "Mom, I am training." Ho's gaze dropped to the floor, unable to meet her mother's razor-sharp eyes. Just as she feared, Butchqua Xian was not here to praise her. She came to dissect every failure with words colder than ice. "I heard about it. And you actually let him overpower you." The icy voice rang from behind the just-opened door. Butchqua Xian stood there like a silent storm, eyes filled with disappointment and pressure. "I told you." If you can overpower him, then just crush him beneath your feet. It is pathetic. If you are just training hard out of fear of punishment, then stop right now. Her words cut deep like a dagger. Ho fell silent for a few seconds. Then, as if something inside her awakened, she slowly lifted her head, eyes blazing with determination. Locking with her mother's, I know what you think about my training, but I am doing this because I want to. I will defeat him not because you order me, but because I choose to. I decide my own path. Her answer made Bichqua Xian narrow her eyes slightly, though her face did not change. A flicker of irritation started brewing inside. She muttered under her breath, you are letting some nobody rile you up. You are direct heir of the Sung Mulan clan. You and him you started from completely different places. He is a nobody, yet you let him get under your skin. Saying that, she pulled a small glass vial from her sleeve and handed it to her daughter with a cold warning. This is my Mung. It is a deadly poison. If you can beat him, then just crush him. That is the way of the Sung Mulan clan. Without another word, Bichqua Xian turned and left the room. At the same time, in another room, a gasp of disbelief broke out. Girl, this can be happening? Maid Kawa stared wide-eyed at the computer screen. It displayed the latest internal evaluation results from the Sung Mulan clan system. Li Xian, male, magic arts level 1, weapon arts level 1, theory level 1, overall ranking level 1. Right beside him, Xian beamed like spring breeze. Arms crossed, full of swagger. What is up? Feeling less worried now, Kawa could not hold back her emotions. She hugged her young master tightly, voice trembling but bursting with pride. I did not really do much to help you, master, yet you are killing it like this. Xian chuckled softly in reply. Vus helped me a lot. Do not say that. Suddenly, heavy footsteps thundered outside, shattering their warm moment. The door slammed open. Kid, time to train. Let us. What is with Mo? Ho charging in like a thunderstorm, his face blazing like he just swallowed a barrel of fire. Xian blinked, barely had time to collect himself before the words slipped out. But I just finished training, Ho declared boldly, flexing his biceps like some superhero showing off. That is exactly why you gotta keep going. Magic training will make you less tired. Xian eyed her like a middle-aged uncle watching a kid talk nonsense. I have never heard that actually works before. Ho faltered, eyes darting sideways, stammering, I swear, it is true. Probably. Xian shook his head softly but stayed silent. Then suddenly, he snapped serious. Remembering something. Fine. Whatever. Anyway, I have got something I want to show you. That sentence instantly drained the color from Meder Ho's face, shifting from confident to dizzy. Could it be that I have already reached first star level? Xian did not answer, just gave a faint smile that said it all. The usual magic control techniques have 3 clear stages: body strengthening, enhancing the body, energy manipulation changing magic's nature, and releasing superhuman power. But Mirror Ho's magic system is divided into special star levels, blending both modern and ancient powers. Now, Ho channeled magic into Xian, urging him to focus. Moments later, she gasped like she would just hit the jackpot. Perfect. Yep. Definitely first star. Did you feel the magic flow just now? I thought it would take at least another year. Xian lightly touched himself, memories flooding back of those grueling months of trial and error in the dark, death lurking at every turn. I realized this just from studying theory. Looking back, it was like a crazy, reckless rush to level up. If I lost control over my magic, the balance between heart and magic flow could shatter completely. But in reality, you just gotta let things happen naturally. Magic's like water, it flows according to its own rules. In the end, our bodies are just vessels holding magic. Xian's calm, straightforward words hit Ho like a pebble dropping in a still pond, stirring her mind gently. She paused, then muttered, a vessel? Huh, kid. I think I can do that too. It might take time, but I can do it. Unlike before, her voice was not brash or excited, it was a soft joy, like she would just unlocked something important. Seeing this, Xian smiled faintly, a quiet relief like finding a light at the end of the tunnel. Did she just have a breakthrough? Xian wondered silently, but that peaceful moment did not last long, because a second later, Ho barreled over and hugged him like a bear clutching its prey, shouting loudly, "Thank you, little one. You are my lucky charm." Before Xian could react, her arms squeezed like steel clamps, each bone in his ribs threatening to snap with ominous cracks. Hey, let go. You are gonna break my ribs. Only after hearing his real yell did Ho finally release him, wearing a face that did not look sorry one bit. Instead, she got excited and switched topics. Awesome. Now let us move on to the second star phase. I knew from the start my first star was different from the usual first stage. Right? So what do you think you are best at? Xian ran his hand over his sword hilt, pondering his whole journey before answering. What I am best at is swordsmanship. Before he could finish, Ho shook her head sharply. Cutting him off? Nope. That is not it. Xian blinked in surprise. You are kidding, right? But I have never seen you train with a sword. Ho shrugged. Half joking. Half serious. I have. A few times when I had free time. What I mean is, you have a talent even greater than swordsmanship. It is hard to explain in words. But your greatest gift is your magic technique. Your magical talent is off the charts. So much so that everything else just fades into the background. I have tried teaching the magic I created to countless people. But no one has ever managed it. Hearing this, Xian's eyes briefly clouded over. He lowered his gaze to his hands, as if searching for something he once lost. Before I traveled back in time, I was laughed at for not being able to use magic. A hazy flood of memories washed over me, days of being looked down on. Hostile stares and pitying words. Seeing Xian start to drift into thought, Master Ho gently tapped his forehead to snap him back. But for you now, reaching the second star is not a big deal, and if you pull off the second star, naming ceremony will be just child's play. After that, I will teach you the real techniques. So Xian nodded calmly, his voice steady but full of resolve. Yes, I understand. Hey, miss, what is that thing next to you? His eyes flicked toward a wooden basin sitting on the table. That, Master Ho murmured softly. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sliced across Xian's face, leaving a fine cut along his cheek before the strange object slammed into the wall behind, cracking the stone. That is a throwing dart. You need to learn how to release your magic while moving. Standing still and casting one T cut it, magic's useless like that. Alright, let us get started. Master Ho smiled brightly. No trace of hesitation on her face, but Xian could not shake this terrible feeling about the upcoming training drill. Time sped by in a blink, switching to a large arena where Xian Ha stood facing Li Xian, captain of the Blood Tiger squad, with a stern and commanding voice. He introduced himself. I am Li Xian, captain of the Blood Tiger squad. From now on, I will be teaching you the Xung Muiga techniques. Pick the weapons you are going to use and bring them here 1 minute tops. No lagging behind. Without wasting a second, Xian and Ho dashed toward the racks to grab their weapons, but while selecting, Ho kept sneaking glances at Xian. Finally, Xian snapped. Seriously, what are you staring at? Got something to say or what? Ho flinched, stammering nervously. And nothing. What would I say? Then she quickly leaned in and whispered, You are using a sword too, right? Xian replied coldly. Nope, without another word. He grabbed 2 swords and a spear, then turned back toward the training ground. Hu's eyes went wide. But I clearly saw you learning sword techniques before. Meanwhile, Captain Zhonghan eyed the weapons in Xian's hands, then furrowed his brows. What are you doing? He asked. You told us to pick the weapons we will use and bring them here. Xian answered coolly. Zhonghan emphasized again. I said pick the weapons you actually use. Xian shrugged like it was no big deal. These are exactly the weapons I use. At this point, even the Blood Tiger captain threw up his hands in defeat. He shook his head and muttered, I thought you were not dumb, but turns out you are a total blockhead. Burn this into your memory. I am about to teach you secret techniques, but not some flashy moves or stances. Here in Zongmiga, there are countless secrets called Enghio. To master them, you first have to awaken the dormant essence inside your blood veins. From now on, I will help you unlock that. So do not stress about waking your instincts just yet. No sooner had he spoken than Zhonghan swung his spear with overwhelming force. The wind howled with each strike sharp, relentless, pushing him into a flawless attack stance. Watching this tiger-like fury, Hu could not help but worry aloud. What is he planning to do? As for he could already sense what was coming. He turned to warn, his voice cold and even, if you do not want to pass out right off the bat, get ready. Before the words even left his mouth, Zongguan's figure crashed down like thunder. A blur like a flash suddenly closes in right before Xian, delivering a devastating strike that sends Zongguan flying. But in that split second, Sun reacts just in time, blocking the blow with his sword and absorbing most of the damage. Zongguan burst out laughing in surprise at that unexpected defense. You actually blocked that. On the other side, lands softly, gritting his teeth as a storm of thoughts crashed through his mind. Damn it! I can't believe I have to go through this madness all over again. Last life, I did not even finish this training, but this time, it is a whole different story. Days slip by relentlessly under the brutal grind of training, under the sharp eye of Captain Zhongguan. Sun and Hoa are continuously pushed to their limits. No exaggeration, they are literally getting their butts handed to them. A whole month has passed since Sean began this hellish boot camp. He thinks to himself, a 10-year-old kid going through training tough enough to rattle bones and organs. That is not child's play, but he is not here to complain. He is starting to feel that raw power building inside. Sun mutters under his breath, a faint, determined smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. Elsewhere, little Hoa jolts awake, her face still pale with shock. Did I just pass out again? She blurts out in confusion, just shrugs, sounding deadpan. Yeah? This is your 22nd time? I am only at 16. Ho instantly sulks, wiping away her disappointment. If only I would been better prepared on day one. The scene cuts to Captain Zhongguan's perspective, not far away. He watches the two kids bickering, quietly crunching the numbers in his mind. This little lady's got some serious endurance. I may have pushed too hard, but she has not suffered a single major injury. And that wild kid, from day one, I knew he was something special when he hauled in that pile of weapons. I thought he was just a fool, but his skill with each one, not bad at all. Even better than I expected once it got real, only a month in, and they are already showing results pretty damn intriguing. Then, with a voice booming like thunder, he commands, "All right, let us get back to training. Everyone, fall back to your positions." Hearing this, Sun and Ho stop their quarrel instantly, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes sharp and serious. Soon enough, Sun faces a harsh truth. If he keeps fighting like before, there is no way he will ever touch Dongguan. He quickly glides over to Ho and whispers, "Hey, I will give the signal, try blocking at once." "Okay." Ho looks surprised, asking, "Why should I do that?" Sun shrugs, cool as ever. "Whatever. If you do not want to, fine. Just thought I might land a hit on that old man." At that, Ho's face instantly darkens. Seems like she is nursing a deep grudge against Dongguan after all those brutal beatings. She asks cautiously if he is sure. Sun nods firmly, no doubts, no second thoughts. Hoa tightens her grip on her weapon and charges forward, shouting, "You are mine," right behind her. Sun follows, their attack perfectly synchronized as planned. Inside, Sun's mind races. There is no chance to win alone with his talent. The only way is to use their numbers to their advantage. Across from them, Dongguan watches the duo's teamwork, a sly smile creeping up like he has found something entertaining. Without hesitation, he comments, "Teamwork. Huh, not a bad choice. If it actually works out." No sooner said than done. Dongguan tilts his head and dodges Xian's incoming spear thrust with ease. That simple move shows he is already one step ahead. Immediately, he counters with a lightning-fast spear swing, but Sun had predicted this move all along. The moment Dongguan strikes, Sun swiftly pulls back his spear, blocking just in time. A flicker of surprise flashes across Dongguan's eyes. But that was not the end. Just moments later, he instantly summoned his inner strength and charged forward at a terrifying speed. And right at the moment both sides were about to unleash their decisive moves, Zun suddenly shouted out loud. This was the moment. With those words, he sprang back to create some distance. Immediately, Ho surged forward to take his place, sword in hand, striking fiercely like a razor-sharp blade. Yet, that fierce attack was effortlessly blocked by Dongguan. From behind, Zun watched silently. He knew this would not be easy. No way they could take down Dongguan with a simple strike. Right then, he made a strategic shift. Xian tossed his spear aside and channeled all his energy into a special ring, his limitless weapon. In the blink of an eye, the ring transformed into a gleaming longsword. This was one of the rare weapons capable of dealing real damage. The sword he had pulled from the endless secret vault. Once again, he pushed off with his foot, launching forward like an arrow, sword blazing with fierce energy. At the same time, Ho was knocked back by a brutal strike from the trainer, but Xian seized that perfect opening. Dropping his sword, he shifted his weight and threw a full power punch straight ahead. It seemed destined to hit, but no. Dongguan caught his fist easily with one hand. That brief moment made Xian let out a forced laugh. "You think you can just block that?" Before he could even finish, Dongguan's thunderous punch sent Xian flying like a cannonball. He slammed hard into the wall, blood bubbling up from his mouth. Despite that, the coordinated attack was enough to satisfy Dongguan. His deep voice echoed with a hint of approval. "So it took 37 days. Huh, congrats on unlocking your sixth sense. But the lady is still way out of reach." As he spoke, Dongguan dodged another strike from Ho and suddenly swept her legs, sending her crashing into the wall with no chance to fight back. Seeing the two kids sprawled out, Dongguan seemed satisfied for the day. He declared bluntly, "That is it for today. You said you could land a hit on them. I trusted you, man." The kid protested, ignoring their bickering. Dongguan turned and walked away. Meanwhile, he quietly glanced at his palm, which was now slightly frosted over. A cold thought flashed through his mind. In the end, even after activating magic, he only managed to pierce through a tiny bit. Small as it was, it broke the taboo against using magic. Abandoning that technique, combined with his naturally exceptional combat instincts, would make him a nightmare for every clan's head honcho. Time flew by like a gust of wind. By day 47, after Ho had also unlocked her sixth sense, training with Captain Dongguan officially ended. The rest of the time was for rest and reviewing everything they would learned. And just then, someone appeared before Xian, none other than his older brother, Lim Wangzhong, the eldest son of the clan, whose name struck fear in both the magical and martial arts worlds. A master of both fields, he was a figure both revered and feared by all. But Xian, he was not a legend or idol, just his one and only big brother. Xian took a deep breath, grounding himself back to reality. After they both sat down, Iwangjong spoke with a soft, affectionate tone. He apologized for not being able to pay more attention to him, even if it was just an excuse. He would been pretty busy lately, Xian simply replied, his eyes calm as if he would understood long ago. It is I am across from him. Iwangjong smiled when he saw Xian's slightly awkward but sincere attitude. Is this your first time meeting me? Yet you already know who I am. Xian did not beat around the bush, answering straightforwardly, of course. Even if I am just an illegitimate kid, as your little brother, how could I not know my big bro's face? Just hearing that, my Iwangjong's entire body seemed to freeze for a beat. His eyes briefly clouded with sadness, and in a low, steady voice, he spoke up with a warning, outsider. Huh? Don't ever say that again. Even though our mothers come from different clans, you and I are still brothers. Those words were not just a reminder, they carried a deep H. Inside, my Iwangjong felt a bitter sting for Xian, a child who had not even had a naming ceremony yet, but already saw himself as an outcast in the family, unaware of his brother's inner turmoil. Xian just scratched his head awkwardly and murmured softly, I am sir. Seeing that look, my Iwangjong just sighed a heavy breath loaded with emotion. No need to apologize. Just understand. That is enough. Next time, no need to be so formal about it. We are brothers, why act like strangers? Yes, I got it. Xian smiled and nodded. From memories of his past life, Xian always remembered his big brother, no matter how talented, was always genuine and calm like this. Not wanting the mood to get too heavy, my Iwangjong switched topics and pulled a gift from inside his jacket. Here's a little something for you. When I enrolled at Fen Magic University in France, I got this, but I think you will find it way more useful. It is a magical potion called nectar. As he spoke, he gently placed a small glass vial in front of Xian, the clear liquid inside radiating a special energy. The moment Xian saw it, he immediately recognized what it was. This is a top-tier elixir crafted at the Magic Tower in France, only 500 milliliters produced every 10 years. A true treasure. After a moment's thought, Xian reached out and took the vial, his eyes shining with deep gratitude. Big brother's giving me something this precious. I really appreciate it. But this reaction seemed to catch my Jiang off guard. He was a bit surprised, then muttered slowly as if to himself, you are a little different. Huh? Xian blinked in slight confusion. What do you mean? My Jiang smiled warmly and explained, younger bros I have met before always saw me as a rival, so this feeling is both strange and kinda nice. Xian chuckled softly, then shared his honest thoughts. It is not like I do not see you as a rival either, born into this clan. Big brother, you are definitely my competition, so do not just see me as some cute kid. Who knows? One day I might become your biggest rival. Hopefully, we will have an epic showdown. The confident spark in Xian's eyes made my Jiang laugh heartily. Haha. Alright then. I will be waiting for the day you become my fiercest rival. Saying that, he gently ruffled his little brother's hair, a touch full of affection and hope. As for, he silently vowed to himself the big brother had always truly loved and protected him. This time, I will protect him. Time passed, and a few days later came the second most important clan exam. The naming ceremony officially began. Aboard a ship rocking through the waves toward the ceremony site, Xian and Ho stood silently side by side. They were being taken to a special island, Xthan Island, where the color of the soil shifts depending on the magic density in the air. This ancient spot was where the Sungmulan clan held naming ceremonies for new members. As the ship neared the island, a crew member stepped out and announced solemnly, I will now explain the naming exam. Young ladies and gentlemen must survive on Xthan Island for 3 weeks, proving themselves. The devices you have been given track your location, except in emergencies. You must carry them at all times. The final trial gate will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. Good luck to everyone. The moment they stepped onto the island, the atmosphere shifted, an unspoken warning of the harsh journey ahead. Suddenly, Ho spoke up softly, her face tinged with hesitation. Hey, I have got something to say. But before she could finish, Xian sighed, as if he already guessed what she was about to reveal. Senza, you have already made up your mind. Huh? What? Ho blinked, puzzled. You have been trying to say something since training started. Xian cut straight to the chase. No beating around the bush. Xian's blunt words hit a nerve, making the girl's face flush bright red, and she shouted out loud, trying to hide her embarrassment. Hey, how do you even know that? Seeing Ho's flustered mess, Xian could not help but chuckle inwardly. How could I not know? He tilted his head, voice soft like he was coaxing a sulking kid. Spill it. I am listening. From Ho's perspective, she nervously swallowed, then mustered all her courage and peeled off the badge pinned to her uniform. Her eyes met Xian's, flashing a clear signal. 2. Understanding her, Xian removed his badge as well, both carefully stashed away the devices known to track and eavesdrop on every conversation. With everything safe, Xian asked, his tone now serious, no longer joking. All clear. What is this about? At this point, Ho stopped hiding. She pulled out a small glass vial filled with a murky liquid from her pocket. She spoke clearly, enunciating each word. This is a poison. It is called Manga. It only works on kids under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates on its own. Once absorbed into the body, it clogs the magic veins for a long time. Hearing this, Xian's face darkened instantly, his voice dropping low. Who gave this to you? A simple question, but as heavy as a boulder. Ho knew deep down no matter what she said, she could never reveal the name of the person who gave her this. That person was her own mother. She answered, voice stubborn, I am not planning to tell you that. Without another word, she flung the glass vial straight at a nearby rock. The shattering sound rang out, shards sparkling as they scattered. Ho looked up, then shrugged and continued. Now there is no proof left. I will beat you fair and square. No need for this poison, so you better bring your A game. Xian was briefly caught off guard by her attitude, but then he smiled softly and nodded. No need to say it, I was planning on that anyway. Good, then. Both pinned their badges back on and got ready to leave, but just before stepping away, Ho turned back, sounding like a worried old lady. You put the tracker back on, right? Charging headfirst into the island's center, without knowing the terrain is super dangerous. From behind, Xian sighed deeply, shaking his head in disbelief. Yeah, I know. Are you actually worried about me or what? Instantly, she snapped back, hitting a nerve and making Ho flare up. Worried? I am just scared you will die somewhere before even getting a chance to fight me. No sooner had she finished than a piercing scream echoed from deep within the dense forest. Both fell silent, turning toward the sound, eyes sharp and alert. In that heavy silence, Ho lowered her voice, dropping a short but weighty line. Then do not die. All right, I'm heading out now. Saying that, she spun around and quickly strode left down the path. Her silhouette shrank into the thick forest as Xian stood alone, watching her go. He muttered under his breath, as if talking to himself, she is gone. But my real target is not the outskirts of this island. All right, time for me to move to, heading straight for the heart of Bluefire Island. Meanwhile, inside the Sung Mulan clan's observation room, where live feeds from the island played on the screens, elders and high-ranking members watched intently. One of them spoke up, eyes fixed on the screen showing Ho, that is the 8th child of the Sung Mulan clan, and she has already nailed her first hunting mission. The number of monsters she took down is not small either. After all, this is probably Ho's first real fight, but that instinct did not come out of nowhere. It took 47 days. No less. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Captain Dongwon leaned silently against the wall, his voice slow and deliberate. This kid was not supposed to be like this. I thought it would take at least 2 full months. Dongwon could not help but mull it over in his mind. Talent's there, sure, but that is about it. Someone must be pushed him. Yeah, that DB Xian, the youngest little brother. His eyes shifted slowly to another screen showing Xian's image. Unlike Ho, who fought nonstop, Xian was quietly exploring, inching through every nook and cranny of the island. The stark difference made the old man furrow his brow, filled with suspicion. But what the hell is that kid actually doing? Dongwon glanced at the screen and answered slowly. He is just looking for a hiding spot. Immediately, cold, biting laughter echoed through the room, dripping with contempt. Acting like a scared little rat? Running away. Pathetic coward. Just a street rat. That is what he is. Elsewhere in the observation room, Midian was also tracking every move. Hearing those harsh jabs at his little brother, he could not hold back anymore. His eyes scanned the faces around. Then he spoke coldly. Enough. In a place this dangerous, finding a hiding spot is smart, not something to mock. His words made some of the sneering crowd awkwardly swallow their insults, scrambling to cover up with empty chatter. Yeah. Maybe we have seen too much of the little lady, so our standards got too high. Haha, but not everyone knows when to quit. The sly old man, ignoring the eldest brother's presence, kept throwing barbs. Let me see. In the Sung Mulan clan, being normal is basically a crime. Right? Someone born with Sungmu blood acting like a commoner. That is just laughable. The venomous words made my Gyeong clench his fists tight. He could not respond. But inside, a storm was brewing, lowering a kid just because of their background. Since when did our clan become like this? Or maybe we have always been this way. But more importantly, what exactly is Xian planning? Charging straight toward the island's center like that? The thought made him glance toward Ti Hong, their uncle. At this moment, the man was biting his nails nervously, eyes full of worry. A muttered question slipped from his lips. What the hell is that kid thinking? Those words made my Gyeong realize he was not alone in confusion. He sighed softly. What exactly are you up to, Xian? Meanwhile, Xian had found a deep cave in the forest, just the right spot to hide out. He was not acting reckless. Before entering, Xian lit a bundle of smoke and tossed a fire stick inside. Xian then gave a short, sharp whistle. After that, he covered the entrance with leaves. Every move was precise. No wasted step. A few whispered nods of approval came from the observers. His stealth skills are not too shabby. Suddenly, the old man shouted with wide eyes. Hold on. Wait a second, what is that kid doing? All eyes snapped to the screen. The footage showed Xian removing his watch and badge, then setting aside 2 tracking devices. Next, he covered both devices with leaves. Instantly, the monitoring screen went black. Behind him, Captain Dongwon burst out laughing. Clearly entertained. Haha. Seriously, you can predict a move like that. Meanwhile, Tahong and Mijun just held their heads in defeat. Honestly, for Xian, that move was necessary. He can let those prying eyes track every secret he has got. After hiding all his gear, he muttered quietly to himself, no need for others to see this. Now I can use it without limits. Once you are on the chain sword Isle, you gotta harvest as much as possible. Alright, let us move out. As he spoke, the ring on his finger transformed into a sharp sword legion, ready for the next battle. Time flew by. Night fell. By a flickering fire, Sun sat before a clay pot, staring intently at the bubbling contents inside. A thick, deep blue liquid simmered, looking more like poison than anything else. So intense, he could swear he saw a screaming face trapped within the water. He muttered under his breath, suspicion written all over his face. This is it. But damn, this stuff is terrifying. Is this really the demon power tea? Memories flooded back. Last life, broke as hell, could not even afford cheap elixirs. He had to tag along with some herbalists to gather demon power herbs. Hey, in a place like Chainsword Isle, where demon energy thickens the air, not using it to boost your power would be a crime. That is what Auntie used to say. One sip of demon power tea, even if harsh, is better than nothing. Sun took a deep breath, bit his lip, and muttered, alright, here goes nothing. He lifted the pot and brought it close to his lips. Moments later, the clay pot was tossed aside. Xian collapsed, pale as a ghost, as if all his life force had been drained. He is grumbling like a burnout ember. Seriously, it tastes like it came straight from hell. And just like that, the lonely battle that lasted 3 weeks officially kicked off. On the 18th day of the naming ceremony, under a clear blue sky, there stood a modest house with an ancient design. My Ji Guangrong's office. My Ji Guangrong was deeply focused on his work when a voice echoed from the door of the Beat Tretret's office. Sir, may I come in? He glanced up and replied, yes, come in. At that moment, a subordinate entered from afar, apologizing for the interruption during his work. My Ji Guangrong waved it off with a concerned smile. No worries. You look serious. Got bad news again? Huh. The man stepped in solemnly and reported, a large pack of wanderers seems to have moved into northern Hanguo. I'm Yi Janghon, deputy captain of the sword team under your command. Standing straight, he meticulously followed protocol, delivering a full, detailed report without missing a beat. At first, I thought they would raid the frontier settlements in the danger zone, but they are heading south 2 days away from a magic stone mine owned by the family. My Ji Guangrong frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Wanderers, criminals roaming all over the region. Then he probed for Yi Janghon's opinion. Those spirit orbs invade family territory without a reason. Yi Janghon shared his doubts, pointing out suspicious spots. On the surface, they are just wanderers, but it could be a disguise. Definitely a force behind them. My Ji Guangrong drummed his fingers on the desk, clearly troubled. Rumor has it the Dragon Gate camp has moved troops to the northern border. From the intel he gathered, the massive Central Plains faction, Dragon Gate camp, keeps provoking the Sungmu family by trespassing on my Ji Guangrong's unclaimed lands. His eyes narrowed, piecing together their possible plans. The news of his father leaving the family must have leaked. This is the perfect opportunity for enemy forces. Wanting to double-check, my Ji Guangrong asked, has the family's intelligence unit been informed about this? Yi Janghon replied firmly, thanks to your prior surveillance orders, we intercepted this faster than the family's intel. He already had an emergency plan brewing, and my Ji Guangrong stood up decisively. First, coordinate with the intel unit to gather more info. He pulled in his chair and turned, eyes scanning outside. Something still did not sit right. My Ji Guangrong clasped his hands behind his back, outwardly calm but inwardly uneasy, hoping it was just a false alarm. Scene shift to nightfall. Deep in a dark forest, a crimson magic circle flickered into existence. The space flickered and shifted, strange signals glowing from the middle of the void. Moments later, layers of space cracked open, revealing a black and pink hole right at the center. Some kind of device squeaked repeatedly as it slowly emerged. Appearing just outside came a figure with a sly smile pressed tight, half of their face hidden beneath a curtain of hair. This mysterious person suddenly appeared in the forest, their back barely visible in the shadows as a sharp voice cut through. 2 nights is enough to kill a bastard spawn. Under the clear sky, near the gloomy forest, the distant shore rolled with crashing waves. Loud, chaotic roars filled the air, accompanied by heavy footsteps of beastly guardians. The source of all this commotion was a monster that looked like a dragon fused with a crocodile, a level 7 dragon beast. A Drago. Suddenly, he appeared before it, gripping his sword tightly. Breathing hard, Drago lifted its head, inhaled deeply, its belly swelling bright red. Within seconds, it spread its wings wide and unleashed a blazing firestorm. A fiery blast so fierce nothing could survive its wrath. His eyes narrowed, face tense and sweating under the pressure. Quick on his feet, he seized the moment just as the flames neared. He twisted his body and dodged behind. The roaring fire grazed him, but he boldly channeled his magic into his sword, redirecting the flames forward. With a powerful leap fueled by his inner strength, he charged head-on at Drago without hesitation. Thunderous sparks crackled around him, lightning striking in rapid bursts. Fueled by sheer determination, he landed on its head, driving his sword down in a fierce strike, electricity surging wildly through the air. Drago, unable to dodge or defend, instantly charred black and collapsed. He exhaled a soft breath, clenched his fist, and wiped the sweat from his brow. His clothes were singed in places, and he glanced sideways in amazement. This bloodline is something else. If I were still in the Shiching area of Qingdao, I would have been knocked out in the first hit. Sheathing his sword, he sighed deeply, thinking to himself, it is already day 19, and I have finally reached Qingdao's center. This bloodline is territory. But staying here too long would just be a waste. Not wanting to linger, he quickly turned and thought, there is a reason I have ventured this deep. Suddenly, his foot stopped mid-step. His sixth sense kicked in fast. He went on high alert, slipping into defensive mode. What now? He dropped down low, pressed against a tree, eyes locked straight ahead. His face darkened, sharp focus blazing from his gaze. Just as he suspected, another wave of monsters appeared this time. They came in packs. Half human, half lizard creatures, according to records. They were level 8 monsters called Li Xian. He did not run. Instead, he hid in a shadowed corner, carefully watching every move. Something spin off since yesterday. Li Xian should be lived on the outskirts, but here they were, in the heart of the city. When I attacked, they just ran without fighting back. He thought seriously, stroking his chin. These lizards have low ranks and limited intelligence. They must be under some kind of influence. Having a plan, he quickly drew his sword and charged forward. If I am right, the Li Xian will sense it immediately. One of them glanced over, letting out a fierce roar before the other scattered in a mad dash. He was on fire, no fear, only speed. Just as he predicted, he slashed wildly, each deadly strike cutting down the Li Xian one by one. Standing small amid the swarm, he thought, one time could have been luck, but twice. No way. I have to keep chasing. The sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky with twilight hues. Eerie sounds echoed through the trees, a grim battle brewing. From deep within this forest, a sinister purple mist begins to stir. The battle is about to erupt. None other than the mysterious man himself is the root cause. Sitting cross-legged, eyes fixed on the sunset, his cursed bloodline truly is bizarre. He keeps working relentlessly, unaware that a Li Xian has crept up behind a child like that capable of wiping out so many monsters alone. But hey, it is probably no big deal. As the beast inches closer, he mutters to himself, calm and unfazed. After all, it is just a kid. This man is none other than Nishizama Sogo, the monster tamer. He simply smirks and steps back, thinking the kid's inexperienced and an easy trap to fall into. Sogo shields something in his heart, eye soft but steady, quietly saying, maybe I do not even need to use what I have already prepared. Why? Somehow, why? Is already perched high in the tree, scanning the situation and piecing it all together. Too obvious to be true, I was suspicious. But yep, this is a trap. Monster control. A tamer, lost deep in strategic thought. Why? Ponders. Not impossible. What if there is a teleportation trap set inside Sichthan Island? Just minutes later. Why? Breaks into a wicked grin, a perfect plan forming in his mind. Clearly, someone inside the clan has their hands dirty. His face darkens as he slowly zips up his jacket. Time to report back to the clan and the vanguard team. Why? Clenching his fists with fierce determination, eyes locked forward and thought, no. If the vanguard arrives, it will be too late. The mastermind's identity will be lost to me forever. Without hesitation, he slides his hand into his pocket, There is only one way forward. Continuing the plan? Why? Instantly activates the skill. Shadow technique. He does not miss a beat. Why? Immediately diving down the tree branch. I will track the target's trail. He crouches low to the ground. Someone signals to prepare for an attack. Then he bursts forward with lightning speed. All on his own, he swoops behind Sogo. Sword drawn. Dead set on taking him down. No mercy. But suddenly, a bird in Sogo's hand wakes up, sensing danger like a sixth sense. In an instant, it emits a shrill warning cry, alerting Sogo that Wai is sneaking up from behind to attack. Hearing the cry, Sogo whips his head around. Surprised, when did he get here? Why? Eyes the bird in Sogo's grasp, thinking, damn, does he carry some artifact that detects danger? Still, Wai does not falter, swinging his sword at Sogo with full force. Sogo nimbly dodges, escaping the fatal blow. Sogo stumbles to the ground, gasping out, that was tougher than I expected. Wai stands tall, sword pointed at him, replying with disdain, or maybe you are just weak. Sogo angrily waves his hand, shouting, shut up, stop him. Suddenly, 3 blue monsters appear from nowhere, obeying his command and charging at Wai tightens his grip on his sword as a surge of energy envelops its 7th emotion sword, awakening the 3rd form. In blur, Wai darts toward the 3 monsters so fast he leaves only afterimages. He slashes their heads clean off with a precise strike. Waio's confident smirk lingers as the monsters vanish until he senses something off in his body and freezes for a moment. Suddenly, dozens of razor-sharp chains burst out, wrapping tightly around Waio, leaving him stunned and completely immobilized. Sogo stands nearby, chuckling slyly. Seeing Waio trapped, he grins. Gotcha! Beneath Waio's feet, a mysterious magic circle glows, spewing chains that coil relentlessly around him. Wai looks down at himself, stunned into silence, while Sogo taunts, that is a top-tier binding spell capable of sealing a martial artist's magic. No magic. You are just a useless kid. With your body locked up like this, prepare for a tragic end. Wai stands silently, watching Sogo fade out of sight, leaving only the blue monsters behind, muttering under his breath, sealing magic. Huh. His face hardened, growing resolute, and just like that, Waio's body unleashed a fierce aura, like it wanted to devour everything. He took a deep breath. All it took was channeling his mana before the stunned monsters. Wai shattered the chains with a powerful burst, a small explosion echoing from his force. Wai calmly turned away from Sogo, who was still clueless, and casually ran off. He vaulted over Sogo's head, catching him completely off guard, until Wai landed and stood right in front of Sogo, who finally looked at him with shock. Wai wore a confident smirk and pointed his sword at Sogo, shouting, planning to run. Sogo staggered back, eyes fixed on Wai, asking, how could you break the formation? Wai met his gaze without flinching and replied, no reason to explain. Your image's already been sent back through the comms. Just surrender. Sogo lowered his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. No way. Then, to Waio's astonishment, Sogo boldly declared, I will kill you and reclaim my freedom. Wai stared, barely able to believe his ears. What the heck? Meanwhile, Wai was still reeling from those words when suddenly a massive shadow lunged toward him. A huge teashed into Yao's small frame, leaving him no time to dodge. Caught off guard by the brutal strike, Wai shot forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward a giant tree in the forest. At the end of the attack, his body slammed into the tree, knocking it down. While Wai was battered and bleeding profusely, he lay sprawled on the ground, heavy with wounds, his mind racing. Don't tell me this is it. Then Wai weakly lifted his head, eyes filled with dread as he looked ahead. A monstrous beast, shaped like a colossal turtle, loomed before him, the ruler of this land, the Demon Mountain. Wai, clutching his wounds, struggled to stand. Thoughts swirling. A level 3 nightmare-class beast. How could a mere tamer like him control the Demon Mountain? Sogo watched as he got back up and could not help but mutter with a hint of admiration. Not bad. Though the taming's incomplete, the kill order will be carried out perfectly. His expression was icy as he stared at Wai. Sogo raised his staff, pulling something out as he said, don't bother struggling anymore. Tossing golden talismans into the air, he taunted, accept your fate and die quietly. Wai sank to his knees, rapidly thinking through how to handle this dire situation. He grew serious, sliding his hand into his coat pocket, telling himself to stay calm. If he could not fully control the Demon Mountain, then capturing the tamer was the key. Wai pulled out a simple pill, staring at it with a silent thought. To create an opening against this monster, This was the only option. Never thought I would have to use this. Without hesitation, why? Popped the pill into his mouth instantly, a banned drug, wreaking havoc on the body far beyond the mana boost it provided. The moment he swallowed it, a miraculous surge of power enveloped him. The breaking pill. Behind Wyo, a fierce aura flickered as he thought. And there is one more thing. He glanced down at the glowing ring on his hand. Why? Gripped his sword tightly, channeling fierce sword energy into it. Thoughts racing. The secret technique my master taught, only to be used when life's on the line. O's eyes blazed with determination. Thinking. Now's the moment. Power radiated from his body, shaking the ground beneath him with the force of his forbidden heaven technique. Why? Leapt up fiercely, creating a massive crater where he had stood. Then Wyo soared over the beast, slashing fiercely across its massive body. He landed hard, struggling but thinking, even if my skin's not burned through, it is working. Once again, Why? Channels a fierce surge of power into his sword this time. He is ready to bring it down. The monster lets out a terrifying roar that shakes the entire forest. Why? Freezes, recognizing that chilling howlet is the scream of the mountain demon. B, staring at the massive beast before him. Why? Can't he help but be paralyzed? Trapped by the mountain demon's cursed aura, it is brutal. Suddenly, a mysterious dark energy radiates from within him. And Why glances at it in awe. This dark aura is pushing him back, holding him at bay. Seizing the moment, he bolts straight toward the monster. Now or never. Why? Summons every ounce of strength, pulling his sword back behind him, ready to unleash a killing blow. His lips mumble an incantation, unleash the eclipse. And then, Why? Slashes fiercely, piercing the monster and dealing a devastating wound. The beast howls pitifully toward the sky, its powerful roar filled with agony. Before collapsing to the ground, the sky clears instantly, sunlight breaking through once again. Why? Covers his mouth, stifling a bloody cough to keep himself from choking. Exhausted and battered, he collapses, thinking grimly there is no time left to waste. The backlash from the explosion pill and forbidden magic has left him barely able to move. Why? Clutches his hurting body and sprints forward, worry etched on his face. Only 10 seconds left. The coup with the Sen strike was a misfire. He has to find the tamer, fast, deep in the forest. Why? Races desperately to find Sogo as the countdown ticks. 8 seconds. 4 seconds. Suddenly, he freezes, sensing something. Looking down, Why? Spots a glowing red thread seemingly guiding him his path. Following the thread into a narrow forest path. Why? Wasteness to home. Moving in with the countdown at 3 seconds. At the thread's end, Sogo appears, struggling to flee through the mountain pass. In panic, Sogo spins around, shouting, "What? How is this possible?" Meanwhile, Why? Races against the clock. 1 second left, launching himself forward. Why? Aims his deadly sword at Sogo's neck, thinking, not enough. Just a bit more strength. Come on. Toughen up. Then Why yells at his sword. Come on. Pull it out. The sword obeys, ripping free and driving into Sogo's throat, blood spraying everywhere. Sogo gasps once before going silent. The bloodied sword finally drops to the ground with a sharp clang. Why? Pants heavily, sitting before Sogo's lifeless body, calculating he has to hold on. If he falls now, it is game over. He pulls out some kind of medicine and downs it quickly. She had warned him, if you use forbidden magic, you have to take this. Lucky I brought the nectar. Io's eyes begin to dim, his balance falters as his world spins, before losing consciousness. He thinks, before the monsters close in, I have to fully suppress him. Yo's face shows exhaustion, his eyes slowly open, blurry as he surveys his surroundings. O's whole body feels rooted to the ground, his breath deepens. A faint voice echoes, where is this? The tamer. And what about Kuki-sen? Everything around him turns white. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through his body, causing him to convulse as his vision fades. Why? Clenches his fists to endure the agony racking him. Murmuring about his condition, his body feels like it is about to shatter. Moments later, a glowing blue eye opens, staring intently at Io's motionless form on the floor. A deep, disappointed voice echoes. So this is how it ends. The voice comes from swirling black mists enveloping Yo's body, too dangerous for any human to withstand. How can two forces coexist in one being? The dark mists coil around Yo's hand as the voice sneers with pity. I hoped you would not wake. But here we are. Then it throws a dark purple orb before him and commands sharply, feed him. Why? He snapped awake at the sound, gasping, what is this? His eyes landed on a massive beehive right in front of him. A soft gasp escaped him. Purple beehive. Could it be the Death Stone? That voice echoed again, a chilling reminder. It is not a person. It is what needs to feed on this. Then, Reflected in that eye was the image of an ancient turtle. Cautiously whispering, "The age is changing now. Be strong, child of humanity." The eye blurred slowly, the turtle's image fading into distance. Along with the fading voice, "Don't let yourself get swallowed by the times." Ho tilted her head with innocent eyes and softly called out, "Oh, you are awake." "Why?" He glanced over vaguely and said, "Ho, you have scolded me enough already." Then, lowering his voice, he asked with concern, "That brat dared to call you by your first name. Since you are hurt, I will let it slide. How's your condition?" "Why?" Closing his eyes, he focused on the energy flowing through his body, despite severe damage to his muscles, bones, and joints. His magical power surged insanely high. Slowly opening his eyes, he was genuinely shocked. "Did I really absorb the stone?" "Then why?" Calmly answered Ho's question. "A few magical veins are broken. My organs are a bit messed up. Bones cracked, muscles torn in places, but nothing too serious." Hearing this, her face paled and she shouted, "What? That is not serious." "Why?" Stared seriously at Ho and muttered, "The stone was exactly what Li Ho intended to seize, a powerful elixir that boosts physical strength and magical power. Mai was poisoned by a curse, something she was determined to claim on Ixich-Than Island. But she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, facing his scrutinizing gaze, she began to doubt herself. "Did someone hit you on the head?" "Why?" Sat up quickly, puzzled. "But wait, why are you here?" From afar, a loud voice called out, "Little brother." Manhwa rushed over with worry on his face. "Why?" replied, a bit puzzled. "Big brother." He anxiously held up his precious medicine bottle. "Are you okay? First, let me heal your wounds with magic. I also brought some healing elixir." "Why?" Waved his hand, forcing a smile. "Thanks, brother, but no need for magic healing. Though, I will gladly take the elixir." Manhwa. Silently, he watched her drink the elixir, but his eyes on Manhwa were filled with sorrow and a hint of pain. His gaze was heavy with sympathy and a subtle Manhwa. He turned and said, "Ho, can you step outside for a moment? I think you get it now." After she left, he locked eyes with Y and said seriously, "If you die, I swear I will wipe out every organization tied to the beast tamers from this world, no matter how powerful they are." Y chuckled. "That is reassuring to hear," but right after, Manhwa snapped back into seriousness, criticizing, "As a member of the Dongmu Lan, what you have shown truly embodies the ideal martial artist. But as your elder brother, I can see it as positive, it is reckless." "Why?" Apologizing, he rubbed his head. "I did not anticipate the Kuth the Sen's appearance. Sorry, brother. If I would known it was there, I would be waited." He bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and sighed. "You know the difference between recklessness and confidence. That is what matters." Suddenly, he made a suggestion. "Big brother, since I handled the beast tamer, the information about him belongs to me now." Manhwa raised a hand, rubbing his temple. "I knew you would say that." Then he looked up at Y and revealed that beast tamer was once a top-tier sorcerer in the yin-yang faction of Japan, apparently expelled for trying to master forbidden arts. The mastermind supplied high-grade talismans and magical weapons, activating them while Kutha Mountain slept. They wanted to kill you and make it look like a monster attack. Y fell into thought, then asked drowsily, "Has Hein found the mastermind yet?" Manhwa sighed and continued with shocking news that made Yo's eyes go wide. "He is barely clinging to life, so it is tough to get info right now." Then Yo drew his own conclusion. The real target was not Hein. He paused, then asked, "Why do you think that?" Y laid out his reasoning. "They want to damage Hein's reputation by making everyone believe he missed the intruder and was too slow to react." Manhwa sighed again, rubbing his neck. "That sounds about right." Immediately, he forced a smile and said, "But Sen, can't he just keep pretending not to know?" Y asked with a concerned tone. "Is Hai okay?" He reached out, ruffled Yo's hair, and reassured him. "He is the hit to his reputation is minor. Nothing serious." Manhwa looked at Y with a look full of affection. He said, "Hein can be gone for long, so he will be back here soon." Just as he was about to pull his hand back, the boy grabbed it tightly and called out, "Big bro." Yo's eyes shining with confidence, boldly laid out an offer. "Does Hein want to make a deal with Daya?" He noticed Manhwa still looked surprised, so he explained further. Say Han anticipated the beast tamer's infiltration and had already ordered Daya beforehand. Daya would testify along those lines. Then Yo lowered his voice to mutter, making it seem like Hein had even prepared for until the clan had not uncovered yet. Manhwa quickly asked back. With Daya, it is best to tell the truth when testifying, right? Why? Slightly hunched as he stood up, Rung's voice rang out earnestly. If everyone believes Hein is handling this solo, they will only be more wary and on guard. He quickly corrected him. That is why Dia called it a deal. Then he threw out a counteroffer. A real deal means both sides exchange something they need. What does Dia want? Why? Straightened up eagerly and blurted out his demand. Give Dia access to the secret archive. 3 days will be enough. Manhwa cracked a sly smile, then sweetly replied. You reckless fool. Fine. Thanks. He quickly added. No need to thank me. It is just a deal. He patted the boy's shoulder and asked. Even if Hein refuses, you have already got a plan to handle this, right? Why? Stammered, unable to answer. Well, that is, a phone rang in my bo's pocket. He pulled out the phone and said, looks like Then Kim S squad is calling Hein now. Gotta go for real. Before he left, he turned back, called out, and tossed something to the boy. Oh right. Why? Quickly caught the small sword, his face lighting up with surprise at the gift. He left, leaving behind a promise lingering in Yo's hand, gazing at the shiny little Than Kim. He thought, Hun will keep this secret safe. He smiled helplessly. As expected, Hun is still not easy to deal with. While Y was putting his shirt back on, Ho stepped up and asked, looks like a juicy convo. Huh, he replied casually. Yeah. She stood with hands on hips, eyes challenging, then teasingly asked, which trial are you going to take in the exams? 3 weeks have passed. It must be started already. He asked back evenly. What about you? Which trial will you try? She asked as Kyo shouted angrily. I ask first. Why? Was tongue-tied. Well, if you want to know, answer me first. She crossed her arms, a smug grin on her face. Where will I take the trial? Isn't it obvious? The hardest one, the Quanvong trial. After saying that, Ho asked again. And you? He tugged his jacket zipper up. Quantran, her face froze stiff like glue. Huh, that even exists? Don't tell me it is one of those peripheral trials. Ho raised an eyebrow, stepping closer with determination. Yeah, it is in the outskirts. Then she let out a disappointed sigh. What a letdown. Looks like I misjudged you. You are picking a peripheral trial. Well, no need to say more. She stood silently beside him, muttering, I thought you were a real contender. Hell, I even thought you were better than me. Yo's gaze flicked to her as she turned away, silently thinking, everyone assumes the difficulty depends on the trial's rank, so they probably think I picked an easier peripheral one. Then they parted ways, walking opposite directions. He sighed softly. Whatever. Let them think what they want. In a dense forest, where light filtered through, casting a dreamy glow with some distant rustling sounds. Why? Pushed aside leaves, searching for the path, thinking, I do not remember exactly, but it should be here. He lifted a branch, squinting against the bright light, silently recalling, before the reset, this was the cave I stumbled upon, and the place where I will face the second trial of the naming ceremony. Up ahead was a dark cave. Why? Peered inside suspiciously, mentally preparing for the Quantran Da challenge. He searched for a torch, lit it up, and prepared to step deep into the cave. He raised the flame and stepped inside, his face blank as he thought. Looks like just a regular wall. After closely studying the stone's patterns, he fell into deep thought. Obviously, it was not that simple. Setting the torch aside, he gripped the sword at his side and pulled it free. He relentlessly struck the rocks, blue sparks flashing with every swing of his blade. After a while, a massive door appeared, while the stones beside it cracked and tumbled down. With eyes blazing confidence, he stared at the door. A smirk creeping across his face found it. He took out a small knife he carried, slowly cutting his palm to let the blood flow. Clenching his hand, he watched the blood drip, eyes locked on the eerie blue light radiating from his wounded palm. He flicked his bloody hand toward the giant door. Blood splattered, mingling with glowing streaks on the surface. The blood-streaked door trembled, and a bright light flashed from within. The ground rumbled as the door slowly creaked open, revealing an altar centered inside. He scanned the chamber, looking small and vulnerable standing at the threshold. Slowly, he approached the altar, his bleeding hand still dripping drop by drop. He raised his hand, letting the blood fall into a waiting bowl. His voice serious as he declared, Descendant of Sungmu Lan, I accept the trial of our ancestors. He watched as his blood transformed into swirling blue smoke, enveloping his body as he prayed silently. Please grant me permission. The echo from the chamber boomed, revealing the trial's challenge. Only one battle awaited. The blue smoke formed an illusion of himself, announcing the challenge to defeat himself. Standing opposite his phantom, he readied his sword and recited the rules. Unlimited attempts. No retreat until victory. And no quitting. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he steeled himself and whispered, "Let us begin." He launched forward with a powerful stride, his foot pounding the ground with a thunderous crash. But before he could strike, an illusionary blade sliced across his head, freezing him in shock. Huh! His head felt detached from his neck. Panic filled his voice as he stammered in horror. What the hell was that? His illusion paused mid-attack, while the terrified shout echoed this was real. Happening now. He grabbed his own neck, shaking it frantically, his face pale with sheer terror. Dodging himself, he touched his neck and tried to calm down. That was definitely a neck slash. But wait, it is just an illusion. In this trial, I can actually die. He forced himself upright, wiping sweat, overwhelmed by how real it all felt. Any normal person would go insane. His eyes sharpened with icy suspicion as he stared at his phantom. Thinking, wait a minute, he studied the illusion and muttered, "Can I really reach that level?" Gripping his sword again, he analyzed quietly. The phantom lets me use my full power perfectly. He remembered the slash that cut through him without killing, just leaving a fleeting sensation, proof he had not unleashed his true strength. If I could unleash it fully, I would have blocked that strike just now. Without hesitation, he reset his stance and shouted, "All right. Round 2. Before he could finish, the phantom struck first, forcing him to learn from each hit. Third time, stabbed through the gut. Dead. Next attack changed tactics, choking him. 5th time, he blocked the sword, but his neck snapped, instantly dead again. He lost his head countless times. 10th death. 15th. 18th. 20th. This time, he managed to parry the phantom's next blow. Both swords clashed loudly, sending both bodies flying backward. He skidded across the ground but landed on his feet, fully in control. His breath quickened, silently counting 75th, or maybe 80th try. Suddenly struck by a flash of insight, his eyes widened, his face darkened, and he muttered to himself, "Now I get it a bit, I can learn it all." He gradually grasped the real rule behind the challenge. His greatest power was freedom itself, an overwhelming evolution. He transformed the original sword into a spear, gripping its shaft tightly. Determination etched on his face. With a confident glance, he swept the spear in a strike, his fighting style unpredictable, driven by sheer will. Charging again at his own illusion, he declared, "This time, for sure." The two spears clashed fiercely, and the illusion swiftly parried his thrust. Then, both weapons morphed back into swords, as he recounted sword clash after sword clash, then back to spears, the duel raging on with no sign of stopping. After a fierce fight, finally his theory proved true. Their stances perfectly mirrored each other. His own illusion staggered backward, but since it was just an illusion, it seemed almost impossible to lose balance. The illusion transformed its spear back into a sword and fixed him with icy eyes. He deliberately lowered his guard, and as before, the illusion lunged forward. The illusion's sword pierced across his stomach, though it barely cut through the blade's length. Not a drop of blood spilled. His triumphant voice, tinged with disdain, echoed, leaving the illusion dumbfounded. One hand grabbed the illusion's sword handle, pulling it toward him, while the other swung his own blade. Sneering, "I left that opening on purpose. Idiot." The sword strike he unleashed sparked brilliant blue light, cracking the earth beneath. This move, the challenge named Demon Slash. His illusion collapsed, the figure dissolving into tiny blue sparks. As the illusion faded away, a faint, painful smile flickered across its face. Standing alone in the room, surrounded by floating blue lights, he murmured, "If I can pass this trial, the blood vein of silent mist will unlock hidden powers. In my past life, my gift was just the most common, a simple enhancement. Now, his body glowed with a hint of golden light mixing with the blue. He whispered in awe, watching the golden glow as his eyes hardened. Unblinking, he vaguely reached out to catch the golden energy, asking softly, "What is this power?" Outside the room, a crowd had gathered, likely those waiting to take on the challenge themselves. Tahong stood just outside the door, visibly anxious. Sighing repeatedly, crossing his arms, Tahong muttered sarcastically, "Thought this time he would behave. But no, that annoying brat, everyone's trying to give him a peaceful name, yet he stirs up trouble everywhere." Suddenly, an announcement blared out, making him jump and glance toward the door. The mana density was shifting. Everyone's eyes locked on as he stepped out after the loud roar. The trial unfolding, his face turned grim, each shaky step barely steady as he left the room. Tahong rushed over, shouting his name. Li Xian, worried, he caught him, supporting his limp body, Are you okay? Snap out of it. Young's mother's skin was so dry it cracked. He tried to call out weakly. Auntie? Tahong asked. Puzzled, Young's face turned purple like he was ill, his trembling hand reaching out. Water. I am starving. Tahong held his pale body, completely drained of strength, and gasped helplessly. His whole body trembled, anger barely contained, ready to explode. He growled hoarsely. Damn kid. His fierce roar startled the birds around the cliffs into a frantic flight. That damn kid at a grand mansion. A desperate voice echoed out. Young master. Kaho was overwhelmed with emotion, her face etched with worry, tears spilling freely. She clutched Yong tightly, sobbing. Do you know how worried I have been? From the beast tamers to the ghost mountain, and even the ancient trials set by our ancestors. Nurse, you are filthy, been out in the wild for almost a month now. She cupped Ye's cheek and scolded him affectionately. At first, I wanted to give you a good scolding, but... Welcome home. Y blushed, shy to the point his cheeks burned. Thanks. Kaho released him, gently wiping away his misty tears. I have got your bath ready. After you clean up, I will fix you a meal. I curled the blanket in his hands and asked. Nurse, what about my aunt? I thought she would be the first to rush over. She suddenly stiffened, her voice hesitant, making Y suspicious. That matter. What? Aunt Ho's all smiles to greet you. Your dear niece is here. But Aunt Ho was locked in a cell. I chuckled loudly. What did she do this time? He laughed, eyes squinting. Sorry, but seeing you safe and sound is what matters. Even locked up, Aunt Ho cares about you. But seriously, what have you done to skyrocket your mana like that? You have not even fully digested the energy inside you. Still carefree. She urged Y to sit. Sit down. Rest your legs. Now, I am going to talk to you. Aunt Ho, realizing she had gotten a bit carried away. She blushed. It is I did not expect you to go this far for me. Aunt Ho remembered why she was locked up. Her outburst at the elders' meeting had caused chaos, needing 2 people to restrain her. She blamed the hidden turtle curse. It is all because of you. You did this. I caused an uproar in the control room with the elders and the big boss. She shouted, angrily scolding everyone. Again and again. Just like always, Aunt Ho regretted her reckless outburst. Apologizing. Sorry. Dear. I thought they were messing with you, so I lost control. I was surprised hearing her confession. She was furious, thinking she might never see him again. Aunt Ho gripped her own throat, whining. Suddenly, my throat feels tight. I recalled their memories together, pondering deeply. Honestly now, before, I never fully trusted you. But I do not know when it happened I started seeing you as family. He smiled softly, exhaling, embracing this new feeling. All right, I accept it now. I turned to leave but shot Aunt Ho a stern look. I will get you out soon. Please wait a little longer. She reached her hand through the bars, waving him back. How could you do that? It is do not push yourself. I gave her a healing smile. I won't do anything rash. You will be free soon enough. He closed the door behind him, bidding Aunt Ho farewell. See you next time. Meanwhile, outside the airport, a plane landed in the dead of night. Once it touched down safely, the stairs were ready, and a whole crowd was waiting to greet. Tae-sin stepped off the plane, his subordinates respectfully awaiting him. Already here, he brushed past Wei Xian, who bowed low. Sorry to keep you waiting, she politely declined. No worries. The hot spring is ready. Go relax, then enjoy your meal. He and Si-hein stood silently, listening to the adults talk. Tae-sin replied to her. All right. He glanced around, thinking that after this naming ceremony, he had grown up quite a bit. Their eyes accidentally met father and son. He had a lot on his mind, but the distance between him and his dad, he still could not measure it. His dad's sudden head turn made him think harder. Had their eyes really locked already? Tae-sin boldly walked ahead. The old man muttered, I always say those who do not fight are not needed in the family. But he searched for the point of his own words. Among us, only one child burns with the desire to beat me. Tae-sin's words shook the old man. Who is he talking to? His eldest son? Tae-sin sighed in frustration. I have tried to hide my feelings this much, and he still sees right through me. Cut to Sungmulin's grand ceremony hall. The red carpet was rolled out, and whispers floated through the crowd. He picked a quiet corner of the room, keeping to himself. This rare event at Sungmulin had a far grander scale than past naming ceremonies. He scanned everyone carefully. Thanks to memories from his past life, he recognized them. There stood the youngest known tower mage. Suddenly, someone approached, breaking his solitude. Excuse me. Youngest son, the butler, Koi, respectfully announced. The clan head requests your presence. He was caught off guard. Father, are you sure? The butler nodded. Yes, please follow me. Curious, he followed the butler, wondering why his dad wanted to see him alone. Hopefully, it was not anything serious. Outside under the starry night, he bowed politely. Father, you called me. What is it? He looked up, surprised to see someone else besides his dad. Standing beside his father was his older brother, the eldest. Sweat dripped down his face. Heart pounding. Could it be? Before he could think it through, his father spoke. I think you already know why I asked for you. He ordered him to explain what happened at the naming ceremony. According to my Giwong Trong, you caught an outsider breaking the arrest order. He instinctively lowered his head when asked. This was your plan, was not it? He closed his eyes tightly just as he thought. His father already knew, gathering all his courage. He confessed. Yes, it was me who proposed the deal with Big Brother. The condition was my access to the scriptures for 3 days, and to save Big Brother from this storm of rumors. Tae-sin was at a loss with this youngest son, so he softened his tone. Considering your contribution, I will overlook your false report. He warned him one last time. There won't be a next time. The young man bowed deeply. Yes, I understand. Now it was the eldest's turn to face punishment. You will receive an appropriate penalty later. Organizing this party is your duty. Get back to your work. The eldest placed a hand on his shoulder. Yes, I will. Before leaving, the eldest smiled gently to reassure him. Worried, he glanced back at his brother, hoping he would be okay. After the eldest left, Tae-sin spoke to the youngest son. Despite the false report, your contribution this time is real. You will get the reward I promised. He accepted his father's words without question. Since you discovered the combat trial, I will grant you a reward. He voiced his wish. If that is the case, cut to Tae-sin standing on the stage, opening the party. Thank you to all the guests who made the effort to come. May our 2 children, the stars of today's event, be blessed on the road ahead. He and Hope knelt on the red carpet. Hearing the announcement, the naming ritual continued. His warm voice echoed as Ho stepped forward. She smiled brightly, accepting Tae-sin's words. You were chosen by the Holy Sword. Shine like the sun around you, always stay strong on this brilliant path. He bestowed her name Sihain, meaning forever radiant. As her nameplate was lowered, the girl beamed back at Tae-sin. Thank you. When it was his turn, his eyes sharpened with fierce intensity. Next, the entire hall fell silent as he called up the next person. He stepped forward with purpose. He stood up and walked to the front, keenly watching the expressions around him. Their reactions mirrored those from the previous naming ceremony. But he did not care. He strode confidently down the aisle, unfazed by the surroundings, ready to hear his evaluation, a spirit both tough and sharp, yet flexible and unbreakable, like a blacksmith gathering iron from all directions to forge a single unyielding blade. He had tempered himself through fire. The judge spoke seriously about him. I can find words better suited to describe you. Instantly, the judge snapped his fingers, and a golden chime echoed through the room. His nameplate dropped down, and the judge declared, So I shall name you Qian. He stood quietly before the nameplate, remembering the old name meaning sea steel resilience. A faint smile of pride crossed his face back then. That was the meaning. Now, it had evolved. Placing his hand over his heart, he vowed, I want to stop until I reach the pinnacle of Sungmulan. Proud of his new name, he smiled brightly and respectfully told his father, Thank you. Scene shift to the Sungmulan judicial quarantine room, a small, quiet space designed for one, but someone inside was about to lose their mind. Pacing restlessly, Ho had been locked up for days, and just could not take it anymore. She was screaming at the top of her lungs. She tossed and turned in her cell, shaking wildly, yelling at the world. Desperate to get out, it is too suffocating. I am losing it. I can't even be there to name the baby. Her rants spilled out of the room, promising she would be released soon, but after so long. The guards were ready to send out Ensos. Help! Somebody save us! Suddenly, the phone rang, grabbing everyone's attention. After the call ended, the guard came in to find Ho on the brink of madness, biting the blanket and screaming. Desperate to get out, the guard unlocked the cell and told the wild woman, You are free now. She froze in place as he spoke. Hearing this, Ho lit up with excitement. Discipline issues will be addressed later. For now, you are allowed to leave quarantine. She burst out like a prisoner freed, causing a ruckus, while the guards nervously warned, Hey, no kicking stuff around. Suddenly, a voice called her back. Wait, hold on a sec. Ho's joy doubled when she saw him waiting at the door. Oh, kiddo. She stared, mouth agape, At her beloved nephew, did you really get me out? He nodded. Yes, that is right. She paused, confused. How did you before she could finish? He held up a piece of paper in front of her face. She unfolded it, reading the details aloud. What is this? He reminded her. You owe me one, still focused on the paper. She read about Mir, Ho's official release and his new position. The more she read, the more shocked she became. He would been appointed as the master of the former hair. Li Xian. He beamed and held out his hand. From now on, please guide me. Master, scene change. Xian straightened his clothes. Adjusting his outfit, Ka curiously asked. Starting today. Seeing him confidently wear traditional clothes moved her to tears. He smiled and said, yeah, this is just the beginning. Kawa sniffled. Already 13 years old. He headed for the door, bidding farewell to Miss. I am off. Now. He was Li Xian at 13 years old. Under a clear blue sky, his voice rang out confidently. All right. He gazed at the school gates. His new life as a freshman was just beginning. As he lined up on the schoolyard, whispers floated around. Hey, is not that the bastard kid? Yeah? The ninth son of Li Xian. Heard he caused a scene at the naming ceremony too. Their words dripped with disdain. Probably just a gold digger. After all, a bastard. To make that kind of impression at the naming ceremony, just by luck. Now, that has got to be interesting. Xian stood solemnly in line, tuning out their nasty gossip. How many times do I have to say it? Bastard? Bastard enough to give me a headache. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered beside him. That is Miss Eighth. Turns out, they were talking about Samhain, whose regal aura made everyone jealous. Truly a proud heir of the family's main line. When you are from the main branch, you just carry yourself differently. Now, she was Li Xian, 13 years old, but on his face, she was doing something pretty weird. You noticed how everyone treated her totally differently from how they treated you. Different reactions. Interesting. Samhain stepped forward to greet you. Hey, kid. He replied politely. Yeah? Long time no see. She shyly smiled at you. That thing, the naming ceremony. It is nothing to get worked up about. You asked. Confused. Naming ceremony. Samhain quickly corrected himself. I meant what I said before. Disappointment. Only then did you remember the other matter. He is guessing your future rank. When you grow up, you are basically a cold-blooded killer. But you still gotta say something nice to her. Alright. I am not holding it against you. Samhain lit up, wanting you to confirm it. Really? For real. She laughed carefreely. Phew. You are kinda petty. Samhain's face darkened. You cut. Want to clarify what you mean by petty? Samhain, curious as ever, asked. I heard you are studying with the little lady, even joining the scripture chanting classes. Planning to explain. You were about to, but an announcement cut through. Everyone. Attention. The proctors are lined up. The person in the center will now announce class placements. Students whose names are called, please assemble in front of your instructor in an orderly line. You started feeling nervous. What now? Tension rising. If you get dumped in a bad class, that is game over. You sighed, feeling powerless, but it made sense. Training lasts 3 years. So class placement is crucial. Each grade has 5 classes, with the stronger students placed higher. The proctor's voice rang out as he approached Samhain. Miss Li Xian. Class 1. Congratulations. She happily accepted the acceptance letter. Thank you. You drifted into your own thoughts. Li Xian made Class 1 as expected. The proctor's voice snapped you back. Next. Master Li, you stepped forward to receive your acceptance letter. Here I... Alright. Thank you. Holding the paper, you scanned the info, glancing at others' faces. The obvious irritation on theirs was blatant. You had already guessed where you would land. You knew it would be rough, but did not expect them to dump you this hard. You seemed oddly satisfied with your assigned class, Class 5. Aka the dumping ground, full of flunkers and dropouts, all arranged by Guizun, whose power was only growing. Class placements for the next gen were based on the naming ceremony's evaluations, but the evaluation council was controlled by the elders and Lady Beck. Everything was probably going according to your plan. They thought they were putting you at a disadvantage. But ironically, this was better for you. No wasted effort. Just then, a proctor came over to escort you. Master Li. Class 5. This way. You quickly turned and followed him. Got it. I am on my way. You glanced at Hyen's cart nearby. She looked pretty pissed. She was so mad she could spit fire. Why just stand there? Not gonna complain right away. You muttered under your breath at her reaction. Look at that face. If I do not do something, that kid's gonna take matters into her own hands. You did not really care. Waved back at Hyan's cart. I am totally fine. Then you went back to your own plans. What really mattered now was the bigger issue. Damn. Class 5, can anyone even graduate from there? The other kids were freaking out too. What do I tell my dad? I can TB in class 5? The family will roast me alive. You felt powerless against the teachers here. Seriously, disappointing. How could Sung Mulan's trainees act like this? Suddenly, a student approached to talk. Hey, you are the youngest son of the main family, right? You replied. That is right. The kid smiled brightly. I have really been wanting to say hi. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Kin, son of the small forge master who was recruited by Sung Mulan. It is an honor to study alongside you. Master, you were surprised. Digging through past connections. Kim Han, no memories of him from your previous life. You wondered. Why me? Kim Han was eager to get to know you. Master, you are a standout figure. So I have always looked up to you as a role model. Looking at his goofy face, you dropped your guard. No joke. Right? You are Kim Han. You asked Kim Han what he thought about being placed in class 5. He answered naively. Well, I guess my skills are just at that level for now. But his eyes were determined. Who knows what the future holds? You were surprised by Kim Han's reaction. His flippant attitude left a strong impression on you. He smiled softly along with Kim Han. Feeling the pure joy radiating from that kid, he picked this guy out. What? Your words are confusing. Kim Han? Huh. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, old friends greeted him warmly. Great to see you. Newbie, we are counting on you. The boy standing in the middle is a 15-year-old student named Choi and Ha. The classmates were still clueless about what was going on. Come on, let us focus. And hey, if you do not get something, just ask. A clap suddenly cut through the excitement. All right, everyone. Listen up. Dong-ho lightly punched the air. Introducing himself, I am Lee Dong-ho, the instructor in charge of Class 5. Today, since we have new students joining, there want to be a regular class. Just a quick intro. This guy here is your instructor for Class 5, a level 5 warrior. Lee Dong, from a distance, he quietly observed, still burning with the same passion and determination as before. In his past life, he even tutored me one-on-one because I could not keep up. He always treated his students with kindness. All right, that wraps up the introduction. In Ha, take over the rest of the intro for the newbies. Got it? Instructor, he waved warmly. Hey everyone, I am your new class rep. Bit embarrassed though, been held back 2 years. So this is actually my second year as class president. While friends buzzed with gossip, only he and Kim Han listened closely. Don't stay standing too long, you must be tired. Anyone who wants can sit. Now, it is time to pick a class rep. Even as trainees, sometimes you get thrown into real combat. Choi and calmly pointed out the details. The class rep is basically the team captain of a sub-squad. Unlike the instructor who just handles training and discipline, the class rep holds the reins on everything else going on in class. A classmate raised a hand. How do we pick the class rep? Only then did he realize. Oh right, forgot to explain. Don't know about other classes. But here, we hold a light sparring match and then vote for class rep. Choi and clasped his hands and smiled brightly. Perfect. Let us get this fight started. No magic allowed, it is all about skill. After each match, we will take breaks. Suddenly, a deep voice cut through. Taking this seriously. Huh. The guy was drenched in sweat from nerves. Hey newbie, you got a problem. I am talking about everything what you are doing, and what you have been saying. Slowly, he pulled his sword from the rack. Snap out of it. This is Sung Mulan. If you want to play games, do not come to this academy, go to a regular school in a safe zone. Choi hurriedly denied. You are going a bit too far. We just want to settle this peacefully. But the sword plunged down, shattering the floor tiles. Talking like this? You guys just do not get it. Huh. He slammed his hands down. Sword ready. Glaring challengingly. Come on. One by. From now on, I will take on every single one of you. He gripped his sword tight, while she gasped, trying to catch her breath. Meanwhile, a classmate lying face down on the floor begged. Please. Have mercy. Choi stared in disbelief. No way. How many has he taken down all by himself? Suddenly called out. He flinched. Huh? The guy glared fiercely. Hurry up and call the next challenger. Choi nodded reluctantly, fear creeping in. This is the last round. He slung his sword over his shoulder. Smirking. Is that You look interested. Kid. Bring it on. Huh? Both charge headfirst. Swords clashing with powerful, ringing strikes. While Choi In-ha was still thinking, the guy used brute force to shove his sword aside. Why is he going so hard on this? No prize. No glory, just a drill for the academy. The instructor's reckless, breathless style only made Choi In-ha even more puzzled. He did not even have the strength to land a serious hit. Gritting his teeth, he thought, actually, I get. Seizing the chance, Choi In-ha slashed at the guy's side. I used to be like this too, no matter what. You want to win. He quickly dodged aside. I once thought compromise was a way to live. Believed accepting reality and growing up was the right path. Choi In-ha glanced around, confused. But I want to win. I crave victory like it is driving me mad. The old man saw an opening and swung his sword. I have won. You struck a quick jab at Choi In-ha's sword hand, successfully knocking the blade away. The moment the sword hovered inches above his head, Choi In-ha knew he was in serious trouble. Choi In-ha collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounded arm in pain. The old man panted heavily. Get him to the med bay. Now. What he said next shocked even the old man. This is not over yet. Choi In-ha seized his sword and swung wildly. He was not done fighting. You just blocked that strike and analyzed it. Left-handed defense, since your right hand's injured. Huh? Choi In-ha's pupils dilated, burning with rare fierce determination. The look in his eyes was completely different now. The old man pointed out one move that could be severed his arm. No. This is the end. Gripping the hilt with both hands, the old man's gaze locked fiercely on one target. You slashed sharply into Choi In-ha's gut, doubling him over in agony. Choi In-ha's eyes rolled back, saliva spilling from his mouth. Within a heartbeat, Choi In-ha collapsed to the ground while the old man stood firm. The other students rushed over to catch him. Take him away. Quick. The old man stepped forward slowly. I have lived a second like an hour like a year. He stepped onto the stone platform and shouted down. Who says living easy is better? But if you do not fight tooth and nail every single second, you will lose it all in the end. So even when I breathe, I am battling, fighting myself and everything around me. The students below stood, their injured bodies huddled together. Have any of you ever truly lived like that? The old man's hand clenched tighter and tighter. That is what I call a real fight. Dong-ho approached from afar. Boss, you went too far. 4 broken bones, 3 internal injuries. He bowed his head and shut his eyes. If you want to survive in the Miss Gun, you gotta know how to laugh at your wounds, he explained. Those kids all have their reasons. The old man's voice carried a fierce command that made Dong-ho freeze in fear. Even the tough Dong-ho got it now. If the students understand, do we really need to explain to the teachers? You brushed past him. Guys like him are rare in Miss Gun. He is a good man. Dong-ho stood frozen, watching the old man's back disappear. These kids are Miss Gun trainees. If they are heading down the wrong path, even if it means playing the villain, he should pull them back. He frowned, silently clenching his fist. Just do your duty. From beneath the dome, today's sky was an oddly clear blue. Cut to the old man arriving at class before dawn, every inch of him aching. He was grumbling when suddenly he froze. Man, I really pushed myself yesterday. The students lined up orderly in the courtyard. Some looked hostile or annoyed, but none tried to sneak off or turn away. They stared with fierce determination. If they were still scared like yesterday, all hope would be lost. But it was not too bad. The old man passed each one, weighed down by 100 worries. Here he comes to trash himself. Someone called out cheerfully from behind. Boss, you are here. Kim-hin greeted warmly as the old man arrived. You are early. He scratched his head and grinned goofily. Yeah, I am afraid I showed up pretty weak yesterday. We are still just trainees. Being weak is expected. The bruises on Kim-han's face were still dark, but he laughed it off like nothing, suddenly switching to a polite tone. Boss, if you do not mind, can I ask you something? The old man nodded comfortably. Sure. Ask away. Kim-in clenched his fist tightly. How can I be strong like you? The old man excitedly pointed to the sun. Look, I am not skilled enough to teach anyone yet. But you have got sharp eyes, maybe even a keen instinct. The more he explained, the more shocked Kim-han was. Eyes wide as saucers. Yesterday you dodged my strikes 3 times in a row. Use that. I think you are better off mastering technique over brute strength. Bet your life on haunting what you have got, and one day you will stand apart. Kim-han stammered before finally managing to say a complete sentence. Thank you, an unfamiliar voice echoed, making him instinctively turn around. Hey, newbie. Choi In-ha appeared, his arm wrapped in a heavy cast. Looking utterly pitiful. There is no way he could train like that. He sighed reluctantly. If I decide to quit, are you gonna just stand there? Or are you gonna throw some fight on speeches and call me a coward? Choi In-ha brushed past him swiftly. I just do not want to hear that crap anymore. That is why I am out here. He smiled quietly to himself, thinking, looks like he is changing. The training field was still shrouded in darkness, but inside, It was buzzing with energy. Time to gather up. Dong Ho stood tall, scanning the group. 4 out sick. 5 missing without reason. Only 11 left. Seeing the kids' worn-out faces made him worried. Everyone looked drained. The trainees all kept their heads down, silent and unlike their usual lively selves. The atmosphere had shifted. Just one predator, and these students were on edge like never before. Dong Ho pretended to ignore the tense vibe and announced, "Today was supposed to be basic fitness testing, but given the current situation," he seemed to have made a firm decision. "We are scrapping that plan." Standing among the trainees, Dong Ho shouted, "All right, starting fitness tests now." As the sky brightened fully, the exhausted trainees lay scattered across the ground. Breathing heavily, the tests were done. From now on, free training under the class leader's watch. He was still standing but sighed deeply. 10 whole hours just to test fitness. Man, He quickly reset his mood, but could not shake off the fatigue. He climbed the stairs step by step, while the trainees behind whispered among themselves, "Hey, today the instructor seems different, yeah? Probably because of yesterday's match. Lots got hurt. If it was before, he would have called it quits already." A voice cut through their chatter sharply. Standing high above, Dong Ho declared, "No need for introductions. I am Li Dong Ho, your class leader." Choi and H's eyes widened, staring up at him just like he would said yesterday. Kim Han looked at him with admiration. Listening closely, the class leader has full authority, except over the instructor's orders. Someone gritted their teeth angrily as Dong Ho spoke. "My training will be brutal. Those who can keep up, great. Those who can I am not dragging along." A tall trainee scowled. "That jerks Kim Bo Seo Wong." Class 5. Dong Ho slammed his sword down decisively. "If you are not happy with me, go ahead and challenge me. Beat me once, and I will hand over the class leader spot." Pointing firmly, he commanded, "Enough talk, start now. Fight the person next to you." Cut to the sun climbing higher. Only a handful of trainees were still gasping for breath on the field. 6 managed to hang on. The rest dropped out. Everyone was too exhausted to move even a finger. "Stop. That is it for today. Dismissed." "Good work." The trainees gathered again, grumbling about Dong Ho. "That damn bastard. Because of him we are suffering like this. Seriously, can I stand that guy? What is the point of this?" Another snapped. "I am not following that crap." Kim Han, gasping for air, still managed to shout, "Enough already." He raised a fist, gritting his teeth. "Honestly, it is frustrating. Even though he is wiped out, we can land a single hit on him." A trainee noticed Inha looking down and asked, "Hey, Inha, what do you think?" Another added, "Last year we had fun. Remember? Or do you feel, Inha cut entirely, fun enough to flunk?" The other was shocked. "What?" Inha tried to explain. "If nothing changes this time, I will really live like a loser. Even if it means broken arms and legs. I want to try. I really want to." The group fell silent, listening as he vented. "You all know that youngest brat? Know what I mean is, you get what he is trying to do. Right? I am gonna fight. This might really be the last time. So wake up, stop wasting energy resisting or pretending you do not get it." Before we knew it, one fine day in the testing room, with the cold hum of machines around. "Come on, kid. Transform your form." "Yes." He sat motionless with eyes closed, a flicker of blue flame resting in his hand. That blue flame burned fiercely at first, then quickly faded away. "Stop this as far as it goes." Dong Ho pinched his forehead and tugged at his ear. Utterly exhausted. "Another failure. Every time I try to craft the aura, its form collapses." She kept pointing sharply at the paper, shocked that this problem popped up after reaching 3 stars. "Yes." He waved his hand toward her, daring to say, "Got any notes on how the ancients wielded magic?" That DB gold right now, sitting motionless. He drifted into thought, if this is the memory of infinity, but I still have not unlocked the next memory. Regardless, this library trips hall was beyond expectations. Since ancient times, humans have battled against those dark forces, cloaked in black mist, terrifying even the fiercest monsters. Even the kingdom's bravest generals were no match. That black mist hid deep within mountain forks, sealed away by countless heroes at the northern Venenkuku Sen. The king granted land to honor that righteous deed, and the heroes, grateful for the king's favor, forged a sword they crafted with their own hands. A beacon of hope for humanity, named it Infinity. Yes. He clenched his fists tightly. Finding info on Infinity was a major win. Suddenly, Dong Ho's mood brightened unusually. "After all, you have touched aura. Stepped into 3 stars on your own. That is seriously impressive." She looked at him warmly. "This current deadlock will soon break. Actually, You have almost perfected the grand deficiency technique and the transformation art, yes? He buttoned his shirt and replied, yes. Thanks for always guiding me. He gazed at Jung-ho with sparkling eyes, then suddenly asked, hey, what is next after reaching 3 stars? She calmly picked up a pen and explained, you will learn how to use Steel Kai and Aura skills, but mastering them will take a long time. Jung-ho beamed with anticipation. Yes, he shared with her. How's the trainee program going? I am always exhausted. He sighed deeply. It is just normal, I guess. Jung-ho twinkled her eyes eagerly. Is that so? If it is tough, let me give you a hand. Okay? Yes, he panicked. Wait, how exactly do you plan on helping? She placed her hand confidently on his shoulder. You will see soon enough. Just trust me. He immediately froze, regret flashing across his face. Trust her? That has already got me worried. A gentle breeze lifted Ji-ho's hair as she announced, today's special magic lecture begins. Everyone, straighten up and hold your pose. Wearing a crisp white lab coat, she stood solemnly before the class elderly Ju Wang-ho, a renowned researcher from Dumim. Dong-hu gestured at her and reminded everyone to applaud. Ju-ho chuckled shyly. You are embarrassing me. She grabbed a chalk piece, locking eyes with the students. I hate wasting time, let us dive straight into the lesson. Seeing Ji-ho happily chatting on stage gave Wang an idea. Looks like she is really warming up to teaching. She clapped her hands loudly. All right. That dull lecture done and dusted. Jung-ho was so pumped she practically glowed. Now, onto the practical portion. I will teach you the upgraded version of the line technique, developed by the Research Institute. Jung-ho looked confused. Wait, was not that the end of the lesson? Jung-ho rolled up her sleeves and shouted. What are you talking about? The real deal starts now. Everyone, sit up straight. I'm only demonstrating once. So focus. Wai-kwon, pushed forward by her, looked bewildered. What is even going on? Ju-ho spoke rapidly from behind. When direct descendants enter the academy, they usually get this kind of support, but you do not have anything yet. So I am just trying a little harder for you. He felt the warmth surround him and smiled. Thanks. That is really kind of you. Jung-ho patted his back reassuringly. If the theory holds, your power will double. Amazing. Right? Wang took a deep breath and steadied himself. Yes, you are amazing. Jung-ho kept clapping to hype up the trainees. All right. Listen up. From now on, we are stepping up the training, directly applying the magic taught by the elder. Everyone, find your opponent. Wang instinctively turned when called. Hey, kid. How about you spar with me? Choi-in already had his sword drawn. Warning. Heads up, I am not holding back. Wang eagerly pointed his sword at the kid. Honored to fight you. I will let you strike first. Watching those two reckless kids charge at each other, Jung-ho sighed. My kid's ruthless. Miss Chum-ju could not take her eyes off them. They remind me of myself when I was young. Suddenly, whispers behind caught Jung-ho's attention. Honestly, I just can't stand that brat. The trainees muttered among themselves. Even if he is a secondary son and gets treated unfairly, he is still worlds apart from us. Different physique, plus unlocked skills. One trainee added, right from the starting line. It is a whole different game. Another scoff. Yeah, we have tried our best. But what does he even know? They sneered. Suddenly, Jung-ho appeared behind them, startling everyone. Hey, you guys trainees whining about being treated like second class. Huh, sir, you are still here. They stammered. Jung-ho leaned close to one trainee. Were you just talking about that brat? About my secondary son? Fear gripped the trainees' hearts. Facing him, they bowed apologetically. Sorry, we spoke out of line. Jung-ho's whole aura flared with fury. Who do you think you are to say such things to that child? The trainees trembled, begging for mercy. Another trainee approached the girl with the injury. Isn't he the kid clueless too? Baseo asked Ji-ho with frustration. We have all worked hard, but getting treated like this every time feels pointless. Growing up in different circumstances means differences are natural. Right? Jung-ho turned away coldly. Does he really not know? The kid blinked. Confused, she shot Baseo a loaded look. Yeah? Maybe not knowing is better. If you knew how differently that kid's days go compared to yours, you would realize your whole life's been a child's game. Baseo clenched his fists so hard the veins popped. What is so different about that secondary son anyway? Gritting his teeth with determination. Fine. All right. I will show you. The sun stood high overhead. Training's done for today. Baseo furrowed his brow. Shooting a glance to the side, he eyed Wang resting nearby with envy. What is the big deal? All the shouting about fighting at the end of the day. It is just cause he is gifted beyond us. A group of trainees settled up to BCO. Whispering. You want to keep tabs on that youngest secondary son today, right? One trainee looked worried. But is it safe wandering around the clan grounds like that? Basio-kong replied confidently. We are clan-born, so it is fine. Besides, it is not like we are entering dangerous territory, and that secondary son does not even live in the main family area. His eyes held an unshakable resolve. We can't keep letting him overshadow us like this. Tonight, I will see it with my own eyes. The sky darkened as silence fell over the estate. Basio-kong and the others hid behind a wall. Waiting. How long has he been in the research wing? It is already 9 p.m. Man. My head spinning from training all day. Basio, let us head back. Another trainee chimed in, I am wiped out too. The guy in the middle agreed. Whatever. We can't even figure out what that secondary son's doing in there anyway. Watching the others wave goodbye and leave. Basio sneered. Weaklings. Just then, Y appeared as it stepped out. Basio Hong perked up. He is out. He rubbed his arms, trying to psych himself up. Come on. You got this. Basio followed Yace every step closely, silently. He thought. Finally. Going home, I pushed open a door into another wing. Surprising BCU. The training grounds. That is for the main family. He is not supposed to get in there. Strange sounds came from inside the wing, making everyone outside jump in shock. The confused mushroom head student whispered, What is that sound? Even the student next to him was suspicious. Training noises. The student behind picked up phone to advise. Basio. Looks like that youngest master really means business. Let us just stop. The master is not wrong about anything. The mushroom head student kept babbling. We will try to be like Y2. Basio Wong cut in sharply. Hey, I never skip personal training. Nothing different about that. The two students looking at each other nervously did not dare say a word. Basio Wong just stood silently watching the two leave. Thinking. What is the difference between me and that straightforward kid? The two friends awkwardly walked away. Well, sorry. We are heading back now. Basio Wong hit to one side, observing why he is taking a break. But I will prove I am not wrong. Basio Wong followed closely down the dark hallway, careful not to get caught spotting why. Why only brightened up after entering the courtyard. Finally, home. Suddenly, a flashlight shone on Basio Wong. Hey, stop right there. A night guard pulled his hood back to get a better look. What is this? A student. The guard aimed the flashlight at him for inspection. Young Master Li, though he roams these halls nightly. The guard was surprised to see Basio Wong tagging along. Every single night, Basio Wong raised his hands, trying to explain. I just had some business. The guard, losing patience, urged. This is not allowed. Head back now. Basio Wong slowly lowered his hands, still sneaking glances behind him. Yes, sir. He noticed a light flickering on the second floor of Y's place. The light was still on. He wondered. The lamp still burning? It is already 2. Basio Wong turned away, mumbling. Well then, good luck to you. Without hesitation, he just spun around and walked off. Let us. Dawn was breaking. The sun had not risen yet, only the faint morning glow. Next day, 5 am. The training yard reserved for Class 5. Basio Wong rubbed his tired head with eyes closed. Just as I thought. I got home way too late last night. He slowly dropped his hands, his face full of shock at the scene before him. I was already here. Massaging his shoulders. Your husband's really exhausted. Despite his natural physique and the overwhelming magical power inherited from the main line. But can a 13-year-old kid survive on just 3 to 4 hours of sleep every day? Remembering yesterday, Basio Wong felt ashamed lying on the couch while Yi was grinding away. What about me? When I get home, I usually chill watching TV or gaming. Yet, for his first time, Basio Wong approached Yi without a hint of jealousy. I also train solo, but I still get enough rest balanced with some downtime. I looked up suspiciously at him. What is with you? I raised an eyebrow at Basio Wong's question. Don't you feel tired? Basio Wong's reply froze Yi solid. Wait, were there people spying on me yesterday? Suddenly, Basio Wong poured out his heart, leaving Yi speechless. Yeah, as a mainline hair, I get support. That is a different starting point. And besides, he sincerely shared, since I was little, this has been my life. Before joining the student team, I did sleep more. But not enough sleep always means exhaustion. Basio Wong hung his head in shame. Then why? Why push yourself this hard? I stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder, whispering, You already know the answer. Basio Wong reluctantly bowed his head, lips trembling from holding back. After Yi's back disappeared into the distance, Basio Wong silently cursed under his breath. Damn it! Taesin stood still in the grand hall, sword in hand. Fully focused, someone entered from outside. Catching his attention at the family's main estate, Butler Choi approached with a stack of papers. Clan leader. The mission reports from Mir. Jia have been processed. Taesin reached out. Let me see. He examined each page carefully. This is not enough. These are level 7 and 8 dungeons, way too dangerous for the student team's current level. Taesin looked at the butler, revealing his worry. We can stockpile food and weapons, but people are not replaceable. Now we need to create survivors. The butler bowed slightly, as if fully understanding. Got it. I will handle it as you command. Then he hesitated for a moment before continuing. Also, there is one more thing I need to report. A heavy silence filled the grand hall before Taesin finally spoke. The youngest did that, thinking of that kid who did not seem like a kid at all. Li Xian sighed. That boy. From the start, he had a different look in his eyes, like someone who has been stripped down, knocked to rock bottom. Taesin looked on, fidgeting with me. Li Xian's hand, but leading people and changing them. That is a whole different game. He handed a stack of documents back to Butler Choi, reminding him, adjust the test content a bit. Jung Hop is the 8th student in the same class. Raise the difficulty for the whole team. Ling quickly took it and replied, understood. Taesin smiled with a knowing glint. Does that kid really have what it takes to lead? This time, I will be watching closely. Early morning at the exclusive training ground for Class 5. Dong Ho stepped in, curiosity written all over his face. The scene before him made his eyes widen. Lost already. Give up. Damn it. It is not over yet. The trainees stood in neat rows, jogging around the track. These guys showed up early on a weekend. Some others were paired off sparring, which eased Dong Ho's worries. Looks like no one is slacking off. One trainee turned around just in time to see Dong Ho. Coach, he is here. They praised. Well, even on the weekend, still grinding hard. Dong Ho approached a trainee and quietly instructed, if anyone's missing, go get them. There is an announcement. The kid nodded and hurried off. Yes, sir. Once everyone gathered, he announced sternly, though this is sudden, the first quarter evaluation has been moved up. Dong Ho beamed, sharing the good news. You are all getting a week off first. Think of this as your final day off. Rest up well. He seemed about to say more but stopped himself. Seeing the trainees, battered but fired up, made Dong Ho smile with satisfaction. No need to remind them to keep up minimum training, even during the break. He shouted loudly to the class. I trust you all know how to handle yourselves. Good work. That is a wrap. Everyone echoed the cheer loudly. There you go. Why? Bowing his head in thought. Suddenly getting time off, and the evaluation pushed earlier. Is this really okay? Feeling someone behind him, he looked up. Why is not everyone gone yet? Kim Him greeted him with a big smile. We are watching the young master, sir. Let in Halix check out why. Testing the waters. Young master, what is the plan for this break? He shrugged and tossed out a casual line that left the others baffled. Time off is personal. Why ask? His next words confused them even more. Eyes wide as saucers? Take off whenever you need. I am not here to boss you around during the break. They started whispering among themselves, shocked to hear this from the young master. Honestly, we thought he would make us grind in some hellish training session. Like, who actually plans to rest? Then drag everyone into a brutal group workout. Seeing them openly gossip right in front of him made Y frown in irritation. Why not say it louder? What do you guys take me for? Then he dropped a suggestion that made the whole crew jump in fear. Should we maybe train like it is day 1 during this break? Why? Sighed resignedly. Rest when you need to. Rest is important. I know you want to just sit around anyway. Handle yourselves. Rest up, and we will meet back after the break. He barely took a few steps when the whole class erupted in cheers behind him. One fine day at Li Wang Ho's research lab, Wang Ho frowned and demanded, I heard there is time off. I have got piles of research to do. She was forced by Weil to sit down and read, yet still got called out. Clearly you were messing with your phone earlier. Wang Ho snapped. Messing around. I am reading Choi In-H's work, approved by the master himself. Even leukemia has been cured by. Why? Asked curiously. Wait, what are you reading? He then seriously brought up another issue. So the early quarter evaluation? That was actually an order from my father. Wang Ho nodded firmly. It was a direct command. Why? When you are stuck in that panic black hole, this test's gonna be way tougher than anyone expected. Right now, I am blocked by this magical barrier. To break through, I will have to track down the next memory of the infinite. Remember that time? Why? You failed and got a headache? If the memory 1T unlock, it means something is still missing. I tried upgrading the process to unlock the next memory, but no luck. While Y was not paying attention, the papers nearby started shaking. Guess I will just have to keep searching. Suddenly, the whole stack of papers crashes down. What the heck? Gotta be more careful. All the documents scattered across the floor. I told you to clean this mess up already. As you are picking them up, you suddenly spot something. What is this? The research talks about harmony. The key difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their ultimate goal. It suggests that back then, humanity's techniques focused on fighting monsters. Why? Reads the analysis carefully. The goal, probably like Triki Mass. Trechma itself was an extreme technique. Suddenly, you jump up so fast Sir Hyan has to pause mid-bite. What is up, kid? Why? Dashes off without forgetting to say goodbye. Hey, I will explain later. Gotta hit the training grounds now. Sir Hyan's still stunned when the papers on the table fly everywhere. She watches Wa vanish like the wind, shouting, "That kid's asking for trouble." A blue light envelops the sword as a hand gently grips the hilt. Why? Tightens their hold, ready for battle. Now imagine the opponent. Slowly, you close your eyes and focus your mind. Inside ya, a dark, massive figure appears, a monster bigger than me. A beast from another world. A colossal creature. Using ineffective techniques, no combos. No power conservation. No dodging or blocking. The more focused you get, the more the sword absorbs that blue energy. Empty tricks with no real damage or just distractions. Useless. Ios gravity suddenly shifts, cracking the ground beneath. Treshma's target is crystal clear. A massive explosion rocks the area, sending rocks flying everywhere. Why? Leaps up, sword glowing bright. Ready to strike the monster down, the blade points at a huge black beast. Tentacles writhing beneath, you swing along. Precise slash, cutting through the monster's limbs. The sword shines with fierce light, and Yo's whole body is wrapped in that glow. The light surrounds him completely. Smoke rises continuously, a soft breeze ruffling O's hair. He stands still in the haze, the whole space falling silent. Suddenly, dark smoke coils around the sword. Alright, darkness slowly swallows Y, yet he keeps his eyes wide open, full of anticipation. Now, what is about to appear? As night fades, Y looks around confused. Where am I? A hazy courtyard materializes, training grounds. Exactly like the first time I received the Infinite's memory. Why does the perspective shift only when reading Infinite's memories? Why? Hides behind a pillar, startled by something he sees. A fighter battles inside. The other guy he is from Infinite's previous memory. That speed is insane. Yo's pupils widen in shock. What the heck is that? At first, he is holding a sword, then it shifts into a spear. Seeing the strange aura around him, Y deduces that when the weapon changes, so does the aura. Quickly, his weapon shifts into an axe. It is not just his aura changing, it is Infinite itself morphing the aura. Yo's gaze can barely keep up with the guy's moves. Now he is switching fighting styles too. That fighter paused for a moment to chat with someone. Hey, do not sneak a peek while others are training. The other guy got curious since you showed up. Have you named those techniques yet? The fighter shook his head. Not yet. And honestly, they are not really techniques yet. The other guy suggested. How about I name them? What do you think of 10,000 transformations? Why? Quickly ducked out of sight as they sensed movement. Nice move. Suddenly, the fighter's tone turned cold. Hey, are you seriously bringing someone here? The other guy's denials only made him more suspicious. No way I would do that. The space seemed to tear open, something just flashed by. Shaking everything up, they clashed swords again, gearing up for a duel. Why would anyone bring someone here without a reason? Why? Peeking out once more, he caught a glimpse of someone's hair fluttering in the wind. Why? He studied the sharp, cold face of the newcomer. The eyes and that hair color stood out as the figure came into focus. He recognized the signature traits of the Sungmuli main branch. The dark night sky swallowed the vast forest, while a vehicle sped swiftly through the shadows. Why? Resting his chin on his hand, he gazed out the window into the distance. A thought crossing his mind, this scene could be from the future or the past. A grimy gray wall stood oddly amidst the forest, mysterious and out of place, marking the boundary between safe and dangerous zones. Long ago, a massive rift appeared near the Pacific Ocean, a secret space humanity had never officially explored. And from that place, monster unseen by mankind spilled out. Humans fought relentlessly to reclaim their land, but vast territories remain untouched. These places are called uncharted zones, or simply, the danger zones. He habitually props his hand up, lost in thought, firing off a dozen tough questions in his mind. When suddenly, a curious voice breaks through. Lately, they say those walls mark the line between safe and danger zones. Right? Kim Hen breaks the silence with a bright smile, eyes squeezed shut. The closer they get to the danger zone, the more desolate the landscape becomes, he answers quickly. But hey, we are still inside the walls, so the destruction is not too bad. The settlements near the danger zone are pretty backward civilization-wise. Memories of a tough past flash through his mind helpless. Suffocated, he once lived there, hiding out for a while. The vehicle speeds past the massive wall, moving insanely fast. Everyone better stay alert. The wheels screech to a sudden halt, and a mysterious voice rings out. From now on, this is where we step into. As the wheels stop rolling, everyone climbs out of the vehicle. He scans ahead carefully. An unexplored dungeon lies before them. Immediately, the lead instructor calls the team together. His face is serious and commanding, no unnecessary expressions. Just pure authority. Gather up. We will establish base camp here. Check supplies. Then start the test. Li Xian. He and the students quickly assemble, each wearing a stern, focused expression. Everyone listens intently to the instructor's orders. The guard's only job is to protect the base. From now on, you are on your own. Dungho pats the kids reassuringly, finally showing a flicker of emotion. He punches his palm lightly, eyes blazing with determination. But I am not worried. He looks up at his students, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. I will support you as much as I can as the base lead trainer. Everyone show me everything you have got prepared so far. The students respond with a thunderous, spirited roar that shakes the very ground beneath them. Yes, sir. After the lead instructor's orders, Li Xian steps forward, expression serious as he announces he will take command from now on. His face shifts, a misty haze clouds his eyes, a haunted look that makes you hesitate to meet his gaze. Yet before anyone can react, he steels himself, cold and unflinching. This test just got harder because of me. This is your last chance. Anyone who wants out, leave now. In the forest of human-faced spiders, white silk strands cling to every branch. The atmosphere is dark and chilling, no doubt about it. Anyone can see this test is not for ordinary trainees. This dungeon's web-covered terrain means any intruder will be spotted by monsters instantly. Remembering his father's unyielding attitude, he thinks silently. Our mission is to film an adult spider in this forest. Clearly, this is the test Dad set for us. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut off by a firm voice. No matter how much you try now, it is useless. In a sighs decisively, his commanding presence overwhelms the room. He solemnly adds, we trust you. Li Xian briefly shows surprise, unable to hide his shock, but quickly exhales, smiling softly as he begins the task ahead. He scans the group's faces, then quips, you guys really say those cheesy lines so naturally. Huh. Inha blushes. Embarrassed? That is because lack of skin creates that vibe. After a slightly awkward and teasing exchange, the mood in the jungle crew lifted dramatically. Li Xian confidently stood empty-handed, ready to lead everyone forward. All right. Got it. No one's backing down. Final comm check. Restock supplies. Then we dive into the jungle with all the fire we have got. Let us move. The forest of human-faced spiders operates like ants or bees, organized and deadly. It is a nightmare to handle. Stepping into this jungle, Li Xian glanced around. Sure, everyone knew what they were up against. The whole team took their first steps into the forest as Li Xian quickly briefed everyone on the mission and the dangers lurking ahead. Our mission: record the behavior of these spiders that have lived here for at least 10 years using our cameras. Li Xian spun around, fixing his gaze on Choi In-ha. From now on, the commander is Choi In-ha. Li Xian's words stunned him. Wide-eyed, he asked, wait, what do you mean? Li Xian pointed at himself, clarifying, I am going in alone. I will be the bait for the spiders. Everyone's faces twisted in confusion, questions hanging thick in the air. Then horror dawned on them, their expressions morphing uncontrollably. What? Seriously, giant? Dark purple spiders with webs tangled not just in the trees but everywhere around them. Li Xian separated from the group and charged forward alone, decisively plunging his spear into a massive spider's body. Viscous blue goo splattered everywhere, drenching his gear. His face was flushed, gasping for breath. But finally, they were all gathered, standing amid a swarm of monstrous spiders with razor-sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. Li Xian held his ground. Taking out a few to lure them in with dangerous pheromones was worth it. The human-faced spiders bring back high-nutrition prey to feed their larvae. Li Xian's eyes locked on a spider creeping closer. He thought silently, the simplest way to make them see me as. He unleashed his power, one hand brushing the spear as dazzling turquoise sparks lit up the sky. A single nutritious prey proves it possesses terrifying strength. Li Xian began moving the spear as the swarm of spiders from all sides lunged toward him like a tidal wave of venom. His gaze faltered, spotting patches of that eerie blue liquid splattered everywhere. The spiders with fiery red eyes dove in, each glare thick with deadly intent, but none of it shook him. Li Xian gripped his weapon tighter, eyes sharp, tracking every single move. His expression barely flickered with a hint of tension as those sharp legs lunged forward. Leo casually stuffed a mouthful of contempt into his mouth. He found himself in an unfamiliar place, eyes scanning around, wondering, where the hell am I? Suddenly, a spark lit in his eyes. He realized he was inside the cocoon of a human-faced spider. Just as planned, he started casting magic. Blue light wrapped around his body. His stomach churned from poison, but his condition was not too bad. First, he had to use invisibility to erase his presence. Leo slashed through thick webs blocking the way, clearing the pointless obstacle. The web shattered into fragments, each thread softly falling to the ground. Then he sat up, searching for their larvae if this was their nest. The babies had to be nearby. Leo stabbed his spear into the nest, creating a crack to get a better look inside. Suddenly, he froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Peering through the gap, his astonishment deepened. Before him lay dozens of cocoons scattered everywhere. So many food cocoons. This can't just be what they caught today. They should be eaten all this long ago. So why? The thought sent a chill down Leo's spine. His eyes wide with shock. One cocoon was pitch black and grotesquely strange, unlike anything else. What the hell was that? The cocoon began to pulse, releasing waves of dark purple energy all around. He sensed something seriously off about it, his face tightening with focus. Leo lightly touched his back. Dark energy settled on him, resonating with his own aura. The cocoon started to break apart, releasing a purple mist that spread outwards. Then, a rough spider leg emerged, stepping out from the slick, slimy mess. Sharp claws like thorns, looking almost human, began clutching at the tangled mess that emerged. A half-human spider queen stood right in front of him, with 3 pairs of deep black eyes and a twisted, grotesque smile. She was a human-faced spider queen, a level 5 monster, her sinister voice echoing from her mouth. You kids must be starving. Huh? Yum gripped the cocoon, trapping him, struggling to peek through the cracked opening to get a better look at the spider queen, a level 6 spider queen in a dungeon, and she can speak human language. She has not even opened her mouth yet. The black-clawed limbs lunged forward, aiming straight for the nearest cocoons. As Yom's thoughts raced, could it be that the dark energy is reading the Spider Queen's mind? The Spider Queen ruthlessly pierced through those cocoons, releasing a burst of violet energy, then slammed hard into the cocoon wrapping Yum, shattering it instantly. Yum quickly slipped out, dodging claws and shards as he thought. No time left to keep hiding. The Spider Queen stood before Yum, an eerie glow radiating from her lower eyes, small and vulnerable. He sat facing the giant Spider Queen amidst smoke and dust that still hung heavy over the battlefield's ruin, seeing the blue liquid clinging to Yom's body. She growled, "What is this? Human, the thing that awakens me, lies within you. Why do humans have this?" The Spider Queen screamed fiercely, her face twisted, all 6 eyes blazing as her jagged mouth opened wide. Give it to me. Yum did not flinch, raising his sword toward her with eyes blazing fierce and fearless, the kind of deadly pressure only a top predator can wield, staring her down. Yum thought, this pressure won't work on me. The Spider Queen seemed taken aback, her jagged face flushed with anger, but her power noticeably weakened. Who dares resist my magic? She snarled, glaring at him. You reckless fool. Finally, she used all 6 eyes to scan the forest wrecked by explosions and raging fires that sent rocks flying, turning the scene into utter chaos. Watching the fierce flames, a fleeting sense of helplessness crossed her mind. Stop this. Behind her, Yum smirked quietly at her fury. What did you do exactly? He smiled brightly, the dim forest light flickering in his eyes, mixing disdain with triumph. It is a weapon called a magic bullet. Lucky this cursed forest is full of flammable stuff. I just triggered everything remotely. At that moment, Squad 1 arrived, their fiery momentum surging forward. It is starting. Squad 1's moving out should reach the base in under 30 minutes. Back at headquarters, he was not wasting a second, eyes glued to the screen, headset on, giving detailed orders and mission updates. His focus was razor sharp. No room for mistakes. This is the base camp. The young master has detected level 5 magic power within the nest. It seemed the other side caught on to the hesitation in Dong Ho's voice, hastily replying, Make sure you support the trainees first. Enraged, the Spider Queen clenched her teeth, starting to fight back against Yum. How dare you? With her half-human, half-spider body, she stood proudly among her red-eyed spider minions, her roar full of rage and menace. The other spider minions went berserk, desperate to tear apart anything that threatened their queen. Hurry up, protect my domain. Tiny against her jagged, thorn-covered legs, Yum looked like a lone ant lost in a brutal new world. I will crush you myself. The Spider Queen asserted her dominance, ready to advance. You foolish brat. You think you can take me down alone? They are coming. My allies. Think they will make it here. You can touch me. Her glowing eyes fixed on Yum. But what shocked her was his unshaken calm. You are the one who is seriously underestimating me. The Spider Queen paused. Stunned. What? Liam closed his eyes. His face serene and unreadable. Then he smiled, gripping his sword with one hand and casting a spell with the other, as if the real game was just beginning. Right now, Squad 1 is moving in, the young captain desperately trying to coordinate everyone's moves. All squads keep firing relentlessly to draw the humanoid spider's attention, while Squad 1 charges straight into the nest to back up the young master and clear the escape route. The elder man bluntly questions, while everyone else is still scrambling to run as fast as they can. Wait, there's a wild card inside the nest. Are we just gonna act like this? Choyana keeps pushing forward, explaining, this is the young master's order. We stick to the plan. But Choi and Hess' eyes flicker with uncertainty, worry creeping in young master. Please hold on just a little longer. The forest is ablaze, a roaring sea of fire devouring everything in sight. The ground trembles violently, debris raining down chaotically, and in the chaos, the queen spider's roar shatters the air, dripping with fury. What? The queen spider loses control? Screaming madly. Why are not you dead yet? How are you still standing? Li's face flickers in and out of shadow, framed by the chaos and shattered debris. He exhales deeply, eyes locked on the queen spider. What does he see in those eyes? The golden glow in his eyes flickers with surprise hidden secrets. Invisible power flows. Those eyes can see what is called the demon's sight. He covers his mouth after coughing up blood, trying to contain the mess. Thanks to demon's sight, he can read the flow of magic, dodging lethal blows. But the power gap is just too huge to avoid them all. He pulls a blue vial from his coat and pours it onto his injured arm. Luckily, the queen spider just hatched and can't fully control her body yet. Covered in wounds but unyielding, he knows there is only one shot. Gripping his sword with both hands, sword shining bright blue, he unleashes a basic but deadly technique. His eyes blaze in the night as he swings forward. A wave of blue light floods the area, engulfing the massive queen spider. Rocks fly everywhere. Streaks of glowing blue magic scatter wildly. He struggles to keep his gaze fixed, gasping painfully for air. Too shallow, too weak. The queen spider starts to falter, losing limbs, screaming in agony. His thoughts race just as expected. Slicing through that tough exoskeleton with a single strike is near impossible. The queen spider painfully rises, 6 sharp horns visible from behind, battered from his strike in unbearable pain. She curses, I will turn you into my servant, drag out the power inside you, heal myself, and then you will. She refuses to back down, purple light radiating from her hands like a challenge. Enduring endless agony, Yum grits his teeth, barely dodging her purple energy blasts. One beam hits his head, sending a wave of hallucinations straight to his brain. Wyome's eyes glaze over. A cold voice echoes in his mind. Submit. The words explode inside his head. Yum clutches his skull, screaming in agony. Seeing this, the queen spider laughs triumphantly, more satisfied than ever, her arrogant face lighting up. Suddenly, she vomits that strange green liquid. Caught off guard and unable to regain her composure, she clutches her grotesque face in shock. Utterly bewildered, what the hell is this? The queen spider lunges with her black, veiny hands, trying to crush him. Yum stands firm, unmoving, eyes locked on her without a flinch. Then he calmly offers a warning she can't use anymore. Careful now. Spiders hate fire. He watches the spiderlings trapped in the flames, desperately scrambling for a way out. Meanwhile, Wyome's voice turns icy cold. Too late now. The others rush in, quickly assessing the situation. Sorry we are late. Had to clear the path. Yum breathes out, slapping Kim Han on the shoulder. Though Kim Han looks pale as a ghost, once we get back, you will all get special training. Kim Han sighs. Even in a mess like this, you still say that, without another word. Everyone quickly moves out. Kim Han supports the injured Yum. All right, let us get out of this nest now. They answered in unison, loud and clear. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, the senior officers were huddled together, each voice filled with suspicion. Everyone doubted Team 5 had abandoned their mission. Team 5 from the first year is off schedule. We received reports they returned 30 minutes ago. They did not bail on the mission like Team 4. Did they? Honestly, it is understandable. That was a special level 6 dungeon. After all, plus, some weird phenomenon happened. Just then, Officer Dong-ho pushed open the door, shattering the earlier tension. His face showed clear urgency. Sorry for the delay. Many were injured. We had to get them to the hospital first. Dong-ho stepped up to the podium, clutching the control panel. Starting my briefing now, I will report everything immediately. His expression grew serious, as if replaying the events in his mind. He recounted the mission from start to finish with deadly seriousness. Team 5's mission was to monitor the adult human face spiders in the forest. But during the mission, we encountered a strange anomaly and began gathering intel. First, Team 5 entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted 132 explosive magic bullets. Suddenly, an officer interrupted, disbelief and worry flashing across Dungho's face as he asked again, "Wait a minute, did I hear that right? You used firepower?" Dungho did not hesitate to confirm, "Yes, exactly. Plus, we used 52 more bullets fighting monsters, 184 rounds total." The officer suddenly exploded, slamming his hand on the table with fierce anger. "Are you trying to blow up the entire dungeon?" The usually quiet room erupted with a barrage of accusations as the officer shouted, "Your mission was just to film the anomaly. Do not tell me you blew up the dungeon and called it a win." Dung's face darkened, avoiding eye contact, but calmly replied, "The mission was, indeed, accomplished." The officer was not done, continuing to shout, "Show me the footage, now." Just then, Officer Li entered with a recording device in hand, quickly stepping in to ease the tension. "Sorry for being late, the recording gear broke. Took some time to fix. Here's the video." Li held out the device toward the younger officer, who looked at it, surprised. Xiao Haiyan's face twisted with anger, eyes wide, mouth covered with one hand, whispering furiously to Li, "Dude, seriously, blowing up the dungeon, is that normal or what? And you did not even have to get caught on camera like that." Li ignored Xiao Haiyan and calmly responded, "If you want footage, this is the surest way." The room fell silent again, only a soft voice whispered, "Unbelievable." The officer rubbed his face with one hand, clenched his fist with the other, eyes hollow, completely unprepared for this shock. The report's content was brutal. The footage of bombing the dungeon was like pouring gasoline on a house already on fire. "Do you really think this was a smart plan?" Li remained calm and confident, replying, "I chose the option with the highest chance of success. With a standard plan, would the trainees even succeed?" The officer hesitated immediately. "Well," Li's frown deepened, but his gaze stayed firm as he continued bluntly, "I would rather do whatever it takes to finish the mission than fail or quit." Li showed no worry, stating plainly, "Sumbalan only cares about results. That is it." The officer clasped his hands in front of him, eyes scanning for an escape route. "Is this a variable? It looks like one, but it is actually a plan. That guy trusts his plan completely." The other officers started murmuring, faces falling. Clearly, the advantage was with Li. His plan was too bold to be a benchmark or be scored fairly. Only now did Li relax, a slight smile playing on his lips, eyes shining with confidence amid the praise. Having completed the mission with 0 casualties, Team 5 scored a perfect 10 in this evaluation, unmatched by any other team. The Sumbu family's top executive reported, 32 dead, 78 seriously injured, many with minor wounds. Since the contract includes a clause waiving individual claims, there is nothing to worry about. Texan held the report, his face darkening as he asked, "What about the measures to handle casualties from this evaluation?" The butler Choi replied calmly, "All medical expenses for those seriously injured will be fully covered, including those with irreversible conditions." Knowing Texan was struggling to keep control, Choi flipped to another page and said, "Let us continue with the progress report." "Thanks for your hard work," Texan said politely. Turning away, he grabbed the remote and added, "And here are the documents on the dungeons from this report." Texan studied everything, hand on his mouth, muttering, "This really has some impact." Looking at the screen, he commented, "Imyanju's forest has always been a danger zone." Butler Choi agreed, "Yes, it is at the far northern edge of Gangwon province." The video showed the Spider Queen commanding her swarm to attack, before cutting off abruptly. Short clip. Texan noted. Butler Choi nodded. "From what we know, this is all the restored footage. It seems it was tampered with." Texan sipped his tea and said softly, "This kid's definitely interesting." He opened his eyes and smiled. "What do you think?" Butler Choi folded his hands respectfully. "Honestly, he completed a tough mission with pure brains." "Impressive? Yes, but I worry the young master is underestimating strategy and tactics." Texan pondered the reply. "You think so too? That is surprising." He found himself curious. Yeah, images of their last battle flashed in his mind. Texan admitted, his unconventional, reckless style, that is just youthful boldness. True mastery comes from knowing the tactics inside out. Only then can one pull off those miraculous moves. Not just the students. Even the trainers do not oppose his plan that proves the youngest's leadership skills. He spread the reports on the table and calmly said, "In fact, there is no missing info and the plan was executed flawlessly." Then Texan clasped his hands. "Not just this evaluation, but the number and intensity of evaluations overall should be increased." Butler Choi bowed quickly. Understood. I will take care of it. After Choi left, Taekson smiled with excitement. Looks like the other kids are finally starting to notice the youngest. A few months later, at the military academy's male training area, a hand shot up along with a stammered voice. Hey, sir, it was Kim Han, the rebellious one. You know we just finished the final assessment yesterday. Right? The instructor crossed his arms and replied bluntly. That is why I gave you the day off yesterday. Kim Han slumped. Never mind. Seeing Kim Han's gloom, the instructor continued addressing the class. Even though the final assessment ended, do not forget the promotion exam is still coming up. I do not want anyone in this class held back. Got it? The whole class answered in unison. Yes. Understood. Then he sighed helplessly. Kim Han, I heard you were exhausted from running out of mana during the last assessment. Today, you will memorize the 10 basic rules. Kim Han flinched. Next, the instructor had all the students run laps. Hands on hips. He said, let us start with some physical training. Everyone obeyed. Yes, sir. Watching their enthusiasm, he smiled inwardly. They are stronger now, not just physically, but mentally. They no longer crumble under setbacks. They learn to make up for them. Suddenly nostalgic, he recalled the past memories. It has almost been a year since joining the academy. Except for those cut early on, no one in this class had quit or died. From afar, someone ran over. Dungho asked politely, Sir, is there a moment? The instructor looked up. Curious. What is up? The man extended his hand. I have some info about the promotion exam. He extended his hand. Explaining. I have got some intel to share about the promotion test. Without delay, the other followed his lead, saying, Got it. I will head there right now. As soon as he stepped into the room, someone called out, Hey. Over here, a girl's silhouette appeared from afar, waving frantically, calling out. Over here, it was Li Xian, who patted the seat beside her and said, Sit down. I have got something to tell you. As he said, Li Xian praised him. You did great on this evaluation, he politely replied. Yeah, I heard Class 1 did really well too. She beamed proudly, shouting, Yeah, that is right. Watching her fired up like that, he just shrugged. Man, why are you so obsessed with that whole senior thing? Suddenly, a voice above grabbed both their attention. Is everyone settled? The instructor entered, radiating authority. He placed his hand on the table and said, Today marks the final quarterly evaluation of the year. I will explain the content and schedule for this course, promotion exam. Without delay, he began. As you know, your annual summary score combined with your promotion exam results will decide your rank advancement. And this time, the exam will take place at Gate 7, about 3 kilometers north of here. That made him flinch. Thinking. The gate. He rubbed his chin. Pondering. I predicted a change in the exam, but not the location. On the stage, the instructor held up a card to explain. Inside the gate will be different types of challenges. Each trainee carries a name card. Lose it, and you are out of the competition. Other than that, no rules. Grab as many name cards as you can. Silence fell below as he continued evenly. This promotion exam is not just a test of combat skills. It is more like a war for dominance. A sly grin spread across his face. That is how it is. A vision formed in his mind, snatching name cards, stealing them. Surviving. Losing your name card means losing rank. The number you hold determines your exam score. Simple rules. He pictured someone snatching the number 1 card. He understood, but the so-called handling death was a trap. Losing your card did not necessarily mean death. Outsiders would not even know. So go ahead, steal or hunt down hidden name cards. As long as you have a card, it does not matter if you took it or found it. He tapped his arm repeatedly, his thoughts sharpening. Plus, this is an individual fight with 50 participants. Someone's definitely pulling strings. Then he sneered. Realizing something, a promotion exam held inside the gate, cut off from the outside world. No evidence left behind. No matter what happens to an illegitimate child, this is an opportunity they can't afford to miss. Li Xian looked at him, sizing him up, muttering, What? He remained lost in his thoughts. But that also meant he could exploit the situation his way. Silence fell below as he continued explaining steadily. The promotion test this time is not just about combat skill. It is more like a war to seize control. He smiled knowingly. So that is how it is. A vision popped into his head, silently analyzing the game. Capture the title. Steal the badges. Survive. Losing your badge means losing rank. and the number of badges you hold determines your score. In the test, a simple rule. He pictured someone snatching the top badge. He understood deep down. But the so-called death handling was a trap. Once your badge is stolen, outsiders would not know. So just steal or hunt down hidden badges, does not matter where or from whom. As long as you have a badge. Tapping his arm thoughtfully, his plans became clearer. Plus, this was a one-on-one match involving 52 players. Definitely someone is pulling strings here. Then he smirked with disdain. Realizing this, a promotion test held behind closed gates, cut off from the outside world. No evidence left behind. No matter what happens to an illegitimate kid, this is a chance they can't afford to miss. Sihai shot him a look full of judgment, mumbling. Why though? He stayed lost in thought, but that also meant he could exploit this situation his way. Cut to another room, someone's legs swung on the table to a tune, until a voice interrupted. Hey, what are you doing? The other responded cheerfully, humming a different melody. Just watching my adorable little brother work up a sweat. Lee Jae-uk, Sungmuli's seventh son. Jae-uk kept a poker face. The usual teasing came. You crazy? She crossed her arms, laughing. This brat thinks he can match me. Li Xian? Sungmuli's sixth daughter. Suna stretched her arms lazily, saying, honestly, compared to him, the youngest is way cuter. Acting like a little bunny, she lifts a knife up to her face, licking her lips in a way that makes you want to snap her neck. Then Sia smirks and asks Jae-uk, hey, setting that aside, what do you think? He focuses on typing and replies, what do you mean? Her voice sharpens. What else? Mom's orders. Right? Jae-uk suddenly stops typing, sighs, and says, she said it is time for an evaluation. Suna tosses the knife into the air, speaking with a broad, sarcastic tone. I am not happy about it. Some bastard claiming the lineage of the ninth branch, while being a royal bastard. The knife falls, and she catches it with one hand. Someone so clueless and arrogant deserves a lesson. She drives the knife straight into the table, accompanied by a sound of irritation. Suna leans on the table, smiling but fiddling nervously with the knife, relying on a weak eldest brother and still acting cocky. He needs to know exactly where he stands. The promotion test. This is the exam for students to level up to the next year. This time, it is a fight for badges inside a stabilized secret realm. Kimon scans the guards and asks curiously, why is the secret realm so heavily guarded if it is already stabilized? The reply is casual, probably to reassure civilians, or as a precaution since this place used for research and experiments. After speaking, he glances around but notices fewer guards than expected. Silently, he spots 3 people in the distance and thinks, do they think they can get away with this because I am not paying attention? Or maybe the students' skill levels are just that low. Those thoughts swarm him, but he quickly dismisses them. None of it really matters. He turns to the students and asks, all right, is everyone ready? Chuayana clasps her hands behind her back excitedly. Of course, he whispers back. Then he turns and leads the group. Let us. All the students shout back. Yes, sir. Scene shifts to the office. Siana grabs another piece of cake, praising, well, this office got some seriously good snacks. Jiek, handling official business, warns his sister. Those are for guests. Don't overdo it. But she just grabs the whole box and keeps eating. No way. Hey, any news yet? I even came to tell you myself. The steady tapping of keys continues. He answers. The instructor just reported that the second-year students have entered. 2. Siana holds up her cake with a grin, buzzing with excitement at the thought of those bastards struggling. Mom said if we do well here, there is a reward. Right? She giggles happily, but her excitement stiffens GX typing fingers. He needs to focus before thinking about rewards. He stops typing, staring at the screen, wondering if everything will really go smoothly. Though he trusts the plan, in his mind, the image of my Gaiwang appears. He warns. Listen, little bro, that bastard Uck is not your match. Watch your back. That warning gnaws at him. It was a recent visit from his eldest brother. At the time, he brushed it off, but now it won't leave his mind. Suddenly, his phone vibrates on the desk, snapping him out of his thoughts. Siana jumps up, curiously asking, what is up? Is it? Zia's not answer? His brows furrow deeply. Growing impatient, she snatches the phone. What is the news? Reading the update, Siana grimly announces. 21 eliminated. 15 withdrew. Her face darkens, furious enough to crush the phone. 5 first-year students still alive. No way. Still can't he take down that bastard? Zia can only cover his face. Sighing in helpless defeat, he runs a hand through his hair, thinking, We completely lost against the youngest. Li. Inside the secret realm. Xian's on run for their lives. Damn it. This sucks. Xian, panting hard as they run, can't he help but shout. He is just a bastard. From the 5th grade, Xian snaps back. Shut up and run. If we hide in the cave, he won't find us. Once inside the cave, Xian whiz. Did we lose him yet? In an instant, a sword sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, plunging deep into the ground and leaving a gaping crater. The kid's eyes went wide as he spotted the sword flying toward him. Panic flooding his face. It is here. But even Yinha could not dodge it. The blade pierced him straight on. He grabbed the kid's wrist with a grin and told Xian. Found him. Yinha's here. The kid, buzzing with excitement, stepped closer and exclaimed, You hid well. Xian backed up, begging. Had to search forever to find you. Don't he come closer? I said do not. Are you going to finish me off now? Why are you stepping on me? Yinha was not having it. He grabbed the kid's collar and snapped. Sounds like I am the one who started this fight. Raising his sword coldly, he declared, If you dare swing your sword at us, you will pay the price. Then a massive explosion rocked the cave, followed by Xian's agonized screams. After a moment, Yinha called out cheerfully, Young master, we are done here. Standing over 2 unconscious foes, Yinha praised, Good. Let us move right after finishing up. There are still a few targets who might go after me, the kid said. Then agreed. All right. I will regroup with the Silver Army immediately. Before Yinha left, Yinha seriously reminded him, Stick to the plan. I will move solo. Everyone else, handle your assigned targets and keep collecting merit badges. Yinha quickly responded, then took off. Got it. After he left, Yinha pondered. What really mattered in this ranking test was the number of merit badges earned. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he thought, stealing merit badges from others is inefficient. Opening his eyes, he activated his demonic eye. Curious about something, that is when he formed a theory. Clenching his sword at his side, he used his demonic eye to scan for merit badges. Could he actually find them this way? A beam of light shot from his eye to a mountain peak. He grinned in his mind. Got it. Yinha swiftly leaped, using his foot to spring upward. As soon as he landed on the summit, he spotted a merit badge. This works. Definitely worth it. Clutching the badge tightly, Yinha smiled. Perfect. He jumped down, happily deciding, I might as well practice my control skills while I am at it. After searching for a while, he checked his bag and muttered, Woo, look at this. The bag was packed with shiny merit badges. Yinha marveled. Didn't expect to collect this many. No wonder the bag feels so heavy. Ignoring the bag, he looked down below. But down there, chaos erupted with constant clashes. Yinha sighed. No chance to keep leveling up my demonic eye now. He exhaled deeply, thinking, the test's almost over, and I have been fighting nonstop since morning. Suddenly, a figure soared toward him. Yinha recognized who it was and thought, well, if I keep dodging, they are bound to catch up eventually. The person landed safely, letting out a frustrated breath. Finally found you. Xian struck a battle pose, calling out, Li. But seeing Yinha's attitude, the girl quickly lost interest. What is up? Not surprised. Yinha replied simply, I knew you were watching. That is why I did not run. Xian retorted. Then you should at least take a break, she added. Yinha rolled his eyes, shrugging. There, I am stopping for you now. What more do you want? The girl tightened her hair tie and snapped. Good, no more talk. Then she raised her sword and threw down the gauntlet. Let us settle this with a duel. Xian flipped her thumb down, taunting, winner takes all. You call me sis. Yinha was not backing down, and what then? She smirked with a voice that gave him chills. If you win, I will call you bro. Yinha grabbed his shoulders and backed away. If you are trying to mess with my head, it is working. Xian snapped. Shut up. Enough talk. Without another word, she charged forward. Xian gripped her sword tightly and advanced happily, while Yinha met her seriously. Sword ready. Under the faint moonlight, the training ground lay peaceful, a cold, quiet glow spreading as the snow slowly melted, marking the end of the promotion test's fierce battle. The evaluation system had gotten tougher, and with 2 mainline hairs competing this time, it truly became the hottest topic around. The household servants could not stay quiet either, endlessly gossiping about the battle long after it ended. Of course, the youngest lady will take first place, right? Even second-year students joined in. So can the top Vietnamese students really hold their ground? Besides throwing compliments around, they were whispering and sneaking glances. So what about those guys? Right? Against a clear blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, The ancient tiled roof of the temple stood majestic. Young Master Ut and the top boys class, yeah? With a confident look, he stepped up, eyes locked straight ahead, accepting the certificate handed to him. Congratulations, young Master Li, sir. You topped the promotion list. Li, you are the valedictorian of the entire class. Calmly, he closed his eyes briefly, hands reaching out to accept the wide certificate. Thanks. Honestly, I thought I would not get first place, but deep inside, he thought differently no matter what. They could not cheat so blatantly, yeah? He recalled earlier how he would beaten Saowen with a nonchalant expression if Li Xian had not done so badly on the final exam. Who knows? But I snatched all her badges at the last minute after handing over the certificate. Deng Ho smiled warmly toward her. You are really calm. Being top of the academy is a huge accomplishment, yeah? Holding the certificate. He thought, my nanny's gonna be thrilled. Anyway, thanks for the congrats. As he stepped down the stairs, waves of praise hit him. Congrats. Young Master. Congratulations, sir. Choi In-ha stood gleefully before him, suddenly called up. Student Choi In-ha, please come forward. Hearing his name, he walked up step by step toward Deng Ho. Suddenly, Deng Ho held up a certificate in front of him and said, Congrats on your promotion. Choi In-ha promoted, ranked 13th in the whole class. He blushed softly, eyes dropping to the certificate in front of him. In disbelief, Choi In-ha reached out for the certificate. Junji kept talking. Thank you so much, yeah? Standing behind him, Junji quietly nudged him with a reminder. Don't get cocky. Huh? Give it your all. Sure. But if you get arrogant, it won't get you anywhere. He exhaled softly, replying, Yes, sir. After awarding Choi In-ha, Deng Ho called out the next student's name. Next, student Kim Bo-seolong. Congrats on your promotion. Bo-seolong looked at the certificate in disbelief and muttered unconsciously. Thank you. Kim Bo-seolong promoted, ranked 24th in the whole class. Then it was Kim Han's turn, but he did not look too happy holding the certificate. Student Kim, promoted in the first year already. You have been working hard. Congrats. Kim Han promoted, ranked 34th in the whole class. Kim Han stared intently at the paper, finger tracing the edge, thinking, this ranking is pretty lame. Honestly, I am kinda disappointed. He was not satisfied with his rank. Kim Han looked up with fierce determination. This is just the beginning. I will definitely become as strong as young master. Bo-seolong stood tall and serious, eyes fixed forward, silently urging himself, I need to push harder. Kim Han clasped his hands behind his back, head held high, telling himself, I have made up my mind to change. So I won't be a burden to him. And I won't settle for a half-life anymore, yeah? Wong strode ahead, strong and determined. Those behind him watched with resolve. From now on, I won't lose again, yeah? Wong barely noticed, bowing his head with a quiet smile, thinking, for them, this is the end. He felt lighter inside, thinking, but now, there is nothing left to worry about, yeah? Wong turned back and said, everyone, good job. The whole class got promoted. Everyone's faces fell, huddling to listen as he added, if anyone flunks, I am sending them to extra training to grind it out. What a shame. Huh, year 2's gonna be even tougher. There'll be tons of eager vultures, just waiting to tear you apart, yeah? Wong warned us carefully but still believed in us. He trusts you guys to figure things out on your own. They all straightened up and shouted in unison. Yes, sir, yeah? Wong got the response he wanted and cracked a slight smile. Then he lifted his chin proudly, slammed his hand over his heart, and smiled wider. Fight hard, you have got this. Si-hyen's face darkened, and the girl muttered complaints. Hey, I do not buy that, yeah? Wong, standing beside them, sighed warily. What now? Not buying what? Si-hyen could not take it. She snapped, clenching her fists and shouting, if it were not for that promotion test, I would be top of the class. Dirty game just knocked me out already. But why take my badge too? She stormed right up to Wong and dramatically reenacted her struggle to gather those badges. Wong watched and asked, do you realize how hard it was for me to pick up all those badges because of you? The girl spun around, refusing to even look at Wong. Wong muttered under his breath, if only I would had the ivory sword in hand back then. Wong glanced at her, thinking silently, she is not wrong. I thought it would be easy to win, but it took over an hour just to finish. He watched Si-hyen walk away, recalling her strength analysis. Like Si-hyen had gotten way stronger than he ever imagined. She still has not opened her sword path, and probably has not mastered her supernatural powers yet. The two of them walked side by side. Wong closed his eyes briefly, sweating cold, thinking, if like Si-hyen can already pull off all that. Honestly, I do not want to face her. Suddenly, Si Hyan stopped and cupped her hand over her mouth to softly cuff still. A promise is a promise. Ong nervously glanced back at her. Yeah, Wong spoke confused. Why all of a sudden? Si Hyan raised a finger. That is how you call a horn. I have been through worse. Si Hyan thought for a long moment, then let out a long sigh. You are going to call it right now? Before she could finish, Ong lunged forward and covered her mouth with his hand. He scowled, gripping her wrist tightly and warned, one more word and is a death match. Si Hyan barely managed to squeak a few sounds, still mad about it. Yeah? Ong let go and turned away, shouting, enough with the nonsense. Let us. Si Hyan blinked in surprise, then turned and replied, right? Let us move. After chatting for a while, the two of them walked off together. They arrived quickly and stood before a massive wooden door, gazing up at it. Yeah? Ong pushed the big door open with force, while Si Hyan followed behind him. They stepped inside, respectfully clasped their hands, and bowed. We humbly request an audience with Father. Tessie squinted at them, then grunted. All right. Come in. After some greetings, the three sat down on the sofa to enjoy tea. Tessie held the hot cup, watching the two intently. When he finished his tea, he gently set the cup on its saucer and murmured, I have heard you have completed your first year at the academy. Tessie sat upright, glanced over at his children, and asked, what have each of you seen and felt? Si Hyan said nothing, silently holding her teacup and looking over at Ong. Yeah? Ong lifted the cup to his lips, thinking, why is she looking at me like that? Getting no response from Wong, Si Hyan blurted out boldly, I have seen the true face of this family. Ong, sitting next to her, choked on his tea and spat it out. Tessie looked confused, leaning toward the girl. What do you mean by true face? Si Hyan spoke candidly to explain. I know competition breeds rivalry, but I have witnessed how unfair things happen, and that is just how it is. She stared him down, fists clenched firmly. I want clarity and fairness. Whatever I achieve, I want it earned by my own sword and strength. Tessie nodded softly at her words, responding calmly, fairness and integrity. Not bad. Though his face was neutral, inside he had already recognized her. There is a reason the sword chose you. You used to complain and be weak, but now this change. Thinking that, Tessie looked toward Ong, watching him wince in pain from his burn. Wondering silently, it is definitely because of you, is not. Then Tessie spoke up, asking, what about you? The youngest. What have you felt? He quickly regained his composure, eyes blazing as he answered, what I feel is pure misery. The Sung Gulan Academy was once the pride of our clan, but now it has lost its way. Hearing this, Tessie clenched his fist tightly, bowing his head in deep thought. Lost its way. He was serious about everything, turning to his father to continue. They did not even fight. Maybe they were weak. Maybe they failed. But those who gave up the fight do not deserve to be called Sung Gulan's own. In his mind, he pictured scenes from the competition and spoke his theory aloud. I have seen too many like this. It has to be either the trainer's abilities or the training methods that are flawed. Tessie did not react strongly. He just closed his eyes and smiled softly, muttering, that is just messed up. Both were stunned, sneaking glances at Tessie, thinking, wait, did he just smile? Then he praised them, saying, even if you are just trainees, forming your own thinking is worthy of praise. Still, Tessie warned them gently but firmly, always stay alert once you fall into the trap of narrow-mindedness. It is nearly impossible to break free. Si Hyan's face lit up, eyes sparkling as she looked at him. He watched her with disbelief. Can't he believe his own father would personally give such advice? Si Hyan bowed deeply and loudly with respect. Thank you, sir. He placed hands on his knees and said, me too. I will remember that. Tessie said nothing, just glanced at the two kids and said, over the past year, I have heard about your studies and missions. Even though the yearly test is not the official mission of a master, it is basically the same in essence. You all recognized it as the trial I set, and you fulfilled your duties seriously. Thanks to your efforts, I have decided to do something special. The reason I called you here today is to reward those efforts. Si Hyan immediately lit up with excitement. He, on the other hand, felt a bit surprised. Father is always strict about rewards and punishments, but now he is personally handing out rewards. There must be a special reason. The girl eagerly raised her hand, demanding, then I want a rare armor set. The ironclad armor, I really want it. Tessie responded calmly but happily. All right, I will note it down. You can pick it up tomorrow. Si Hyan nodded eagerly. Thank you, sir. After hearing Si Hyan's request, Tessie turned to him and asked, and you, my son, what do you want? He frowned darkly, lips trembling before finally saying, sir, I request permission to enter the Heaven's Favor Mountain. Tessie's eyes widened in shock, and Si Hyan's jaw dropped in disbelief. The room filled with sounds as he carefully counted his belongings before setting off. Her books, cauldrons, a full set of alchemy tools, good. Looks like everything's ready. He checked each item before packing them carefully into his backpack, because Heaven's Favor Mountain is a sacred place. So not only are there spiritual herbs but also divine medicines. In that island, only second-tier potions can be brewed. But here he might finally craft something legendary. He pursed his lips and bowed his head, thinking silently, I can't believe I am really allowed to enter Heaven's Favor Mountain. This will speed up my path to becoming a warrior. Amid the misty mountains, towering peaks stretched up to the clouds. This is the warrior's path, the final test for Sung Clan members to be recognized as warriors. Before embarking, they must pass through Heaven's Favor Mountain. He analyzed deeply, then suddenly turned hesitantly. He glanced at his neatly stored sword leaning against the door, determination in his eyes. Heaven's Favor Mountain is a place I have to set foot on someday. Just then, while lost in thought, a knock at the door caught his attention. Come in. Kaho and Kun pushed the door open. She placed her hand on her chest and whispered, Sir, there is someone here to see you. He frowned. Someone to see me. Ooh. And Gap Gung was speechless but finally mustered the courage to say, the seventh here has already sent an invitation. He jolted, totally caught off guard. Gek smiled soft, carefully carrying a tea set and said, Long time no see. Since the Middle Beast epidemic, this is our first meeting, right? He sat properly, hands on his lap, smiling brightly and obediently. Yes, I still remember. Gek set the tea tray down and sat opposite him, saying, I am not so clueless that I would forget something like this. The old man silently watched every move, every gesture, judging him just as the rumor said, this guy's no pushover. His casual way of talking almost felt like a warning. He brewed the tea himself. Even his choice of seat showed no slip-ups. Compared to unpredictable kindness, blatant malice is somehow easier to handle. After pouring the tea, Jex reached out with a grin so wide his eyes nearly shut. Teasing. Try it. Tea's my only pleasure, I promise it is not bad. The old man had to play along. He lifted the cup, smiling as he replied, Thanks. Brother, you still brew tea yourself when entertaining guests? Huh. Noticing the question, quickly answered, holding the small cup proudly. Depends on who the guest is. This tea, I bought it 2 years ago from a foreign youth hill. The old man calmed down, taking a sip while his mind raced. He would poured the tea so many times and still had not cut to the chase. A misstep in timing. But this guy knows how to hold the cards. Definitely not just some lucky martial arts prodigy. After savoring the tea, the old man set the cup down, thinking, enough probing for now. Now GX got to the point. He called him here about what happened during the recent promotion. Sitting across, GX launched straight into questioning about that incident. Was that arranged by me and Luca? The old man responded politely. Yes, I wanted to know. Then this will be quick. GX finally revealed his real intention, opening his mouth to explain. This time, it was not my decision. Hearing that, the old man chuckled inwardly. So this is the angle he is taking. With a refined, scholarly look, Jex gently adjusted his glasses. Ligex is famous not for brute strength, but for political, administrative, and business savvy. A cunning man who never makes enemies outright. People call him the Golden Sword. The old man analyzed him thoroughly. Overall, no clear malice, meaning he does not want to see him as an enemy. Jex's eyes flashed as he reached out apologetically. Clearly, there is fault on my side too. If needed, I will apologize. Before he could finish, the old man cut him off, refusing. No need. This left Jigs momentarily stunned. The old man smiled brightly, casually folding his hands. This is just one of many times, and the clashes will keep coming in future battles. Then his tone shifted sharply, narrowing his eyes. He said as if knowing everything, Don't tell me you are just following the lady's orders blindly. Jex stayed, locking eyes with him. Competition. Huh. You think I am your enemy? The old man placed his hands on his knees, firing back. Someone messes with my people and stirs trouble. How could I not see them as an enemy? Hearing that, Jex's gaze flickered with cunning. His expression showed a hint of reluctance, irritation bubbling beneath the surface. He thought, what now? Should I handle this once and for all to avoid future headaches? Jex quickly pushed the thought away, sighing softly, wondering aloud. What should I do about you? The old man leaned in, subtly urging, show some goodwill. You are not the only one taking hits here. Jex caught the look, forced to smile despite the anger inside. Honestly, refusing an apology and demanding compensation. I like this guy. Then Jex extended his hand to seal the deal. Fine. I will send mid-tier spirit medicines to all 5th class disciples. And you will get a fair reward too. The old man smiled warmly, shaking Jex's hand gently. No need to bring this up again. Hunt's already taken care of most things. Jex smiled softly, still holding the old man's hand. Among the hind disciples, I think you suit the first best. The old man just shrugged and replied nonchalantly. Maybe, but I am not so sure about you. After their talk, the old man stood and excused himself. Jex folded his arms, eyes following him, and added, one piece of advice. He looked serious but leaned in to whisper. Watch your back with Luca. Unlike me, he holds grudges. The old man shrugged it off. No worries. With that, the old man turned and left, shooting one last glance to warn him he would not be in this clan for the next year. An ancient style room, decorated traditionally, sunlight softly streaming and creating a peaceful, elegant vibe suddenly. A loud, blinding crash shattered the calm. Gex raised her hand to slap Suna, who tilted her head slightly to the side and softly called out, Mom, please. The woman's face darkened, her eyes filled with cold disgust. Dunny, call me mother. I never gave birth to a failure like you. Suna rushed forward, clutching the corner of the woman's skirt, crying out loudly, Mom, please. Terror filled Suna's eyes as she desperately tried to explain. I can explain everything. I am not using the mission as an excuse to run away. Gek's anger boiled over. She shouted, Shut your mouth. Seeing that fierce glare, Suna instinctively recoiled in fear. Startled, let go. Suna dropped to her knees, bowing her head to the ground, swallowing the harsh words. What she did was running away, something absolutely forbidden for the proud bloodline of the Sung family. Silently enduring, Suna clawed the floor so hard her nails bled. If you were my child, that would be unforgivable. Slowly rising, Suna's whole body trembled as she said, But I can still make amends. Jex had not left yet, leaning against the door, thinking silently, the lady is ruthless. Now, like Suna will be obsessed with undoing this mess. Wei Xian immediately snapped back. You do not get it at all. If you could be done that, I would not have had to treat you like this. Hearing Wei Xian's words, she froze. Quickly continuing, the woman said, and Cyan Ace face darkened. That brat will be sent to the Heavenly Favor Mountain for a year. Wei Xian closed her eyes, calm but commanding. If you would regained your honor, fine. But you lost that chance and tarnished the entire main branch's reputation. She turned away, leaving Shuna kneeling behind, threatening. Next time you show up before me looking like a loser, this slap will be the least of your worries. As Wei Xian stepped outside, Jex was already standing there, respectfully greeting her, while Shiana inside the room kept muttering, Damn it all. After Wei Xian left, Japonx glanced through the crack of the door into the room. Sun is going absolutely berserk, scratching her nails till they bleed, cursing that damn prince. Gritting her teeth, Suna swears with fierce hatred, I will kill you, no matter what. Jack has not left yet, leaning against the door, watching silently from outside, thinking how cruel the lady is now. Like Suna is doomed to be haunted by this mess. Then a determined smile creeps onto his lips. Jack's eyes gleam with anticipation. Let us hold on to Li Xian and Li, who really holds the higher value. The upcoming future will be worth watching. He recalled that morning when Y left with his backpack. Jack's eyes lit up with eagerness. Calculating. He will be back in a year. Y was sitting in a car, so tense his hands were clenched tight, sitting upright. Resigned. Lips pressed tight. Slowly, he lifted his head, staring ahead, wondering why. Choi cheerfully drove, smiling brightly. Good thing we are headed the same way. I looked at Choi's gentle face, puzzled. Wait, the butler Choi is here too. Choi's eyes twinkled with a sly grin. Though it is just a brief 2 days, I hope for your kind hospitality. Young master, the butler gently reassured him. Don't feel too much pressure. All right, why sacrifice? Instinctively uttering, Thank you. Touched by the concern, Choi explained calmly. Since Lunar New Year is near, it is time to clean the ancestors' graves. I also have a message to deliver to the guardian of Heavenly Favor Mountain. I am just accompanying because the head of the family ordered it. Only then did Y laugh out loud. Understanding. That is why having someone along makes the trip less lonely. Then he thought deeper. But this can't just be coincidence. Y remained lost in thought about Butler Choi. His aura and presence felt ordinary, but definitely not normal. A key figure in the clan, holding a position even more important than many elders. The gap between him and Butler Choi was impossible to measure. Suddenly Choi's voice snapped him back, reminding him, sitting opposite. Choi asked politely, "I heard before going to Heavenly Favor Mountain, you will stop by Dungmu Mountain. May I ask why you visit the ancestral tomb?" I scratched his head cheerfully. "I want to pay respects to the previous head of the family. Since this is my first trip out of the clan, I thought it is proper to greet the ancestors first." Inevitably, a thought crossed my mind. Sure, it sounds like a noble reason, but I also wanted to show them that even a younger son would go the extra mile to visit the ancestral grave. He smiled approvingly. "Indeed, young master, you are sharp as a tack. Many elders would be pleased to see such respect for the ancestors." I politely thanked him, feeling genuinely touched by his recognition. Secretly thinking, he speaks as if he truly understands my thoughts. At that moment, Butler Choi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Young master, may I dare to speak freely?" He smiled obediently. "Yes, I am all." He asked, "Do you like climbing mountains?" I replied, "Sir, I do not think I have ever truly climbed a mountain before." Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "I see. Well, I quite enjoy mountain climbing myself." Then he began telling a story about himself. "Once, I climbed an incredibly treacherous mountain. The path was not even cleared. You had to carve your own way. If it were you, young master, what would you do in that situation?" He seriously stroked his chin, hesitated, then answered, "I would just quietly look straight ahead and climb. That way, I would reach the peak faster and more directly." He smiled and nodded. "True enough. That would get you up quickly." Then he handed me a piece of advice. "But in reality, it is not quite like that. Sometimes, you have to glance back, scan the sides, observe the terrain to make sure you are on the right path. If you only stare straight ahead, you are more likely to get lost and take a longer detour." Now Butler Choi slowly opened his eyes and said seriously, "Especially when the mountain is even taller." I suddenly jolted, realizing could he be talking about the martial path? Images from before slowly flashed in my mind. I thought, after regression, I had not even fully digested the new power before rushing to absorb more. But I never thought that would be a problem. If I keep this up, no matter how much time I get, I will just keep chasing the next new thing. He bowed his head respectfully. "Thank you for your precious advice, Butler Choi." He waved it off with a smile. "No worries. Just the grumbling of an old man." After a moment, Butler Choi looked outside. "Looks like we have arrived." The sleek black car came to a swift stop. "This is Sungmu Mountain." He stepped out, gazing up at the majestic peak right before us. We walked together, and Butler Choi said, "I will go clean the ancestral tome from that day. And young master, where will you head first?" I glanced over. "I am planning to visit the place where the ancestral tablet is kept first." Suddenly, my body sensed something strange, an eerie feeling. Had I already crossed the ancestral tome's boundary? Butler Choi opened and closed his hand repeatedly, as if stepping into another world. He stepped out and muttered, "Seeing this place, it feels truly like home." Like home. Like home. I moved forward, turned back with a smile. "Thank you, sir." Footsteps echoed in the silent space, and the tome appeared right before me. I would arrive the resting place of the first housemaster. He slowly pushed open the door. I respectfully said, "A descendant of the Xung Mu family pays respects to the ancestors." Then I drew my sword, though pulling it out before the ancestral tome might be seen as disrespectful. He looked at the sword, a smirk playing at his lips. I hoped the ancestors would forgive me, for this move was prearranged by 9 people. After a moment, I gently placed the sword on the table, holding a wine jug and pouring a glass. I could not help but think, the Haida is a sword, but it is not just any sword. Then I raised the wine glass to the sword. Before regression, the family secret revealed by the eldest brother. The sword trembled slightly beneath the wine. The Haida was sealed by 9 locks. A power surrounded it. I knew of 4 seals. The first, proving the sword's master. I recalled the image of him lying on his side. The second, proving the bloodline of the Xung Mu family. Rocks and earth exploded around me. The third, passing the naming ceremony, the first trial set by the ancestor. Characters appeared on the sword glowing blue. So far, I would broken 3 seals. I stared at the spiritual energy radiating from the sword, wondering what the next seal might be. Suddenly, the incense right there flared up strangely bright. A line of text appeared. Favoritism. Sure enough, it was still the mountain of favoritism. I would known just the mountain of favoritism. The favor mountain is where the ancestor first sensed the spiritual energy and chose it as the training ground for future generations. Right now, in front of him stood Favor Mountain, a place brimming with mystical power. Even though I would read about it, this was my first time seeing it with my own eyes. A voice from behind gradually approached. Truly an extraordinary mountain. He smiled warmly. Yeah, it feels completely different from Sungmu Mountain or Siching Island. Housekeeper Choi glanced at him, silently wishing the young master success in his endeavors. Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out. Those guys were causing a ruckus again. Sanjiji's anger flared. Damn it! My head's about to explode. Those idiots are swarming like wild dogs. He spun around in surprise, thinking to himself, when did this happen? I did not sense any energy at all. A nearby bodyguard warned. Young master. Housekeeper Choi. Step back. That guy's a top-tier fighter. He pointed angrily and barked. You guys are practically begging to die. Better line up and face us properly. The bodyguards ignored the order and formed a formation anyway. Sanjiji slammed the head of a bodyguard to the ground. No more talking. You black-headed brats. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. You dare fight with iron bars in hand. Bring it on. He stood dazed, watching the chaos unfold in an instant. After handling the mess, he grabbed a bottle of liquor and gulped it down. A bunch of bodyguards lay sprawled, unable to move. Sanjiji exhaled in frustration. Seriously. They have no clue who they are messing with. Then he turned and said, Hey, you are seriously clueless. I told you to give me at least a month's warning. Coming empty-handed. You are dead meat. Housekeeper smiled warmly. About that, sorry. But that is a bit too much. He frowned. Too much. Lately, you guys are getting way too cocky. Now you are even talking back. Daedong hesitated but spoke up. Housekeeper Choi cleared his throat and glanced at him. I forgot to introduce myself. Then he extended his hand. This is the keeper of Favor Mountain. Sanjiji. Eyebrow raised. So you are the kid they dragged in from the outside. Housekeeper Choi nodded. That is right. This is young Master Li Xian, the one heading up the mountain this time. Sanjiji suddenly asked. You have already caught a glimpse of my true form. Have not you? Daedong was stunned but serious, thinking it over. I did not expect you to notice that. Yes, I have seen it. He stroked his chin, eyeing him with appraisal. You carry a bit of that kid's vibe. There is a strange aura about you. Suddenly, one of Weibong's eyes turned bright red. He clutched his eye as Sanjiji said, Woo, this kid's got some seriously weird eyes. A glow radiated, leaving Daedong stunned. What was that? After a while, he kept drinking and laughed heartily. Western wine really is something else. This woody aroma is odd, but the taste on the tongue is indescribably good. The housekeeper chuckled beside him. Glad it suits your taste. Daedong just smiled quietly, thinking, I am not much of a drinker, but this definitely is not some knockoff. Sanjiji slammed the bottle down. All right then, tell me your story, he added. Sending a runt like you here for training someone must really hate you. Daedong spoke up. I came here completely by choice. Sanjiji laughed loudly. Oh yeah? He looked away. Typical kid caught between death and fate. Daedong sat silently, clenching his fists deep in thought, while Sanjiji pondered the illusion the red eye had shown him, and the guardian's identity he would heard before resetting. Daedong quickly guessed the man's identity. He was a Dak Cabe, a seer who could predict the future with eyes full of stars. Especially skilled in reading destinies, Sazupan could see fixed events that could not be changed. Sanjiji asked, So what now? You have got a whole year ahead. What do you plan to do with it? Then he thought silently. Tell me. Your father is hearing every word you say right now. Daedong sat quietly for a long moment under their gazes. Outside, darkness enveloped the scene as Sanjiji's voice echoed through the night. Damn it! I have seen weird folks before. But this guy. I just pointed to the training yard and he charged straight in. He waved a bottle of liquor in his hand. Hold on. After I finish patching up those cursed beasts, we will head out together. Butler Choi sat upright, grateful for the permission to use the spirit monkey. Looking at the butler's face, Sanjiji spoke up. Then, he tossed the bottle behind him, seriously asking, Why are you really here? You did not just come to deliver liquor, right? Butler Choi nodded. I do not beat around the bush. So here's the deal. As that guy clenched his wine glass, maybe the mountain guardian has read the omens. The master sent me to ask. Sanjiji gloomily set down his glass and said slowly, The omens. I have seen them, but there is not much I can say. He smiled sly. Surely a freshly treated Dak Kabisao won't refuse to lend a hand. Right? Calm down, kid. That was my way of apologizing. Butler Choi spoke gently. I have brought over 10 jars of liquor already. Sanjiji drank while grumbling. Damn it. I knew this mess would happen. After finishing, he slammed the bottle on the table and sighed. Then, seriously, there is still a long road ahead. The heavenly gate has been open for a while now. Human strength has peaked. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush. Just let things flow naturally, holding his glass. He smiled. Yes, I will pass the message to the master. He clenched his fists in fairy anger. If only I had won that damned wrestling match back then, I would not be stuck in this mess. Then he added, anyway, it seems like you care about that wild kid out there. Huh, aren't you worried? Butler Choi looked seriously at the glass in his hand. As a servant, I simply serve the bloodline of the martial lord's clan. Sanjiji Jotli is different. You heard he wants to go there, right? He is still just a rookie. He was surprised to hear that. Just keep an eye on him once. Then he smiled. You will find him pretty interesting. Mountain Guardian. Cut to a training ground lit by a few flickering lamps. A small hand slowly stretched out. The kid stepped forward, eyes wide with amazement. Every time he sees this, it blows his mind, a single eye-opening leading straight to the training ground. He looked around. Even yesterday's Mountain Guardian spot had a secret cave entrance. So this is Dakabisa's magic? Then he reached out to start up. Honestly, I still have a lot to catch up on. From now on, I have got 1 year. He endured sword recovery, magic, secret techniques learned from Muji and Mujin, the evil eye, intuition, and dark energy. I have to make all of this mine. He smiled with fierce determination. My goal is to hit 1,000 times. If that is not enough, I will keep going until it is. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sanjiji rubbed his belly, muttering, that guy's too intense. I have never seen anyone like him. Watching the kid train hard, he thought, he trains till his body's wrecked, then heals with spirit water, over and over. Idise? But that is straight up self-torture. Then he snapped his fingers and the illusion vanished. How pitiful his destiny is. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. He is fated to die young or suffer misfortune. Yet he is flipping that unchangeable fate on its head. He even suppresses his innate energy of being without destiny. When was the last time I saw someone like that? Suddenly Sanjiji snapped his fingers, smiling. Indeed, blood does not lie. Your family's just too damn weird. Even the heavens must be fed up. Time flew by in a blink. 3 months later, he was furious. That brat. Tell me, how's that supposed to be interesting? Sanjiji shouted in frustration. I am sick to death of it. I am done watching. That kid just trains basics all day. Where's the fun in that? He turned over and closed his eyes. Except for asking permission to gather herbs. The kid barely said a word. He must still be alive. Suddenly, a sound startled Sanjiji awake. He sat up quickly, the cry of a spirit beast. 3 seasons, that means something has invaded Ent. Star. He snapped his fingers sharply. A phantom mirror appeared. I already set the barrier. There is no way this could happen. The terrified old man fled. Did some big shots from the main clan screw things up when they brought food and barged in. Sanjiji stared fiercely into the illusion mirror. Furious? What the hell is that kid doing? Donnie, tell me, he is trying to eat the spirit beast right in front of me. Waiwang quickly chased after the old man from behind. He slammed the door open and shouted, stop right there. The wind blew swiftly through the branches as Waiwang chased relentlessly, clutching the small haul in his hand without pause. Sanjiji wiped the anger from his face and snarled, hey, you little punk? Are you out of your mind? What the hell do you think you are doing? The boy stopped, sweating, and greeted. Sentha, long time no see. He spoke seriously. But could you please step aside for a moment? I'm 14 years old. Sanjiji pointed at Waiwang and kept cursing him nonstop. How dare you target a spirit beast right in front of me? I have never met anyone like you in my life. The boy suddenly ducked and then raised an eyebrow, asking, what exactly are you talking about? That thing you are chasing is the spirit beast named Beast. Waiwang showed no fear in the face of Sanjiji's rage. Instead, he calmly said, leaving Sanjiji dumbfounded. Why would I kill a spirit beast? Sanjiji glanced at him and then at the tools Waiwang carried, exclaiming, a basket and a sickle. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out. Waiwang raised his sickle. Seeing this, Sanjiji quickly grabbed Wang's shoulder to stop him. Hey, wait a second. The old man pulled Sanjiji back, trying to hold Waiwang in place, and questioned, why are you chasing Beak anyway? Waiwang frowned and snapped back. That guy stole my secret medicine. Before Sanjiji could process what was happening, Waiwang shot past him, saying, sorry, I will explain later. Sanjiji's eyes widened in surprise as he stretched out his hand to stop him. Hey, kid, the spirit beast already ran off? How do you plan to find it now? But before he could finish, Sanjiji suddenly froze. He watched the direction Waiwang ran, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. That kid is chasing exactly where Ba ran off to, no matter how sharp your senses. Pinpointing that spot is nearly impossible. Feeling uncertain, Sanjiji studied him, then looked down at Waiwang's feet. surrounded by an unbelievable aura of blue power, even though the energy radiated from his toes. The ground was untouched. Was that kid already that fast? Wang lunged forward, reaching toward the north, scaring Beak into running away. Sanjiji stood still, deep in thought. I only looked away for about 3 months. Could something have happened during that time? After a while of chasing and circling, everything settled down. Sanjiji cleared his throat and said softly, so while I was hunting down the last ingredient for the secret medicine, it was already stolen and fled? Huh. Sorry about that. Wai Wang's face darkened, his voice stiffening as he muttered. At least it was a 40 or 50-year-old mountain Sem. Sanjiji did not catch it clearly but whispered. Wai Wang stood before him, head bowed low, endlessly lamenting. Hitha. Butch Lantho. Lun Ho. Impining. Ung Treng Heathlow grows on the corpses of demon insects. I struggled hard to gather all of them. Hearing this, Sanjiji fell silent and turned away. Wang saw no reaction from him. With a more sorrowful expression and a gloomy voice, he said, this is the medicine I painstakingly brewed over 100 sleepless days. All of it was for nothing. Sanjiji quickly snapped back, panic flashing in his eyes as he hesitated to comfort Wai Wang. This is, with a heavy, weary sigh, Wai Wang's eyes filled with sadness. So one of the reasons I came to Thin of Viep Sen has already failed. That medicine was one of the key targets. Unable to hold back, Sanjiji leaned closer, almost grinning. Hey, I did let you harvest it after all. So what if it got stolen? Wai Wang played innocent, and Sanjiji slapped his hands together, realizing, yeah, that is true. But Wai Wang was not done with Sanjiji yet. His words hit like an arrow straight through him. Did you even give permission? But in the end, I still got it from your territory. Sanjiji, if you can manage it, that is on you. Furious, Sanjiji slammed his hand on his chest, mouth wide open shouting in frustration. All right, fine, I will reward you. Just waiting for that chance. The moment he said it, Wai Wang's face it into a sly grin. Anything. Huh, I will take it all. Hearing those words, Wai Wang answered calmly, neither fast nor slow. You just said anything goes, right? That is what I heard. Sanjiji was fired up and ready to train hard. He looked up, smiling warmly but with a hint of menace. Perfect timing. Sanjiji, I need your help with 2 things. In a dark, damp basement, the ancient, musty air was broken by a strange growl echoing through the shadows. Something horrifying emerged. A gigantic black foot, covered in sharp spikes, twitched menacingly. The Spider Queen's face twisted in terror, a chilling grin spreading as she stood before the towering figure. He showed no fear, but the warrior behind him quietly absorbed power into his sword. Thinking, remember this moment. The sword was continuously enveloped by a glowing red energy. He gripped it tightly, reflecting on the relentless power of the Ori skill when spammed. He planted his feet wide, swinging the sword with all his might. Unleashing energy, it was no different from the first time he used the enhanced air skill. Damn it! Streams of power shot toward the Spider Queen, wrapping around her like red cords, causing her to roar in fury. A thunderous blast erupted as the old man was blasted backward. He struggled to keep his footing with his legs. He gripped his sword with both hands, releasing powerful blue energy tendrils swirling around him. The enhanced air skill again, summoning every ounce of strength. He unleashed a fierce double slash against the Spider Queen. Blast of stone wind. She screamed wildly, blue and yellow energy flaring everywhere. He clenched his teeth, gritting through the pain. Damn it. The Spider Queen was injured badly. One of her arms was severed, racked with pain. He thought silently. Not bad, but not enough power to finish her off. She quickly regained composure and lunged with a thorny spike aimed straight at him. Suddenly, a golden talisman appeared right in front of him, catching him completely off guard. The talisman floated mid-air, glowing softly before gently drifting down. Sanjiji bent down to examine the talisman, muttering under his breath, damn it, why do I have to babysit this kid? Holding the talisman delicately between 2 fingers, Sanjiji sighed, waving it back and forth while grumbling. Why did I even promise to do this stuff again? But seeing the tired look on the old man's face, he perked up and asked cheerfully, hey kid, want to take a break? He was out of breath, wiping sweat from his forehead as he gasped. Please. Right now would be perfect. Sanjiji did not say much, quickly guiding him. All right then. Focus and visualize the target from Guyandai's memory. He immediately closed his eyes and obeyed. Sanjiji raised his hand, sending the talisman upward as it slowly faded, revealing a ghostly image of Deng He wielding a sword. The 2 of them clashed fiercely, neither backing down, their battle creating a powerful explosion. Sanjiji watched from the sidelines, amazed. Woo, that energy just pours out like that. Didn't expect him to know and even ask for illusion training. He ground his teeth in frustration, flames of anger burning within, clenching fists tightly. wondering, how the hell does he know to insist on illusion training? And for 4 straight hours. No less, Sanjiji took a deep breath, shoved his hands in his pockets, brushing off his earlier thoughts. Well, what is done is done. No big deal. Suddenly, Sanjiji froze, glancing sharply at the old man not far off. Analyzing. Over the past 3 months, his body's gotten noticeably stronger. Overall, he is more refined, clearly more skilled, and he has grown taller too. Not just stronger, but steadier. Seeing the blue energy aura around him, Sanjiji narrowed his eyes but let it slide. He fell silent, arms crossed, intently watching the old man's every move. Looks like I will have to ask about that weapon sometime soon. Night was falling. He soaked comfortably in a hot bath, head tilted back, sighing, feeling utterly revived. If it were not for this healing spring, I would not have lasted. Wish we had something like this back in Thienvisun. It would feel just like home. Suddenly, a furry foot slowly appeared. Stepping into the bath, the old man was soaking when he jolted awake. He widened his eyes in worry. Someone's here, and I can't even sense their energy. Even this close. Sanjiji stepped into the bath, looked at him, and said, "You look exhausted. You must be the real deal." The old man sat up straight, asking, "Hey, what brings you here?" Furrowing his brow, soaking in the bath, he said, "I have had a rough time. Don't I deserve some rest? You have been here a while now. Have you been resting properly?" He scratched his head shyly, smiling. "I always take proper breaks." Suddenly, Sanjiji cut. Besides coming here after every training session, kid, leaning one hand on the rock while munching, he said, "I have lived a long time. But this is the first time I have ever seen such a stubborn training fool like you." He sat there watching him respond. And now he was holding an egg in his hand again. On the outside, he looked calm and cheerful. But inside it was a completely different story. That said, he was still a bit uneasy. He stepped out of the bath, wrapped a cloth around his waist, and said, "I feel fully recovered now. I will head up first." Before he could leave, Sanjiji slammed the egg hard onto a rock, shattering it, and shouted, "Wait, hold on." Shocked by the move, he froze with wide eyes. Sanjiji said, "I still have something to discuss. Sit down." After a moment of deep thought, Sanjiji finally spoke up, curious about the object he carried. "Hey, what was the name of the person who rose up earlier?" He reached out his hand as he heard the question and replied, "Mujin? Is that what you are talking about?" His face turned serious, eyes sharp and unyielding. "Right? Where did you get it from?" Sanjiji crossed his arms, his tone heavy as he stared at him. "Promise me you won't tell anyone about this." "I am not entirely sure. But this is tied to his identity." Knowing there was no fooling him, he hesitated but confessed, "His name is Mujin, and I found him in the family's secret vault." Sanjiji looked up slowly, raising his hand, drawing the hot steam into a small swirling vortex as he began to speak. "I do not know how much you understand about that thing, but I once saw something very similar long ago." The steam thickened as his eyes remained calm. "Back then, there was a sorcerer who could communicate with souls and read the stars." Sanjiji raised his hand higher, the steam from the bath swirling tighter into a dense vortex. He rested his arm on the rock and continued. That sorcerer always carried one particular item. In Sanjiji's imagination, the image of the sorcerer appeared, one hand holding a stone, the other conjuring flames, a stone that could change shape at will. Just with that stone, the sorcerer could cast all kinds of magic. He spoke with authority, eyes locked straight ahead, using forbidden magic without paying the price. That sorcerer boldly became the greatest of his era. Suddenly, he waved his finger, summoning a faint blue power at his fingertip, hesitating for a moment. Then, the sorcerer's form twisted into something monstrous, no longer human, but a terrifying beast. The stone he trusted ended up consuming him. He lost his mind and started rampaging like a monster. Sanjiji closed his eyes briefly, waving his hand repeatedly. He transformed like that in less than a year. He did not die easily, so in the end, they sealed him away. He looked at him curiously. "What about the stone?" Seeing his curiosity, Sanjiji did not hold back. "They gathered the power of countless sorcerers then, and destroyed it." He lowered his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "That sounds a lot like a story I read at Changjiangak." He looked up at Sanjiji and guessed. Could it be that the sorcerer was sealed somewhere called Menguishan? He shook his head calmly. He was sealed on an island to the east. He remembered the image of a small dagger and a rough stone, piecing together his own conclusion. Then it is not what is written in Changjiangak. The stone and Mujin are two separate things, but they are definitely connected. Just as he was lost in thought, Sanjiji snapped him back, making him alert and focus on the conversation, suddenly serious. Sanjiji pointed straight ahead. Back then, I smelled a full stench coming from that stone. Without drifting off, Sanjiji pointed directly at him, analyzing him face to face. And that smell is exactly like the strange scent coming off you right now. Not human. Not beast. Not even soul. He lowered his hand, resting it on the rock, and chuckled with a hint of resignation. Mujin is an alien entity with an unknown nature. There are better weapons out there, why hold on to this one? But beneath his teasing laughter, he caught a different emotion, a subtle pressure tightening his chest. His tone sounded like a gentle suggestion, but it carried a suffocating weight, like a heart being squeezed. He quickly composed himself, looking Sanjiji dead in the eye as he responded. When I got the magic eye, my father advised me to hide it away, and I said it, word for word. If this power was given to me, I would bend it to my will and master it. Hearing that, he slightly bowed his head, cracked a sly smile, such a cocky kid. That is what I told Tessin. Not even a moment later, Sanjiji shouted over at me like a brat. I thought that power was like the demon eye. He did not beat around the bush, half-closed eyes. Completely indifferent, and honestly, it was not much different for me. Hearing that, Sanjiji suddenly stood up from the hot spring, clapped his hands and exclaimed, well then, no other choice. Sanjiji flexed his arms, slowly absorbing power from the surroundings. Without hesitation, his eyes blazed with fierce determination. Teeth clenched tight as he gripped his spiked staff and shouted, the only way now is to take it by force. Losing his patience, Sanjiji swung the staff hard toward me, easing up just a bit. I calmly glanced up with a bit of fear, but the staff only swung down and stopped right in front of me. Sanjiji's eyes cut sharp with menace. Hand it over. While I am still trying to be reasonable, I pressed my lips tight and stayed silent, raising an eyebrow at Sanjiji's move. It has been a while since you have drawn your weapon. I am not sure you can hold back. Then, without a shred of fear, I smiled soft. You want to be able to? Mountain Guardian. Just those words stopped Sanjiji dead in his tracks. He tightened his grip on the staff, but could not move. It would break his vow if he did. Remembering that, he lowered his hands, rubbed his eyes, and let out a long, weary sigh. Sanjiji started sweating, forced a grin, and asked, so you know everything already? I replied, steady and calm. Of course. I wore a gentle expression, no anger, as he threatened me to protect the mountain and help the trainees here. That is the promise you made with the founder. You are just testing my will, are not you? Sanjiji snapped, irritated at my teasing. If you already know, just say it straight. Wouldn't that be better? Damn demon breath. Suddenly I asked, and that question left him silent, thinking for a moment. You are not really planning to take it, right? Sanjiji clicked his tongue, voice dripping with disdain. If you ask me, you would better live by your wit and tongue. Hearing that, I burst out laughing. Thanks for the compliment, but seeing me so happy just annoyed him even more. That is an insult, kid. Slowly calming down, Sanjiji slung the big staff over his shoulder, finger pointed at me. Puzzled, why do not you just take it by force? You could be snatched it to save me. It is not some weird wizard weapon. Maybe it is not the kind of monster that swallows its user whole. I did not want to say much, bowed my head, staring at the black ring on my finger, and replied, I get. Thanks for letting me know. At that moment, Sanji slowly retracted his staff. I suddenly spoke up. Let us set that aside for now. Mountain Guardian. He tilted his head with a question mark. What is up? Stars twinkled around me as I smiled brightly, hand gesturing back at myself. Just now you threatened a trainee with a weapon, did not you? You are pretty picky with your calculations. Huh? You know that, right? Sanjiji lost it, shouting, hey, you rotten brat, leeching off the gods. Deep in the wild woods, a small clearing and a lit wooden cabin appeared John Weason's temporary home. My uncle's, a sword wrapped in strange black threads of power. I lifted it carefully with both hands, sitting cross-legged. I held the two sword fragments and muttered, can't believe it took 3 whole months to read Judo's memories. Remembering when I first left, my relative John Weason passed down 2 swords to me before I departed. I received 2 swords from my uncle. Lajik, the legendary judo blade master, finely crafted Fambok swords. The ring on my finger glowed as I brought it close to analyze its power. Fambok holds innate negative energy. It lets out freezing cold energy. Since its memories were limited, I absorbed them back at the main house. I stayed in position, eyes fixed on the ring, thinking, let us test Judo's power and see what it can do. The second memory I saw about Mujin before assessing the trainee sector's quality, and the new power I gained from Mujin. He stretched out his hand, and from beneath the ring appeared a long blue thread. he would copied the weapon's power. That energy surged forward swiftly, heading straight for the sword leaning against the wall. Without waiting for his command, the thread wrapped tightly around the sword's hilt several times. With a swift tug, the thread yanked the sword directly toward him. He caught the flying sword with a sharp grasp and muttered to himself. The power of judo is the ability to transfer attributes from one item to another. He bent down, examining the sword in his hands, fingers tracing the blade silently, thinking just copying the shape does not showcase the true power. Maybe I can only harness the strength from weapons absorbed through dark energy. He gripped the sword tighter, eyes closed, whispering, since I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, I should check Yukia's memories too. Quickly, he dove into the old memories, traveling back in time to see the sword gently and carefully placed down. Before I broke the seal at Sungmu Mountain, this was as far as I could see. Standing behind the young noble, he glanced at him, thinking, the real game starts now. Stepping aside, the mysterious noble spoke up, I intend to seal this sword. I won't let my ears be swayed by its power. The figure lurking in shadows calmly weighed the words. Sealing it is not as hard as you think. Then no one will be easily chosen by it anymore. The noble did not want to overthink, cutting him off. If they are not worthy, better not to use it. The mysterious figure nodded in agreement, raising a hand toward the sword. Understood. The power radiating from him seeped into the sword, making it glow brighter. Glowing runes flared along the blade. The figure gently touched them and announced, sealing complete. They continued discussing, but suddenly their words became faint and unclear details about the seal. Standing behind, he could not catch a thing. Feeling frustrated, still no clue about the unbroken seals. The shadowed figure turned to the other, speaking carefully, when the third seal breaks, its power will be unleashed. Are you willing to accept that? The noble grasped the sword firmly, reassuring, that won't make much difference. It is. Turning away, he clenched the sword tightly, summoning power. Still, I have to test it. The sword pulsed with strange energy continuously. He observed quietly, thinking, could it have a mana flow inside like Hukius? Its complexity rivals a human mana system. That power quickly surged into the noble's body. He raised his hand, channeling the force. Like a lightning strike, he swung the sword fiercely, making it slice through the air. Stern and focused, he poured all his strength into a downward strike. Misty smoke appeared. Watching the scene unfold, he realized mana was not just blocked, it was fighting back. After finishing, the noble held the gleaming sword up to his face and said, I will have to reinforce the seal a bit more. After diving back out of the memory, he quickly returned to reality. Clutching his throbbing head in pain, he raised the sword in one hand, rubbing his head with the other, amazed at power that can erase mana. Who would have thought a weapon like this even existed? He stomped fiercely on the floor, dust flying everywhere, face burning with rage, dashing forward with fierce intent, ready to strike. Ahead stood the Spider Queen, a level 5 monster. He swung his sword, slicing her clean in half. As her body turned to dust, a voice echoed, Woo, kid. You are tough, really pulled it off. It was Sanjiji's voice, his face full of excitement. You know this is your first win after all those losses, right? Let us see. 7 months. Huh. The noble smiled back confidently. You know I can beat you anytime now, right? Haha. Special case. Huh. You little devil. No joke. Sanjiji asked seriously. What is your plan this time? I think I am done training for now, he just casually replied. But I did not expect him to get so fired up, even patting me on the back. Hey, that is a great idea. While we are at it, I might as well blow off some steam too. Before I could celebrate, I started speaking again. Well, almost. His eyes suddenly lit up, burning with pure passion. I think it is time for the challenge. He placed his hand on his chest and declared with fierce pride. This challenge was created by the founder, the Bloodless Dream. The Bloodless Dream is a trial forged for the Li Martial clan. It holds the full power and domain of Zhongguizhen and is an illusion enhanced by Dakabi magic, and it chooses only those worthy to face its test. It is one of the sacred bonds linking the mountain's guardian. Sanjiji asked seriously, You really want to take on this challenge? He answered just as seriously, Yes. I have been preparing for it. My face hardened when he said I am not strong enough to beat the challenge yet. Then he uttered a single word. But, and I looked up. Curious, Sanjiji stretched out his palm. He smiled and declared something to me. Looks like you are ready to take on the challenge. 9th generation of the Li Martial clan. Grant you permission to challenge the Bloodless Dream. I shook hands with Sanjiji, feeling grateful, and quickly replied, Thank you, sir. Not long after, he led me to a storefront and said, This is the entrance to the Bloodless Dream. I was a bit confused and turned to ask, Isn't this the path to where you live? He took a step forward and replied, For now. It is. Then Sanjiji stretched out his hand, unleashing a swirl of glowing blue energy. He placed his hand on the stone wall, and the energy twisted into spirals. Moments after his touch, the blue spiritual energy flooded the entire space. After a while, Sanjiji turned to me and said, "You probably already know, once you enter the bloodless dream, you can leave until the challenge is over. Go on. Step inside." He swiftly stepped past me, declaring, "Then I will be waiting for you to come back." He smiled, satisfied, and replied, "Do as you please." Though I could tell he secretly thought, "I really do not want to see his face anymore." I pushed open the door, and a blinding light spilled out, accompanied by Sanjiji's parting words. "Good luck." The light was so bright I had to shield my eyes. While in my mind I thought, to some he is a war god. To others, a ruthless killer. I carefully listed his many titles, noble ranks, even legendary symbols from fantasy tales, the founder of the world's top martial clan. Then, before me appeared Li Xian, the founder himself. I bowed deeply and said, "Descendant here pays respects to the ancestor who founded the Li martial clan." Gripping my weapon tight, I marveled silently. His presence was so vivid, it felt like he was still alive. Then I focused forward, reminding myself, through history, only a handful have dared challenge the bloodless dream across generations. The sole condition for victory: defeat the founder by age 15. At that moment, he held the sword sheath in one hand and began drawing the blade with the other. I closed my eyes tight, my plan already mapped out. Time to probe his moves first. Before I could react, blood suddenly gushed from my throat. Right then, Hunhein's sword plunged deep into my chest. I woke with a loud shout. I was lying on the grass, my head spinning with questions. What just happened? My heart got pierced. I rested my hand on my forehead, thinking. I was not caught off guard. I shot, grass flying everywhere. I have been beheaded in simulations before, but at least I knew how it went down. My face darkened as I pondered, but this time, besides having my heart stabbed, I am clueless. I shook my head slightly, trying to calm myself. Steady now. Think it through carefully. I placed my hand on my head, continuing to mull it over. He did not use any secret techniques or special moves at all. Even with his aura enhancement technique, his eyes suddenly widened. Looks like he just figured something out. The block and counterattack flashed through his mind. This guy strikes faster than lightning. Even with my sixth sense, I could not detect a thing. Not even with my eyes closed. Could it have been a single strike aimed at my blind spot? His mind was flooded with questions. No idea which guess was right. But how could that be? He would have to read every move of mine to pull that off. He grabbed his sword, ready to rise. So this guy's that strong. He stood tall, face serious, stomping down with fierce determination radiating off him. He strode straight ahead, head held high, walking with undeniable confidence. Looks cool on the outside, but inside, he is seriously tense. Haha. Honestly, I have no clue if I can win this. Elsewhere, in a grand house, our family received news from John Gwizzle. Tixin opened the wooden box and pulled out the cloth inside. Carefully, he wiped down the sword in his hands, speaking softly. He has entered the cave. Yeah, it has been 10 months. Tixin stared intently at the gleaming blade, silently refusing to accept it. But he should not have had that skill level. Tixin recalled every battle his son had fought, etched deeply in his memory. That kid has never truly failed. Gwizzle, the dual swordsman of the Blood Fox, queen of the Faceless Curse. Looking at his record, he has not won every fight, but never truly lost either. Tixin's lips curled up slightly, pride shining through. In other words, he has never hit a brick wall he could not break through. He closed the sword and asked Steward Choi, "Do you know why the survival rate in the bloodless dream is below 50%? Suddenly, a vision of Yan standing before a towering mountain flashed through Tixin's mind, accompanied by a firm statement, because their spirits shatter when they hit the wall named Li Xian. So what happens to someone who has never faced a wall like that before? Un just finished the battle, laying his blade down in the grass, so this kid's never had the experience of breaking through a wall. Un lay back on the grass, hand shielding his eyes, breathing calmly. What will he do when faced with a real wall? Nian Jiang Yigian, I did not understand what just happened. Did I really just die from one hit? Un silently recalled his opponent's fighting style. The fight was lightning fast. The guy unleashed a fiery strike, hit me head on, then attacked from the side. Un sat up quickly, hands resting on his knees, an attack that struck his blind spot perfectly. The guy had already figured out all his fighting moves. Un looked at his trembling hands, quietly thinking, it has been a long time since I felt like this. He clenched his fists, filled with determination, frustration, despair, knowing he might not win. His chances were slim, but Alan still gripped his blade tightly. He would not break or give up here. Holding the sword with both hands, Sparks danced along the blade. No one in this world understood this feeling more than him. Unsprinted forward. Mind racing when you fall into a deep pit. The only way out is up. He leapt high. Eyes blazing with fierce resolve, his efforts were far from useless. The founder showed no fear, raising his sword to block. The founder barely twisted his sword, and Un's head was already sliding off his neck. Now I get it, the founder's power is not some strange force, faster than lightning. He stabbed right through Un's body. The founder's strength comes from talent, having found the perfect path for his own growth after countless defeats. Un finally understood he moves with perfect instincts every single moment. The essence of martial arts. Every basic move builds the strongest foundation. Watch closely, this is the founder's sword path. While Un was deep in thought, the founder attacked again. Un panicked, then tracked the sword's direction with his eyes. A thought flashed in his mind, and he immediately raised his sword to block a swift horizontal slash from left to right. After fending them off, Un flashed a smug grin. Then suddenly blood splattered across the sky. Whose blood? Next time. For sure. We will find out. The deep blue sky. Grass swirling everywhere. The two of them charged at each other, their blades clashing. First strike. He fought fiercely, showing no sign of weakness. Second strike. The battle raged on with no end in sight. Third strike. Fourth strike. Finally, I could hold my own against the founder. The founder's eyes darkened with fury as his sword glowed with intense blue light. The founder slashed straight at him, and he barely dodged in time. He broke into a big smile, dodging a killing blow. Finally, I am unleashing my aura. He crouched low, hands pressed to the ground, ready to strike with his unique close combat style, pure unpredictability and freedom. The founder switched weapons, preparing to counterattack, and what I have been missing, mastery over all weapons, built on a solid foundation of skills. Now he pieced it together, Mu Hien Mong's true purpose. Now I get it. The real goal behind Mu Hien Mong. The founder lunged forward at lightning speed. Spear aimed straight at the founder himself, shattering the wall called self. Clutching his new weapon tightly, he thought, a power even the founder does not have, one I did not even know I possessed. He recalled Zhang's praise. Like a wake-up call, his talent for magic was extraordinary. His aunt was certain, ecstatic, like striking gold. He whispered thanks to her. He raised his spear skyward, pouring in every ounce of strength like a deadly storm. A whirlwind of fury. They clashed again, neither willing to back down. Their weapons scraped together with such force sparks flew. Suddenly, rocks exploded everywhere, dust clouding the ground. The wall had been shattered, but still, neither side relented. The barrier crumbling down. Elsewhere, amidst majestic mountains and fragile branches, Sanjiji sat sipping wine, talking to himself. It has been a month since that kid joined Mu Hien Mong. Right before Tetsun, no one had faced a challenge fight in 1,000 years, never thought one would happen after just 50. He slammed his wine glass on the table, spilling the liquid everywhere. As he drank, the house trembled, making Sanjiji furious. What the hell is going on with this mountain? But then excitement took over. He jumped up. Do not tell me it is. Sanjiji raced toward the gate with joy. He stood before the sturdy iron gate, unable to hide his emotions. Sanjiji voiced his thoughts. This kid really passed that fight. The iron gate creaked open slowly, dust billowing everywhere. M's face emerged, glowing with pride as he smiled triumphantly. Yum stood tall before Sanjiji, declaring his return. I am back. Mountain Guardian. After returning, he went straight to soak in the hot springs. So, how is it? The two laughed, teasing one another. I never want to go through that again, he said. And I told him the same, but looking at him, he did not seem too bitter. Everyone who comes out wears a deadly look. Their personalities change completely. Suddenly, Velma's face, lost in somber thought, it seemed like everyone had found their own answer. Then remembering something, Yum turned to Sanjiji and asked, do you know how my dad's doing? Sanjiji wondered aloud. You mean Tetsun? Excited, popping open a beer. Curious about your dad. Huh? You want to know what he said right after leaving there? Sanjiji recalled young Tetsun's words, mimicking him. Training's enough, I will come back here. Thanks for everything, he said. Wait a minute, you just went and imitated your dad. The bathing scene was stunning, vibrant blue, so eye-catching. Yeah, but I am not that good at it, Yum denied. No way, he continued. But you have achieved something huge. You are the youngest to ever complete the Mu Hien Mong mountain trial. Yum closed his eyes, savoring the moment, a faint smile on his lips, lucky to have passed. Having unlocked so many truths, Sanjiji was curious about what he would do next. Ben asked, what are you going to do with the rest of the wins here? Train some more. Hearing Yom's answer, he blinked in surprise. I am planning to rest and sort out everything I have realized. Then he burst out laughing. Not poking fun at you yet. Huh? Thought you would never change. But turns out you have shifted a bit. The kid just said he is taking a break. You feeling sick or what? What did that Dekabai skill do to you? Sanjiji was still laughing loud. No sign of stopping? Hey. Mountain Guardian. Yum lit up like a flower blooming. He demanded his reward from him. It is time to claim what is mine. Yum even brought up old business, making Sanjiji's face go as dark as a burnt pot. You have not forgotten you scared me off last time. Huh? He turned away. Wait, kid, that was just... His cheerful face twisted uglier by the second. Seeing that, Yum calmly said, I am not asking for anything crazy. That is scarier than what I want. Suddenly, Wyomi's face turned seriously intense. I want to borrow that Deepening club of yours. Sanjiji was shocked by the request. What? His whole body trembling. Sanjiji pointed at Yum. Kid, that is not something a normal human can handle. You can't even use it. Yum reassured him. Don't worry. I just want to touch it once. Yum promised. Touching it once won't cause any damage. Right? Sanjiji stammered. Well, not exactly. He rubbed his head. Frustrated. Damn it. Fine. Sanjiji reluctantly agreed. You can't do much with it anyway. His hand glowed as if preparing to conjure something. A sharp spiked club appeared, surrounded by a mesmerizing blue light. He gripped it powerfully. Yum recalled its info from a past life. Sanjiji handed over the spiked club. I will lend it to you for exactly 1 hour. He warned with a few extra rules. If you push it too hard, you will get into trouble. So be careful, kid. Yum happily accepted it. Thanks, sir. The moment Sanjiji let go, the spiked club's heavy weight made it hard for Yum to hold. It slammed down with a thud. Yum gave it his all trying to lift it but failed every time. Sanjiji chuckled beside him. Told you. You can't even lift it. Sanjiji walked off. Figure it out yourself. Well, enjoy your hour of fun. Yum panicked but shrugged. Well, gotta go all in once I have started. After a while, he finally dragged it to the stone room. Moving it took all his magic just to get it up the wall. Yum rubbed his shoulder, his arms aching from the spiked club. And this was not even its full form yet. He sized up the spiked club, a weapon said to withstand storms, tidal waves, and flatten mountains with a single swing. If fully unleashed, it would be a disaster. Yum poured magic into it. There was only one reason he borrowed this Dakota Kabi club. Dark energy swirled around the club like a storm. If Black Kai is a facet of the weapon, could he absorb it? Or does it only work under special conditions? He had to figure it out. Suddenly, he heard a scream. Always so stubborn. Huh? What are you planning to do with that thing? The conflicting energies hurt Yum, forcing him to crouch down in pain. His hand clenched tightly, fighting through it. I have read it. Yum never thought he would lose so easily, knocked back by a single sound. So he managed to unlock what he wanted. If he could read its memories, maybe he could absorb it. His excitement soared. If he could absorb it, he could wield weapons no human ever had before. Scene change. Yum slung on his backpack, grabbing everything he had. Sanjiji's voice made him turn back. No wonder things felt off down at the mountain base. He was holding a bottle, grinning widely. Today's your day to leave? Huh? Yum replied. Yeah, exactly 1 year today. Sanjiji looked surprised. Really? Then pulled out a bag, tossing it up and down like a ball. Yum asked curiously. What is that? He grinned slyly. That is salt. I threw it to see you off on your journey. Your face twisted in confusion hearing that, quickly snapping back to a smile. Yum thanked him sincerely. Thank you for everything, sir. I will come visit again next year. Joking aside, he was sad to see you go but did not tease you this time. You know, showing up empty-handed won't get you a welcome party. Right? Sanjiji made a deal with Yum. Next time you come back, bring a whole stash of booze. You sighed. Defeated, this is the guy who just dumped a pile of salt on you, and now he's asking for drinks. Suddenly, Yum asked him, Keeper of the mountain, are you content living up here? His face clouded with a hint of sadness. Contentment. What does that matter? This is my land. I stay here simply because it is mine, Sanjiji said bluntly. Looks like I am stuck here, but I get out plenty. You think all that booze and food just appear out of thin air? He angrily shooed you away. Don't bother me, now just go. Yet you lingered. Not now. But your words stirred something in him. One day, I will bring your name back to you. Sanjiji was surprised. You. How do you know about that? After Yum left, he stood on the mountain watching, remembering your words. When the time comes, you will need his help. Yum left a deep impression on him. How does that kid know all this? Honestly, he is one strange kid. Long ago, a Dakabi roamed the 8 districts until a man caught him, then released him. Refusing to lose, the Dakabi challenged the man to a wrestling match. After losing, he made 2 oaths. First, to guard the mountain's peak and guide newcomers. Second, to create the Muhayamun and choose worthy challengers. Old Dam Chiyu stared into the distance. That was a past everyone knew. He recalled when he was pushed down by a villain back then. The villain arrogantly told him, "Since I want, do not cause trouble in our world again. To prove it, I will take your name." Sanjiji's gaze was cold. A name is a person's essence. Your soul will now be bound to me. The villain even kindly helped him up. But that was not all bad, that fake-hearted bastard. He said, "One day, if a child with my blood returns this name to you, then finally, our legacy will be complete." Sanjiji sighed deeply. I guess he was not really all bad. Hun Hyan. That kid he is really the one who will carry out this mission. He shrugged it off. Well, whatever happens, he is supposed to bring my name back to me. Suddenly, his mood soared, full of frustration as the kid ran off, leaving him with nothing but hopeless hope. His steps were heavy with irritation. Maybe I should be thrown more salt on him. That evening, Yum arrived at my place. I had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal Hukia, so it took a bit longer. Butler Choi was waiting at the door. Long time no see. Young master, he asked kindly. Are you well? Yum was surprised by his presence. Butler Choi, you smiled politely. If Butler Choi's here waiting, then father must have summoned me. Butler Choi confirmed. Yes, that is right. I will bring your luggage inside. Please proceed to the main hall. Their footsteps echoed through the night. Yum followed Butler Choi respectfully. But when he tried to take a familiar path, the butler stopped him. Not today. We will take this way. Young master, this change is unexpected. Huh, you wondered aloud. This path is definitely. Suddenly you remembered this was the way to the clan leader's private training grounds. Taesin was drawing his sword. Serious? Hearing footsteps, he turned. You have arrived. Taesin slowly sheathed his sword. Not even surprised, he looked sternly. You have come. Yum bowed slightly. Father, are you well? Taesin's cold gaze pierced him. Looks like you have been getting some good deals lately. The distance between them felt both close and far. Yes, but seeing you makes me realize how much I still lack. He closed his eyes briefly, smirking. So you have learned to kiss up outside. Huh, if that is the case, I am disappointed. For the first time, he did not sense his father's usual strictness and stood there a bit stunned. Wait, was that a joke? Did Dad just laugh? The steward bowed respectfully and said, Father has arrived. Master, Taesin replied softly. Thank you. His father turned his head and called him over. This way, a jade green tea set. Incredibly elegant, with steam rising from the hot brew that made it all the more tempting. Taesin sat down calmly and asked Han, how are you holding up? Silently, his father poured a cup of tea while Taesin poured his heart out. Not just giving a report. Tell me your true feelings. If I wanted a report, I would not have asked you to come here alone. His hands trembled nervously, rubbing together if his father really wanted to hear his honest thoughts. Taesin looked straight into his father's eyes and said, well then. His father fell silent. Troubled inside. Something about this feels off. Taesin raised his teacup, took a sip, and said, talking with a kid not about reports, but about his feelings during training, that is a first, and that is all. Setting the cup down, his father said, you did not waste your time. Taesin smiled modestly. I can't waste the time you gave me. Father, his father's question made him hesitate for a moment. Then why did you come back late today? Taesin listened carefully. Because I stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay respects to our ancestors. His father straightened up, hiding any weakness in his gaze. Is that all? Summoning all his courage, Taesin said loudly. If this is something I will have to mention someday, I would rather believe the elders deserve to witness that moment too. Suddenly, an invisible pressure filled the room, having barely achieved a small feat. Was he already getting cocky? Taesin radiated an intense aura. Intimidating others? Are you seriously telling me you visit the ancestral tome, just to boost your own reputation? He forced himself not to buckle under this overwhelming pressure. Determined inside, he thought, because of Hukia, I will have to visit Sungmu Mountain often. I can't let this happen every time. He tried to speak. I want to show tradition and respect not just in words, but through my actions. Sitting up straight, he declared to Taesin, They might see me as just a kid, but I carry the blood of the vice chief. I want to prove myself and become a role model. His father smiled, clearly pleased. Well said. Before raising the teacup to his lips, his father warned carefully, I will let this slide this time, but you must make sure it does not turn into spoiled behavior. Tayson nodded obediently. Yes, father, I am. Just as he lifted his head, Tayson raised another question. And one more thing, you have not told me everything. Tayson blinked. Huh? His father's eyes widened in disbelief as he called him out. I allowed you to go to John Gwizzle, but I do not recall ever approving Mion. Tayson slowly stood up. The only thing I asked for was training at John Gwizzle. His father started pacing, eyes wild with confusion. You deceived your own father. So the punishment is ready. Come with me. A sharp silver sword gleamed as strong hands drew it from its sheath. Tayson pointed the sword coldly at him. Draw your weapon. I will see what you have really got. In the cold great hall, father and son stepped into a tense standoff. The steward handed Tayson his sword. I wondered why father brought you to the training grounds. Now I get it. Tayson hesitated. Can I really show you everything I have got with this? His father fell silent. You knew from the start, did not you? Tayson seemed resolved and clenched his fist. He reached out, and his sword shimmered with a blue glow out of thin air. Even with his weapon drawn, standing opposite Tayson still made him uneasy. Tayson stared at the sword, as if recalling something deep in memory. Then his gaze sharpened fiercely. Come at me. Golden sparks flickered around the sword as Tayson activated his skilled demonic eye. Only when he locked eyes with him did he witness an unbelievable scene that left him wide-eyed. Tayson stood there completely still. No movement at all. Nothing. I could not see a thing, no trace of magic power, not a flicker of aura, not even a hint. So even my magic eyes can pierce through him. His attack was a massive force, yet it was sliced in half effortlessly by just one strike. Bracing himself, he planted his feet firmly, ready to clash with his father. No hesitation. The pressure was so intense the ground cracked beneath them. He poured everything into the first strike. The light on his sword shifted to green, his skill and fighting style unfolding. His eyes turned icy blue, pupils vanishing as a sharp flash tore through the space toward Tayson's skill. Demon Pierce. The attack came close, but he did not budge an inch. I even combined it with Storm Style and Battle Aura Ice. If only it could have made even the slightest impact. Under the starry sky, Tayson finally makes his move, gently gripping his sword. The stillness of the night. Just one sharp slash tears the air in two. His attack was a massive strike, yet it is effortlessly cut in half by a single swing. Behind the blue-black gleam slicing through the air, fragments shatter into tiny pieces mid-flight. The battlefield is wrecked. Rocks and dust scatter everywhere. He raised his hand to shield his face as stones pelted his body. The great hall's floor cracked in several places. This was enough. Tayson sternly lectured. This is the answer you will find after dueling the founder. He stood immobile, hand covering his face. He coughed a few times to catch his breath and replied, Yeah, that logo with the sword crossing it, that is the mark of a mighty clan. A talent no one else possesses but you, and to keep breaking and rebuilding that talent, creating an unshakable foundation. He did not back down. Ready for another fight, that is the truest answer you have found. Tayson saw the resolve in his eyes and smiled faintly. Looks like you have chosen a tough path. Looking deep into his stern gaze, he vowed, but I won't fall or bow down. Tayson waved his hand to change the subject. Good. How's the challenge in the bloodless dream going? He sheathed his sword. Words can really explain. Great hall was shattered. If you can say it, it means it is not truly yours yet. He handed the sword back to the steward. The attack just now was not even your strongest move, right? He clenched his fists tightly, muttering under his breath, Yeah, I know. Tayson's face suddenly hardened, his eyes full of complicated emotion. Tayson threw his cloak over his shoulder and turned to leave. I entered the bloodless dream on my own. If I show weakness again, I will be punished for sure. He looked back at him anxiously. Sorry, father, suddenly he asked, catching him off guard. So what is your plan from now on? Standing tall and serious, he replied, About that, I have something to report. His voice dropped. Go ahead. Gathering all his courage, he said, From now on, I will undergo the Academy's Level 3 program. But as you know, I have long surpassed the trainee level. Tayson cut him off sharply. Get to the point. Taking a step forward, he said, I want to experience the world. Tayson punched his own chest seriously. Please allow me to begin my journey as a martial artist. Tayson gave him a skeptical glance. So from the moment you wanted to come to Qianshan, this was your real goal? He nodded. Yes, exactly. He only watched Tayson's retreating figure and admitted, but the bigger reason is that I want to strengthen my own power. Tayson bowed his head slightly, frowning with concern. Trying to achieve too many goals at once, that habit might one day choke you. He bowed respectfully to see him off. I will remember that. Tae-sin squinted, lost in thought. This is both advice and a warning. His voice carried a hint of sadness. Yeah? The martial artist's journey. The night sky outside the institute tonight was blanketed with countless stars above. The martial journey ahead was the final challenge that Li's disdirect disciple had to overcome. No help from the clan, just train hard until you are ready. Then come back. That was the only rule. There is no fixed test. But the achievement you reach must be undeniable. Everyone has to respect it. He stood silently in the grand hall. But his silhouette carried the weight of something massive. Still. At 15. He was too young. Most start their martial journey around 17 or 18. In the shadows, he was the only one brave enough to step toward the light. But this kid was not about to be boxed in by what is normal. He personally proved he possessed the strength of a level 5 martial artist. Behind him, a bunch of other kids watched his back. Seeing him, they would definitely be on higher alert now. Tae-sin turning around was a clear sign of his support. All right then. Good job. I give you the green light to start your martial journey. He was so thrilled that his hands clenched tightly behind his back. Success at last, but halfway through. He hesitated, making the kid instinctively nervous. Yet Tae-sin's commanding voice boomed out 2 conditions. One crisp morning at Li's administrative office. Tae-hong waved frantically, shouting, "Nephew, you are such a mess." He grabbed the kid's cheeks, rubbing them gently. "Hello? Nephew? How have you been?" The old man laughed heartily. "When have I ever been anything but good?" Tae-hong finally let go, teasing, "You have grown so tall. Have not you?" The whole room echoed with their laughter. "We can stand like this forever, please. Sit down." "Yes. Thank you." Tae-hong sat down quickly, asking, "Want something to drink?" The old man shook his head. "Thank you." Remembering how much he would already eaten, Tae-hong urged, "Young master, eat a little more." "Oh man, what are we gonna do? Food's running low." "It is Please stop. Actually, I just ate with the nanny," he said. "I am so I might burst." "Well, that explains it." The old man studied his face and asked, "Hey, nephew, you look really tired." He scratched his head sheepishly. "Work's been crazy lately." Was it that obvious? Standing up with Tae-hong's admiration, he said, "Actually, I have something to give you." He placed a wooden box on the table. "Nothing fancy, but it is a pill I made myself." The old man snatched the box quickly. "Nothing special. Huh, but it will boost your vitality and mana control for the next few weeks. You are the only one who thinks of me like this. Let us see." Opening the box, there was a single black pill. "What is that smell? Like pine forest after rain?" He grinned. "Even the mountain guardians say this is a top-tier medicine." The old man's curiosity piqued. "Mountain guardians," he urged him. "Try it, please." Tae-hong quickly handed over the pill. "All right." The old man slowly brought the pill to his lips. "If even the demon spirits approve, it must work wonders." Tae-hong opened his mouth wide, carefully placing the pill in, watching every move closely. Tae-hong smiled as the old man swallowed it. Tae-hong closed his eyes, feeling the pill's essence flood every cell. This was the real deal. His body surged with a radiant light, clearing every meridian, training mana while taking this pill. The results would be off the charts. The old man slowly opened his eyes, amazed. Incredible. Tae-hong was thrilled with the pill's effect, fast-acting and as potent as any sacred elixir. "You actually made this." The old man beamed with pride. "Yes, that is right." Tae-hong stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You still remember how to make it?" His eyes sparkled wide. "Of course. Even rare ingredients can be swapped out." Cradling the pill like a treasure, Tae-hong said. "Well then." The old man lowered his voice. "Don't tell a soul. Keep this locked in your mind. When you grow up, you will find many ways to use it." His demeanor immediately brightened up. "He always puts me first. Just like always." "Yes. Back then I really hoped for your support." Tae-hong laughed out loud, teasing, "This kid's trying to use his uncle." "Huh, by me." His uncle grinned. "When the time comes, I will gladly be your tool, kid." Suddenly, his uncle retracted his hand like he just remembered something. "Right? I heard you are planning to join the fighter's journey this time." His uncle was surprised how fast the news spread. "Yeah, I know about it." Tae-hong bowed his head, worried. There's going to be a ton of drama. The thought of all those judging eyes broke his uncle's heart. That kid won't escape accusations of favoritism. Since no one dares touch Big Brother, all the dirty looks will land on you instead. Tae-hong gently placed a box on the table. "To join the fighter's journey, I do not just need the chief's permission, but the elder's approval too." His uncle's face turned serious, different from usual. Those elders do not exactly like you. Maybe you should just give up this time. He lowered his gaze and explained, I have already anticipated your worries. That is why my dad set a condition. Tae-hung could not believe his ears. His uncle nodded. All right, he placed both hands forward. Serious? Because of that, I need your support. His uncle threw open the door, exclaiming with excitement. It has been ages since I have been back here. Tae-hung stretched and whispered to himself, let us start off easy. Suddenly, his uncle's eyes glazed over helplessly as he mumbled toward the door. They're here already. Then he shoved the door wide open. I have got a gift ready too. I have perfected all the aura skill formulas. Let us try them out now. His uncle grabbed him by the collar, shaking him and shouting, you gotta find this lady first? You ungrateful little punk. His uncle's face paled as he stammered. I am busy right now. There is no way I could just drop by unannounced. She let go of his collar, pouting. I know everything. You just stopped by little Kaka's place before coming here. His uncle touched his neck, feeling like he might die. Tae-hung sighed. That was just business. His uncle crossed his arms, turning away, grumbling. That mouth of yours never loses an argument. And you rush off on missions right after, barely even back. Suddenly, she softened her tone, catching his uncle off guard. She tiptoed forward, gently rubbing his head, her voice sweet like a kid's. My little one's grown up so much. Your manus nearly doubled, and your mana veins are way stronger. His uncle earnestly reported. All the aura skills you learned before. You have mastered them. She misses you. His voice is both confirming and excited. Really? So you have officially hit level 3 magic today. He flexes his muscles proudly and laughs. Still gotta buff up a bit, but for a kid like you, I have got a gift ready. I have perfected the entire aura skill set. Let us test it out now. But you quickly decline, killing her vibe. She apologizes. Sorry, but right now, it is just not possible. He calmly explains it is because from today on, things get busy. Footsteps approach from the door, and a familiar voice calls out, still closed like always. A man pushed the door open. His footsteps were quiet but noticeable. His uncle's face lit up with a smile as he stepped in, seeing the man. He called. Big brother. She immediately scolded him. Hey you, always acting busy all the time. His uncle pointed accusingly at the man, fuming, if you are so busy, why did you show up saying you were training the little brother? What a lot. The man scratched his head awkwardly, trying to justify. Really? I'm just busy. But I still helped her adjust her skill formulas. Did not. Watching their bickering, his uncle sighed deeply. Even big brother has to drop everything to lend a hand. Huh. The uncle turned to suggest to Tae-hung. Her materials are super rare but super helpful for your personal training. Tae-hung forced a smile. Then that is perfect. Putting that aside, he changed the subject. Anyway, how have you been lately? Mai's expression suddenly grew serious and somber, making Tae-hung pause. Yeah, I am. But he grabbed his collar and ruffled his hair, teasing yet scolding him. How dare you sneak off to the heavenly mountain without so much as a heads up to your big bro? He quickly tried to explain, blaming the little brother, saying he was busy with a mission at the time. The little brother, caught between a head rub and a scolding, ended up making their father personally get involved. In another room, dim and slightly musty, the light crept in through the slats of the window shutters. Tae-hung was scribbling something down and told the younger brother that he needed to pass on the basics of the skill set, asking if the little bro could handle it. At this moment, he was still calm after hearing the question. Thank you. Tae-hung kept his head down, writing and whispering to himself, thinking it would be easier to learn from the elders than from anyone else. He glanced up at his calm and thoughtful expression, feeling a stir inside. Even though he was not usually one to care about such things, after a moment, the younger brother bowed his head and replied respectfully, yes, I will. Saying that, he turned to leave, but just as he reached for the door lock, he suddenly hesitated. Tae-hung, still behind him, did not look up but warned, be ready for what is coming. The younger brother turned halfway, bowed politely, and said, thank you. As he passed through the door, his mind drifted into deep thought how even he had never been allowed to test himself in the bloodless dream. Yet this kid had already made such progress. A small smile curled on his lips. Pride welled up inside him. Now he finally understood why he was entrusted with teaching the basics. With his usual mature mindset, he analyzed that it was to motivate himself by looking at the little brother. Then he thought about what Tae-hung said. Maybe it was to spark a friendly rivalry between them. Without overthinking, he decided, I really need to meet the little bro face to face to get the full picture. While still rubbing Tae-hung's head, his thoughts suddenly shifted. 20 years, maybe just 10, or even less. I have got to catch up. Seeing him staring, the little brother spoke up. Thanks, big bro. Even with all the chaos, you still care to clear any doubts. The younger brother smiled. No worries. Out of everyone certified to inherit the secret techniques, I am the only one who has actually got hands-on. The inheritance certificate means mastering all the basic skills, doctrines, and secret manuals of the Li Xian Musec passed down through generations. Only those who fully master these skills get this official recognition. It is also one of the conditions their father set for any warrior undertaking the full training of Li Xian Muse basics. Tahong suddenly asked, but why are you personally teaching the basics? Aren't there elders in the academy for that? The younger brother did not answer directly but shot back. Do you really think those elders can pass down the true essence completely? Then he calmly laid out all the possibilities. After hearing this, Tahong kept thanking him. Thanks for everything, big bro. The younger brother patted his shoulder and chuckled. Yeah, outwardly casual. But a flicker of sadness crossed his eyes as he thought, has he really grown up this much already? Looking at the young man's mature face, he recalled how, back then, he could see the flow of magic power inside his little brother's body whenever he focused. Thinking about his body now, he felt a twinge of disappointment in himself now. Even he could not read him so clearly anymore. But pushing aside the jealousy, the younger brother encouraged himself and ruffled Tahong's hair. Even if you surpass me, no hard feelings. Good job, little bro. Big bro still wants to be the one you all look up to forever. Their conversation was completely oblivious to Gai Wang Ho, who quietly spoke up. But you guys. Then Gai Wang Ho jumped up yelling, are you seriously going to keep chatting while the adults are talking? Hey, please sit down and behave. She stormed off in a huff. Fine, I am out of here. Gai Wang watched her go and casually replied, whatever. We will be seeing each other tonight anyway. Gai Wang Ho pouted. Didn't you say they're DB training? Bet it is gonna go late into the night again. To calm her down, the younger brother said, training is training, but studying with you is a whole different thing. He kept praising her talent, making Gai Wang Ho blush deeply. After all, she is one of the top magic experts in the world. How could I possibly miss the chance to study alongside you? Please forgive me. Just hold on a little longer, okay? Immediately, Ge brightened up, grinning proudly, saying, well, what can I say? Since you are the world-renowned expert, I guess I will let it slide this time. After speaking, Ge waved goodbye and took off. All right then, now that we understand each other, definitely not because it is drama time, he joked, waving back. Yeah, take your time heading home. Only after you leave will I finally breathe easy. Once the person was gone, Mai Wang looked ready, gripping his sword, and said, now, the real training begins, and slowly drew his sword and said calmly, all right then. Mai Wang drew his sword across his face, eyes sharp and intense, and with a commanding voice said, to fulfill the conditions father set for me. His face had turned serious, eyes locked onto N without blinking. Mai Wang held his sword firmly and declared, I will personally train you rigorously. Under my Yaga's strict guidance at the camp, after 7 days of training at Sungmu camp, and practiced the fundamental skills alongside his older brother. Simple, but effective. Mai Wang's face remained stoic. He was not distracted even as a sword aimed straight at his face. Meanwhile, and strained with all his might, gritting his teeth as he thrust his sword toward Mai Wang used one hand to parry an S sword, knocking it aside. The moments of teaching sword techniques and knowledge were brief but sharp. During practice, conserving energy and rest time was key. Breaks were just enough to catch one's breath in this intense session, and was pushed almost to his limit, as if in a real duel. Mai Wang stepped forward and said, I think nothing beats engraving lessons directly onto the body rather than just words. Anne looked into the burning red eyes of Mai Wang and asked, you are using your magic eyes to observe, right? Then give it your all. His challenge reignited in S spirit. He slammed his sword into the ground, using it as support. He pushed himself up, exhausted but determined. Then, Mai Wang positioned his feet, striking the ground hard enough to kick up dust, pebbles, and leaves. A fierce roar of restrained power echoed as he sprinted straight ahead. When En swung his sword down, Mai Wang swiftly blocked it. He silently acknowledged that while Mai Wang had the flow down thanks to his magic eyes, his body was not fully cooperating, and watched the fiery gaze in every strike Mai Wang launched, searching for every flaw in his technique. One strike had not even landed yet, and structurally, it was impossible for his body to handle it. His muscles and joints were already at their limit. Mai Wang asked calmly but with a cutting tone, you think that move is too much for me? Do not. Before he could finish, Anne interrupted. Wrong. The Mai Wang body is way tougher than you think. Mai Wang suddenly froze as a sword hovered right between his eyes. His mind was stunned this body, then he increased the speed of his sword parry and silently urged himself. Keep moving, and was shocked. Thinking, has he really caught up to this pace already? Mai Wang grabbed an S sleeve and muttered. Solid foundation. Quick learner. This kid was not capable of moves like this before, and turned and walked away. A hint of jealousy flickering in his heart. Even I never got to step into the bloodless dream trial. Could this be the secret he has unlocked there? Mai Wang rolled up his sleeves and said calmly. Alright then. Looks like you are catching up. Time to crank up the difficulty. With a confident grin and an inviting challenge. And assumed his stance. Sword ready, let us see if you can keep up now. Mai Wang squared up. Eyes sharpening as he thought, damn, he is seriously not messing around. After struggling through the drills, Mai Wang finally shouted, that is it for today's training, and rubbed the back of his neck, laughing awkwardly. Sorry about that. Looking at the pockmarked floor and panting hard, he continued, I might have gone a bit too hard during practice, and was exhausted but still smiling. This is what real training looks like. Mai Wang reached out to him and said, well, never mind then. As he helped him up, he gently asked, looks like you have started to get the hang of it. Huh, he naturally replied. Isn't he that what Hyan said? That the Sungmu clan's bodies are rock solid in his mind. Right after absorbing that knowledge, he realized the Sungmu clan's bodies really were tougher than normal bones, as resilient as steel sheets. Muscle springy and durable like rubber. Mai Wang raised his hand, staring at it quietly before muttering to himself. And a body this strong only gets tougher with every training session. Clenching his fist, he looked up and said, that is why. Even if you use moves that put intense strain on the body, it won't break just like that. He understood that the core of the technique starts right there. Mai Wang smiled lightly and replied, exactly. You have grasped it very well. You have even started applying it to your footwork. Flattered, he scratched his head shyly and humbly said, it is only after a week of hard training that I have gotten this far. I still have a long way to go. His master stayed modest, but Mai Wang's eyes lit up with pride. Thinking, long way to go. Usually, it takes months to grasp the basics. He is already killing it. Turning to leave, he tossed a few casual words over his shoulder. You are doing great. Don't forget to swing by the clinic to get those wounds checked properly. Mai Wang bent down to grab his robe, slipping it gently over one arm. Then, patting his master's shoulder, he reminded him, same time tomorrow. All right. The master nodded politely. Yes, today I will review what I learned. He left the training room, leaving him with a final warning. All right, but do not push yourself too hard. Finally, Mai Wang sighed in relief, the exhaustion still lingering. But that forced strain was gone. He held out his hand, staring at it thoughtfully. Realizing, this strength, it really feels similar. Then he picked up his sword and practiced the basics he would just learned. Infinite. A systemized combat theory based on continuous flow and endless adaptability. He recalled how Mai Wang had dodged his attacks, using his clan's fundamental combat style, maximizing the body's natural power to the fullest. Comparing what he would learn to Mai Wang's unpredictable strikes, he found them eerily similar. The patterns matched in a way that felt almost uncanny. He started breaking down the body to understand the differences. The core technique centered on the body itself, analyzing from shoulders to wrists and hands, while Infinite focused more on the weapon. From this, he seriously concluded that despite the differences, mastering the core technique might be easier than expected, and maybe they share the same origin. His eyes darkened with deep thought as he delved into the theory. In his mind's eye, he saw someone bearing the traits of the Sungmu clan clearly. Infinite seems closely tied to our family. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tight, a surge of frustration bubbling up like uncovering a secret where he least expected it. With hopeful eyes and a faint smile, he whispered to himself, looks like time's gonna fly by fast. Everyone of high status was gathering in the elders' meeting room of the Sungmu clan, the atmosphere formal and silent, until the sound of a door opening and footsteps approached. Chu Jiang stepped, his voice firm. Sorry I am late. The elder glanced at Tahong and teased. Oh look, a busy overseer with 100 tasks. What has got you sticking around here? Tahong remained calm and replied evenly. I just usually use being busy as an excuse to skip meetings. Figured I better stop by this time. Chu Jiang raised his cup and nodded. Is that so? Then he asked quietly. I suppose you have heard about the youngest son of the clan being promoted to warrior rank. Someone slammed the table and shouted. Of course. Elder. Right? Another joined in loudly. Some brat barely out of diapers. Already a warrior. What kind of joke is that? And to top it off, he is an illegitimate child. Tahong sat quietly. arms crossed, ignoring the uproar as others demanded justice. Rumor had it that the arrogant kid himself had petitioned the clan chief after returning from Shinku Mountain, asking to be allowed to skip the trials. Chu Jiang's eyes flicked sharply, slamming his glass down hard. His voice, tight with barely contained anger, cut through the room. Seems like everyone here's got it all wrong. The head of the family never made a final ruling on this matter. He only said to let the elder director discuss it thoroughly before deciding. Someone sitting there asked. The final decision lies with us, another nearby eagerly suggested. We are this far and just shoot it down bluntly and be done. The old man stroked his faded gray beard and said, it is never that simple. Chu Jiang pictured Young fighting and said, the head said the kid's martial skill matches a level 5 warrior, and even surpassed the bloodless dream. There is no solid reason to refuse. The old man gazed into the distance, his mind racing. That is what. When a secondary branch stirs trouble within the clan, we have to find a legitimate reason to act. Then he broadly asked everyone, has anyone come up with a suitable response? A hand immediately shot up. Tia Hung stood up and spoke. May I have a moment to share my thoughts? Young, just by looking at him, could guess Tia Hung's stance. He was strictly neutral in politics. He remembered the cold stares those elders threw at Tia Hung. Neutral. Standing nowhere, just pretending to be solemn. Young suspected that is why, when they saw Tia Hung at this meeting, all the elders thought he was here to defend the kid. Since both were secondary descendants, he thought silently, cursing under his breath. Even Tia Hung knows that, right? Such shallow-thinking snake in the grass types through and through. Young's mind flashed to the trials, the 3 tests the main branch descendants must pass. Selection, naming, and warrior's path. Those who clear all 3 land key roles in the clan. He imagined papers flying in the wind, granting endless rights and status, including attending and speaking at important meetings, basically treated like an elder. Tia Hung reached into his coat as if to grab something. Wang thought, how could these narrow-minded old fools, obsessed with pure bloodlines, ever accept that? He paused, wondering, wait, could this kid's secret medicine be tied to all this? Tia Hung sighed deeply, his mind tangled in doubts. Honestly, I am not even sure this is right. He raised his hand and said seriously, may I speak up? With a skeptical look, Chorung asked, the chief steward says so. The old man closed his eyes, revealing deep wrinkles, and said, I hear you are quite close to the youngest son. Hearing that, Tia Hung could not help but admit the sharp sting behind the words. Still, he smiled brightly and replied, after all his efforts, how could I just toss him aside? He hesitated briefly before continuing. I just think this time he has overstepped a bit. Chorung's curiosity piqued. Overstepped. Tung laid out his view bluntly. The kid has the right status. But can I just ignore tradition and procedure? The youngest needs to know some things can't be done on a whim. Chorung's sharp, loaded tone cut in. I thought you were not one for tradition and formalities. Seeing his shamelessness, Tia Hung cursed silently. This old bastard's no pushover. Still, he kept smiling and answered calmly. Do you think I do not understand their importance? It is just that, from a practical standpoint, I am worried we would get tangled up in rigid rules if we do not act carefully. Chorung nodded. I get it now. Chief Steward, your point is clear. He turned his head and asked, what do you propose? Tia Hung replied thoughtfully. If the elder director has no reason to oppose, then we just need to create one. Honestly, it is not worth overthinking. Tia Hung's voice rang out clearly. Ultimately, the most convincing argument is that the youngest has yet to prove himself. Chorung looked at him leniently. But did not the head of the family already recognize he is a level 5 warrior? Tia Hung quickly shot back. Do you think the head would back that up officially? The old man gasped in surprise, stunned by his unwavering resolve. Tia Hung clenched his fists nervously, hesitating before speaking. Quietly, he gritted his teeth, silently cursing the cunning brat to handle it on his own. With a serious expression, Tia Hung laid out his plan. Just set the stage. Let him prove himself. Chorung asked with a mix of surprise and doubt. A chess match? You mean a duel? Under the worried gazes of those around. He nodded. Yes, exactly. Judging by the youngest's past actions, there is no way he would back down. The old man's curiosity piqued. Then who should he face? Maybe the warrior who just completed his training recently fits best, right? But that reckless G, with that personality, no way he would agree to this kind of duel. The chilling image of Siona, cold smile and knife in hand, flashed vividly in his mind. Then it has to be the 6th little brother. He guessed. Tia Hung did not hesitate. Of course. If it is Shu, it is a perfect match. If there is worry, just set limits for him. Chorang nodded, silently approving his answer. Not a bad idea. The memory of her gritting her teeth in anger surfaced, reminding the old man of what Madam Bitch had said, that the sixth little brother harbored a deep grudge against that youngest son. Having voiced his opinion, Chorang smiled. I think this plan's solid. Then he turned to the elders. What do you all think? All eyes shifted to Chorang, and the elders replied, I agree. Sounds like a solid plan. Seeing the majority in favor, the rest followed suit. If the Grand Elder agrees, so let us call this meeting adjourned. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden voice rang out behind Tahong, making him freeze. Tough day. Grand Steward. Grand Elder. The old man's shadow slowly approached, engulfing Chorang in darkness. He smiled, praising. Looks like I have misunderstood you all this time. Grand Steward. What wind blew you here to grant me such clarity? Chorang modestly replied. I just followed through on what I said earlier. Of course. He added seriously. I fully understand your loyalty to the clan. Suddenly, the old man slammed his staff on the floor. But listen. Grand Steward. The reflected light revealed every line on Chorang's face. He did not hesitate to expose Tahong's little theatrical tricks. Those tiny details are what really matter. Hearing this, Chorang only smiled mysteriously. Tahong chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head and denying. Acting? I have no clue what you are talking about. The next words from Chorang made him freeze every glance. Every tone, every single word. Chorang brushed past Tahong calmly, continuing to lay bare the truth. Everyone calls him the bastard child, but you insist on calling him the youngest son. Those words echoed from afar. Exactly. Time moved on. 3 weeks later, at the Xungmu dojo, the blue sword was slowly drawn by. He pulled it out, murmuring thoughtfully. Looks like today's the last time. Mai? Rong asked teasingly. How come you can say that after getting beaten to a pulp yesterday? He shot back confidently. Bro, you already saw it for yourself. Taking a fighting stance, he challenged. Then come at me. Let us see what you got. Right after Mai, Rong lunged fiercely toward standing firm. I raised the blue sword high. At that very moment, Mai, Rong attacked, but he parried just in time. I Rong forced the blue sword flying from Wai's hands with a powerful strike. Wai laughed excitedly, praising. Nice. That is the stance. Mai Rong swung the sword again, and Wai calmly blocked the blow. Ai's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise, thinking to himself, Sixth sense and devil's eye, these heightened senses from training. Let me read every move of the sword technique. He was knocked back by the blow. Ai Rong was also pushed backward and fell. My Wai Rong suddenly burst out laughing. He ruffled his hair, laughed, and asked, Already mastered the basics? Huh. It took me 3 months to fully get it down. Guess you really are a prodigy. Mai, he quietly observed, sitting on the ground. He thought to himself, it took a week to feel it out, 2 weeks to master it physically, then channel magic and perfect it, just 33 days total. He parted ways under his intense gaze, not forgetting to praise him. You always manage to surprise me, Mai. He chuckled and said, I will be the witness that you have truly mastered the basics. He guessed that not only had Wai mastered the basics, but somehow unlocked something deeper. I smiled soft, eyes locked on Mai. He said, Nothing gets past the big bro, Mai. He announced to him, Yeah, I am working on developing my own unique way of moving, Mai. He cheerfully offered, Want me to help? Grateful eyes met his. If you do, I would be forever thankful. Late at night, a barren forest lay under the dark sky. Trees stripped bare of any leaves. A hand gripped a long knife tightly as a mocking voice echoed. Pathetic losers. Always acting tough. Sana stood calmly. Surrounded by creatures she would easily taken down too easy, she mulled over the past events. Frustration and anger bubbling inside. It was all that bastard's fault, trapping her with these pointless missions. Siana strode through puddles, muttering, Mother still fuming mad. And it is all because of that guy. Suddenly, the monster behind her shifted. Siana sensed it closing in as the beast lunged with jaws wide from behind. She did not even flinch. She said only one thing and a streak of red light flashed fast. Her long knife stabbed straight into the monster's head. With cold eyes and fierce determination, 2 fingers flickered with tiny flames. She almost sneered. Told you I'm not messing around. With a casual flick, the knife embedded in the monster's head began to vibrate. The knife pulled itself free from the monster's skull. She gripped the knife, deep in thought. This is mission number 21. Siana clenched her teeth, anger swelling with every frustrating task, mostly just wiping out monster packs. She turned her back and walked away calmly, quietly analyzing. She thought, Usually, I only do 4 or 5 missions a year at most. 5 years promised are finally up, and when I return to the tribe, that arrogant jerk will be back too. From behind, a shadow appeared, voice clear and sharp. Miss Kinko Luck. Xiana's eyes flashed with authority as she demanded. Who are you? State your name. The figure quickly introduced himself. I am Gaiguk from the Black Sword Squad. Unit 12. She furrowed her brow suspiciously. Black Sword Squad. Xiana questioned sharply. What brings a member of the tribe chief is unit here? Gaiguk answered clearly. I bring a message from the tribe chief. Hearing that, she immediately asked. That reckless guy. Xiana burst out laughing wildly. That is too much. She slammed her long knife hard into a nearby tree, bowing her head. She said with effort. Perfect timing. That guy's about to push himself to the edge. She laughed mockingly, her words laced with biting sarcasm. The tribe chief's no joke either. Right? Her eyes widened with fierce resolve as she ordered. Tell him I have received the message. Gaiguk replied promptly. Yes, miss. Xiana twisted her knife into the tree trunk. Sparks flying. Her voice tinged with excitement. I have been waiting for this. Her eyes narrowed. Jaw clenched as she vowed to herself. I will drag that guy down into the abyss. The next day. In a quiet room, Lai Waiwang entered with a tender gaze. Apologizing. Sorry I'm late. My training session ran longer than expected. Tahong laughed joyfully, her voice bright. You are here now. I heard you have mastered all the basic skills. What else is there to train? You quickly replied. Yes, I still want to test out a few things. He quickly cut to the chase. The schedule has been set, so we need to discuss a few things. He gave a knowing smile and gently told Dai Hong that once the official notice comes, you will go meet him. He sighed deeply, his face full of helplessness. Tahong asked with a serious look, Are not you worried? You replied, a bit flustered. What is there to worry about? He confidently assured. Everything's unfolding exactly as you planned. In your mind flashes the moment TA asked to talk. Thinking silently that your father agreed to your warrior expedition, but he set 2 conditions. Memories of training sessions with your older brother surfaced. You quietly marveled the first condition was to master all the basic martial arts techniques. Luckily, thanks to his guidance and what you learned about mana control techniques, you completed it quickly. But the second condition was the real challenge at that time. He seriously told you to convince the Elder Council leader. You replied awkwardly, eyes wide. Sorry. Tai wants to explain the method to you. You can use any means. If you can convince them, your warrior expedition 1 get approved. He spoke honestly. But given your current position, it is tough to influence the Elder Council leader's decision. You chuckled with satisfaction. A proud grin on your face, you used proving your strength as an excuse and arranged a duel with Lus East T. Your eyes fixed on Ta Hong. Excitement bubbling inside you came here asking him to steer things your way. The Elder Council leader 1 have any reason to refuse. Hopefully, everything will go as planned. In your mind, the image of him making the next strategic move appeared. You want to create your own chance to get permission to travel. The ability to turn the tables is essential for anyone stepping into politics. And this whole thing is part of the test. Tai Hong's voice pulled you out of your thoughts. I just do not get how you stay so calm. You answered sincerely. No secrets here. Because I trust you have planned everything carefully. He responded immediately. That is not what I meant. Tai Hong's face showed clear worry as she slowly voiced her thoughts. That girl. I heard you two do not get along. Tai Hong slammed the table and shouted. You owe Last T a debt. Tai Hong refused to back down and shot back immediately. That is exactly what I am talking about. He stands up sharply. Questioning. Can't you deal with this later? Why put yourself in such a tight spot now? Tai Hong clenches his fist fiercely, speaking decisively and clearly. It is not that I do not think you can do it. He slowly sits down. Tai Hong rubs his head, quietly revealing his worry. I am just afraid you will get hurt in some way facing your own sister. You stare intently at him, your mind swirling with silent thoughts. He really does care about you. What should I do now? Qian. Or should I just let things play out? Yes. He croaked out. Thanks for worrying about me. Images of Qian A and the Elder Council leader flashed vividly in your mind. Lassie T will definitely try to take you down at all costs. And the Elder Council leader will seize the chance to suppress you. Yes. He clenched his hands tightly and continued. So this duel is not just about the warrior expedition. You stood up and gently reminded Ta Hong. Of course. If you lose, it is going to be rough. But do not worry. Yes. He declared confidently without hesitation. No matter what, you will win this fight later. The duel location was set the Central Martial Hall. In another room, all doors tightly shut. This is the largest, grandest martial hall in Sungmu, and the place where the oath ceremony was once held. Yes. He dressed formally. You looked outside thinking, I knew they would not handle this quietly. You sighed in helplessness and muttered, no need to guess. It is definitely the Elder Council head's scheme. The martial hall outside was ready. Yes, he swiftly analyzed. The central martial hall has stands surrounding the center, clearly designed to publicly shame me, to crush my fighting spirit. He kept his eyes shut tight, took a deep, steady breath, telling himself it did not even matter. Someone quietly stepped into the room. Why? He was still lost in thought, even more so than before. Why are you staring like that? She asked shyly, voice trembling like a little kid. She looked genuinely confused. He studied her face, puzzled. Today she kept that same expression all along. He stepped closer, calm but curious. Why do you look so awkward around me? She rubbed her hands nervously, hesitating. Nothing really. She kept glancing down at the floor. Why? He looked at her face and said, two people acting like this, and you say it is nothing. He tried to speak up, but she snapped loudly. I hate all those reckless moves in the clan. He listened calmly as she continued. All those backstabbing whispers and shady deals. I can just stand any of it. She gripped her skirt tightly, struggling, as he explained clearly. Miss Luck is a level 4 fighter, and you just reached level 5? The gap between level 5 and 4. It is like night and day. He seemed to understand and added, that is why Miss Luck's magic is limited. She can use secret techniques or ultimate moves. He kept his head down as she admitted quietly, I know. Her hands started trembling, and he worriedly asked, but what if you lose? She clutched her head in pain, terrified. What if I teach a little more magic? She kept darting her eyes around, a panic growing. Just a bit more teaching. That is all it takes. She seemed at her breaking point, yelling out in despair. How dare you report Infinite's secrets to the clan so early? He snapped awake from his trance as a voice echoed. Stop right there. Lord Li Xian appeared out of nowhere, trying to calm everyone down. Young master will pull through like always. Xian grabbed his hand with a bright smile. So as your master, why not say a few encouraging words? His eyes darkened, weighed down by countless worries. He stayed silent as Wei watched her, thinking to himself, she looks like a scared little animal. Miss Luck has also lost something precious at Sungbuma. Her image flashed through his mind, and the quietly thought, I do not know her past. But it won't be hard to find out. He stayed quiet, lost in thought. Deciding he did not want to know just yet, I started walking forward, still pondering, because I believe one day, Miss Luck will tell me her story herself. He approached Miss Luck and said gently, now's not the time to be like this. You have got to cheer up. Looking at his bright face, she seemed puzzled. Cheer up. She was stunned, and he exclaimed, isn't today the day our magic will finally shine? Plus, it is going to be a total game changer. A voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention outside. Young master, it is time to step out. Wei's eyes burned with determination as he declared, watch me closely. Miss Luck, I want to lose. He gripped his sword tight, reminding her, cheer for me loud and clear from the grandstand. Excited, he stepped outside, reassuring her, if you cheer too quietly, I will get sad. You know, along the path to the grandstand, sunlight streamed in. Walking down the corridor, he thought quietly, it has been a long time since I last passed through here. He stopped at the threshold, affirming to himself, since birth, I have always tried to prove myself. With head held high, he stepped outside. Now is the time to end that struggle. Sword in hand, he confidently walked out. Let us do this. Hundreds watched intently as a lone figure stood on the arena floor. Issei's face was fierce resolve as he charged forward. He paused, glancing to one side. Texan and Wazian sat seriously in a corner. I noticed and said, even father and the martial arts master are here. Tihong, Chojiang, and Giant were also present. He observed and noted. All the uncles and elders have gathered. Waiwang quickly darted his eyes forward, standing firm as if unshaken by the harsh words. Hey, you arrogant stekkid. Suna casually reached out, her eyes narrowing with disdain. Makin, still so tough? Huh. Suna showed pure contempt, relentlessly taunting Waiwang. That neck of yours. I never liked it from the start. She flung two daggers into the air, spewing venomous words. Just a stepkid. Yet you dare to hold your head so high. Annoying as hell. Pointing her dagger forward with excitement, she sneered. Today, I am gonna snap that neck of yours. Watch and learn. Wang smiled coolly, unfazed, and said, looking forward to it. Miss Luck. The referee raised his hand and announced swiftly. Then, from this moment, the duel between Miss Luck and Master Ku begins. Suna instantly took her stance as the referee called out. Prepare yourselves. Waiwang studied his opponent intently, gripping his sword tightly, ready for the fight. Suddenly, he shut his eyes, as if channeling a secret technique. Then he snapped them wide open, his eyes blazing with demonic power the moment the referee shouted, "Begin!" Suna swiftly brushed past him, brandishing a fairy dagger in hand. She hurled it at Wang, who smoothly slid back no one knew when he would already circled behind her. Wang stood still, like he could see everything coming, 3 daggers flying in from behind. 2 more blades shot straight at him from the front. He gripped his sword firm, analyzing. When did she throw those? Countless fiery daggers hovered around Suna, arrogant inner sword suppression technique. The daggers blazed fiery red as they sliced through the air. Lux's exclusive deadly skill, channeling demonic energy and fierce force into the blades before launching. Suna's eyes locked forward, her hands wielding a swarm of burning daggers that lack fire. The blades swarmed Wang from all sides. He quickly assessed, thinking, no way to dodge all that. He raised his sword high, eyes blazing with power, and thought, then let us do this. With a lightning-fast slash, his sword tore the air open. Thunder cracked as his form shifted. The daggers veered off course, affected by the strike. Suna leapt back with difficulty, cursing under her breath. Damn it, she landed. And Wang's silhouette slowly emerged from the smoke. He smirked coldly, taunting, I have heard plenty about your deadly dagger throwing. Miss Luck. Wang's face was calm as he added, turns out, it is not as scary as I imagined. Suna snapped, furious. Instantly reaching into her coat, she pulled out more daggers, shouting fiercely, this fight just got real. Suna lunged at Wang, who remained motionless. She furiously slashed wildly at him, thinking bitterly, some brat still wet behind the ears, and yet so cocky. Her eyes flashed with growing rage. Suna gripped her dagger tighter, vowing, I will personally teach this punk a lesson. Daggers kept flying at Wang. He stood firm, blocking every strike. Wang carefully studied Suna's moves, analyzing her like a master swordsman. She wielded multiple blades simultaneously. Her strikes pierced from weird angles, an elite skill that required superhuman reflexes and a keen eye to pull off. Suddenly, Wang cracked a mysterious smile, thinking quietly, but now he sprang forward, rushing at her, thinking, all this is just bait for my next move. Wang closed in fast, face to face with Xian, forcing her into a direct confrontation. Her blazing daggers were primed and aimed straight at him. Wang slashed once, the blade just barely grazing Suna. He gripped the hilt tightly, preparing to unleash his ultimate move, the infinite strike. Wang stared down at Xian, poised to strike straight through her. This was it. She widened her eyes in shock, frozen in place, thinking, this is bad. Suddenly, she exploded with a burst of energy. A barrage of fiery sparks shot out all around her. 2 massive forces collide, shaking the very heavens with their earth-shattering impact. Dust clouds billow everywhere. The crowd in the stands buzzes with whispers. What in the world is going on? Who would have guessed the younger son's power would be this intense? Could it all just be an illusion? The young man slowly emerges from the dust, standing tall and staring straight ahead, his eyes narrow, face clouded with confusion, silently asking himself, did I underestimate him? Dust still swirls thick beneath Xian's feet. The air hangs heavy with an eerie silence. She clenches the knife tight, grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking, the moment our blades clashed, he rolled back to disperse the force of my strike. The knife in Suna's hand is chipped and battered. She stares at it, utterly baffled. How could a mere second son unleash a secret clan technique like that? Suna tosses the knife aside, his face resolute as he thinks, if that is his move, we are in trouble. He scrambles to his feet, weapon grip tight. Wait, does not he still have one last move up his sleeve? She squares off against the young man, who cautiously tests her with a probing strike. Too bad for him, though. She channels power into her knife and lunges forward like a wild beast. Honestly, she should be saved that strength for a more critical moment. Not now. The young man watches intently, noting her attacks are faster than before, and this time, they are coming straight at him head-on. She swings the blade relentlessly, but he keeps dodging every strike. Suna spins midair. The young man raises his hand to block in front of him. Suna circles behind him, a wicked grin spreading across her fierce face, taunting, what is the matter? Gonna brag some more or what? Suna shoves the knife toward him, and he instantly raises his sword to parry. She leaps wildly at lightning speed. He quickly assesses rapid, precise strikes, unpredictable moves. The young man blocks each attack one by one, eyes flicking to analyze though he can defend. Her speed is terrifying, making counterattacks anything but easy. Suddenly, his eyes blaze with intensity. Fixing his gaze ahead, he carefully tracks Suna's every step, thinking, it is all laid bare before me. He easily dodges her blows, silently reflecting, by instinct, I can sense every blade is angle, and my demonic eyes pinpoint her attack directions flawlessly. A subtle smile forms, as if revealing the very reason for this duel, why he insisted on facing Li Xian. Countless sparks flicker around him. He thinks confidently. My power is the ultimate counter to Li Xian's fighting style. Suna catches his gaze and silently screams in rage those eyes. She regains her composure and carefully analyzes her advantage. The strength of her blade lies in stealth and unpredictability. But once everything is sensed, her tactics must be restrained. She quickly recalls her previous strike. Suna analyzes, if I get too close to overpower him, I get caught off guard by his counterattack. She begins to channel energy, fierce electric sparks crackling around her, pushing the limits of her power. If I could just break through 1/10 more, I could unleash my advanced key skill. Suna recalls her training days, bitterly thinking, for a whole year, I have only wanted revenge on that second son to crush him, shatter his pride. She has taken down countless foes, panting hard after every fight, tormenting him until he begged for mercy. Suna looks up with a wild, manic grin, struggling to comprehend how she ended up in this situation. Suddenly, clarity snaps her awake. The young man's voice echoes in her mind, pulling her back. Does she still have the focus to think so clearly? He closes in on Suna, cocky and warning, better focus if you want to win. Then, without hesitation, he strikes and Suna quickly blocks the blow. She grits her teeth, barely stopping his sword. Muscles straining. Suddenly, she releases a surge of energy, whispering mysteriously, I was not planning to use this move yet. The young man watches in awe as Xian's power rapidly envelopes the barrier. It flows straight into his body, and his heart begins to tremble with sudden change. A rising force pulses with every heartbeat, washing over him. Slowly, he senses this energy's presence, but doubts creep in. His magic circle feels strangely restricted. Suna leaps off the ground. She stands arrogantly in front of Waiwang, mocking him fiercely. Turns out, he is a bit sharper than he looks. She screams with a crazed, triumphant grin. Even a timid guy like him knows you can win without mana. Wang stays silent. Deep in thought, has she activated her special skill? He realizes it is a mana-sealing spell. Skill T. Like Suna, the one with the unique ability. Triggered with just a slight move, she can disrupt an opponent's magical flow, throwing them into chaos, making them lose control over their mana. If her mana capacity is superior, he can resist it, but if not, even knowing he is trapped won't help him break free. He stands completely still, while Xiana's loud voice echoes across the arena. There is no way out now. A surge of power races through Waiwang's body. But there is something she does not know. Xiana's eyes widen in shock at the scene on the stands. No way. Seeing Waiwang radiate a mana force even stronger than before, she stammers. How can he still use magic? My magic is totally different from theirs. Below, under the scorching sun, a sea of people presses together, the sunlight blending with the noisy atmosphere. It is going to be all right. Jiawang Ho clasps her hands tightly, trembling slightly, trying to calm herself. Her whole body shakes in waves, each breath growing heavier. This kid is truly extraordinary. Jiawang Ho's eyes go blank, lips whispering words only she can hear. That is right. This one end like last time. But negative thoughts keep looping in her mind. If Kaho were here. She notices Jiawang Ho trembling, worry creasing her brow. Old Master Jiawang Ho. She does not hear the woman's words. Jiawang Ho squeezes her eyes shut, trying to hide her fear. What if it all happens again? Lost in her own chaotic thoughts, she wonders, what do I do now? Suddenly, a voice calls out ahead, pulling her from the mental storm. You good? In front of her, two young men whisper to each other. This is not just good. It is a foundation so solid it is intimidating. Just as they speak, another voice comes from behind Jiawang Ho. What kind of Kaigong skill is that? The other shrugs. Not a secret art. Just the Sungmu family's brute strength. Their next words shock her. I hear that kid is only 15 this year. Turning back to Waiwang on the stands, his body leans forward, immediately activating his technique Kaigong strength. Thunder slash. His sword strikes down. The shockwave ripples through the ground like it is about to explode, forcing Xiana to quickly retreat. Waiwang swings his blade back, eyes cold and sharp, tracking her every step as she falls back, keeping a safe distance. Before Xiana can regain her stance, Waiwang launches his next move. The sword pierces the air at lightning speed, leaving no room for counterattack. Kaigong strength. Flame slash. She sees streaks of sharp red energy, flying toward her like arrows at a terrifying speed, freezing her breath before Xiona can strike. The red energy coils tightly around her, like invisible chains squeezing every muscle, rendering her immobile. On this side, he moves like the wind, dashing from his spot straight at her. Waiwang's movements are so fluid and swift they tear through the air. Using his technique Kaigong strength, Wind slash to slice through the chains binding Xian. This leaves her wide-eyed, disbelief shining in her gaze. Seeing that cocky look on his face, she grits her teeth tighter. How could wind slash cut through flame slash? Up on the stands, Waiwanha's body relaxes slowly. Thunder slash, flame slash, wind slash, all Kaigong techniques he and the kid created together. Her hands clenched tightly, reflecting the quiet determination rising inside her. Those chaotic feelings now seem cleansed. Waiwang Hoa's eyes ignite like a flame freshly stoked. Yeah, victory is the only option. For the first time since earlier, she breaks into a radiant smile. Dawn, the genius, will shine through. Staring at the chaotic rain beside her, she still could not believe it, silently asking herself, why? How could this even be possible? Senna's eyes widened to the max, filled with shock and panic. Her magic was supposed to be sealed by that fake power blocker, so how was she still able to use magic now? Idadong kept his distance from her, while Xiana stared him down with deadly focus. He squinted, studying every flicker of change on her face. There was something Li Xian had no clue about. A surge of blue energy wrapped around Idadong and the Than Kim. He smirked quietly, thinking, my magic's different from the average. Just channeling raw magic alone is enough. Calm but razor sharp, Idadong stepped forward and spoke coolly. All right then, let me show you. Before she could react, Waiwang's whole body closed in on Shona, and the air around them thickened with tension. Watching Waiwang's move, she could only think one word: fast. Waiwang's Than Kim slashed fiercely, the blade flashing through the air before blasting Xiana backward. She barely managed to catch herself with her hands after flying a good distance. Bracing against the impact, Sunna's arms trembled violently from the force, muscles tightening as she struggled to stay upright. This was brutal. Without warning, Waidatong lunged down with the Than Kim, slicing from top to bottom so fast all you could hear was the wind whistle past the blade. Sunna quickly backed up. Waidatong slammed the sword into the ground with a deafening clang, sending a shockwave rippling through the earth beneath their feet. She ground her teeth, baffled. How could this be happening? How was she getting overpowered like this? Sunna scrambled to find a way to defeat him, her mind spinning like a violent storm. Then suddenly, her gaze froze, locked in place like ice. Slowly, her eyes flicked up to the second floor of the stands. The moment she spotted the figure upstairs, a heavy cloud of dread settled over her mind, suffocating like a dark storm. From above, a piercing gaze locked onto her, cold and sharp as a razor slicing through the tension. She sat like a queen on the balcony, exuding an eerie authority. Her eyes were icy daggers aimed straight at Xiana below. That stare made her gasp for air, heart tightening with a creeping fear deep inside. Sunna's body started trembling, lips barely moving. All her strength funneled into the hand clutching her dagger. A blazing aura of fiery orange-yellow flared around her. Sunna gritted her teeth, eyes blazing with fierce determination, and let out a roar. Just for a little runt like you. The radiant surge of magic around Xiana stunned Waidatong across from her. This was an insane amount of power. Watching her dagger levitate, Wang's eyes widened briefly in surprise. She was forcing magic out, but was not that supposed to cause backlash? Sunna's dagger slowly multiplied, splitting into smaller blades that hovered around her like deadly fireflies. Magic grew wilder and wilder, spreading through her body like an uncontrollable blazing inferno. Magic enveloped the floating daggers. Sunna raised her hand, eyes cold and merciless, no mercy. Her gaze flashed sharp and fierce, hungry to tear Waidatong apart like prey. Sunna thrust her hand forward with brutal force. I am going to kill you for sure. From the stands, Taheng jumped up, shouting loudly, that is a rule violation. No sooner had he spoken, her dagger shot toward Waidatong at lightning speed, blocking him fiercely. Unfazed, Waidatong gripped his sword tighter, quietly channeling magic into the blade. His eyes sparked a golden glow. His sword pulsed with waves of magical light, blue energy radiating from hilt to blade. Suddenly, Waidatong exhaled deeply, a calm yet powerful breath echoing softly. Then, as her daggers closed in, he launched his attack without hesitation. Waidatong swung his sword fiercely forward, steel flashing in the air, but oddly, he missed his target. Seeing this, Sunna could not hold back a smug laugh, echoing like a mocking challenge. Where's the target you are swinging at? But right after, her eyes went wide in disbelief. One of her daggers was stuck straight in the ground. His body twisted gracefully, the sword slicing through the air like a streak of sharp light. In this world, some truths are unshakable. Magic never truly fades away. He watched as the throwing knives slowly fell, embedding themselves into the ground with sharp clinks. The lingering magic dissipated into the void, returning to nature. Magic is infinite. It can never be destroyed. Clutching his sword tightly, his cold gaze swept over the remaining knives suspended in midair. Yet, standing amidst the blades stuck in the ground, He remained icy calm, the founder's sword in hand. A smirk tugged at his lips. This sword could cut through and annihilate even magic itself. He eyed the sword, trembling faintly in his grip, amazed that someone could wield such power. But after all, success was already within reach. His eyes locked onto her, sharp and unyielding, recalling the opponent's earlier moves and weighing them against his current strength. Unable to completely block the magic thread, he instead severed the magical link connecting the sword to its power with a shadow slash. Narrowing his eyes, he focused every ounce of his spirit, using his magic sight to track the thread linking the blade, both tasks demanding extraordinary concentration. He stepped forward with steady, deliberate strides, a silent storm building. Each footfall hammered the ground like a drumbeat, tightening the tension in the air. Now it was his turn. Watching his move, Suna clenched her teeth, brows furrowed with tension. Was he going to repeat that move again? Suddenly, his body moved like the wind, keeping a calculated distance from her, stepping with agile precision. Suna blinked in confusion, her eyes darting as she tried to predict his next move. If he kept this distance, a direct attack seemed impossible. Then suddenly, she saw him readying an attack stance, a flicker of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Attacking from this range. He cracked a faint smile. This sword was not just any blade. It was forged to counter monsters like her. His power radiated outward, rippling through the space like an invisible tidal wave, then slowly funneled into the sword. From the start, distance was never the real problem. His eyes rolled back, pouring every ounce of strength and magic into the upcoming strike. Burning with relentless intensity, his sword slashed down fiercely and decisively, like tearing the sky apart. The blade gleamed a fiery gold, whipping a swirling gale through the air. A magical strike. Suna stood frozen, her gaze locked fiercely on the sword hurtling toward her. Her eyes widened in shock, only managing a furious growl. Damn it. A massive explosion thundered across the arena, the blast shaking the air violently. A thick green fog billowed up, engulfing the entire area and obscuring everything inside. The green fog slowly dissipated, gradually revealing the scene within. He still held his sword poised to strike. A deep slash gouged into the earth beneath him, dust and smoke swirling thickly. Suddenly, he covered his mouth, coughing harshly. A dry, rattling sound. He bowed his head, pressing his hand against half his face. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, pushing his magical sight to its limit, caused a sharp pain in his eyes. His gaze flicked toward the thick smoke cloud obscuring the opposite side. The fight was not over yet, though the magic strike hit. He still needed the finishing blow. Suddenly, through the dense fog, a razor-sharp throwing knife shot straight at him with terrifying speed. He barely had time to react before the knife sliced across his thigh, leaving a long, searing cut. He staggered, his leg buckling slightly as a sharp pain radiated from the wound, nearly knocking him off balance. From within the smoke, a pair of lightning-fast legs shot out, cutting through the air at a terrifying pace. Suna, battered and bruised, eyes blazing with fierce determination, swung her fist hard at him, too fast to dodge. In her hand, the throwing knife was raised and thrust straight at him with brutal force. This strike was deadly serious. He stomped the ground forcefully, generating an immense shockwave that made the earth tremble beneath him. He stepped back a pace, keeping a safe distance from Xian's relentless assault. But her knife was lightning quick, closing the gap in a flash and piercing deep into his chest. Time seemed to freeze. Every movement halted in that suspended moment. Suna's movements stay frozen, the dagger still buried deep in your chest. Dark red blood seeps from your chest, soaking a patch of pristine white fabric. Yet your sword has not pierced her. The gleaming blade just hovers inches from her chest. Suna slowly pulls the dagger from your chest, every movement deliberate and slow. Suddenly, she collapses face first onto the ground, losing balance and falling before she can react. You clutch your wounded chest, a flicker of pain crossing your face. If I would blocked with shadow magic just a second later, my heart would have been pierced. Your gaze fixes on her unconscious body. At that moment, she must have passed out, but her body instinctively reacted to my presence. You turn your head, exhale slowly, and smile softly. Now that is some terrifying bloodline. Then you look over at the two young men standing right beside you, sheathing your sword coldly. You say, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you gonna get her help? If you leave her like this, she will bleed out." The two guys snap out of it, stammering, "Yeah. Yeah," you groan, pointing behind you. "Come on," you sigh, watching the two guys preparing to carry her off for treatment. "See? Told you." Your eyes shift to the stands, where an old figure sits high above the family's fighters. Seeing your gaze, Chujang shivers. Those stubborn old men. Then you glance back at unconscious Xiana on the ground, along with your half-siblings. Your fist clenches and lifts high, a silent message to those who thought I would fail just because I am the younger son. You close your eyes, a wordless declaration this time. I have proven myself. Suddenly, something flies and smacks your head. You tilt your head slightly, your eyes quickly darting toward whoever just threw it. He gave a small, faint smile, eyes gleaming. His father would not be pleased. That man never praises his kids in front of others. Tetsun looked at him with sharp evaluation. This kid picked a hong and set the board perfectly, even choosing the sixth player to make the match unfold exactly as planned. His eyes reflected seriousness and experience, a rival who, in terms of matchups, holds an edge over anyone else. Outsiders clueless about the game would assume the sixth player is destined to win. Tetsun sank into deep thought. Talking is easy, but how many here could actually pull that off? He spoke with authority but did not forget to praise. You have proven yourself. I recognize you are qualified to leave the family and join the warrior path. He placed his hand reverently in his lap, bowing respectfully. Thank you, father. After speaking, he smiled gently, staying silent with his head bowed. The elder studied his expression, sensing he had more to say. The kid smiled knowingly he would arrive at his moment. He lifted his head calmly, locking eyes with Tetsun. There is no hiding anything from father regarding external affairs. The reward for this crane tournament is permission to join the warrior path. There is nothing more father can grant. He nodded deliberately, voice steady. Then, allow me to speak. He glanced at the opposing side, softly confirming to himself. Of course. To father, though still nursing wounds from the duel, he stood tall and proudly declared, I have trained hard enough to finish the academy program. Early father himself has verified this. His eyes swept over the crowd with steady resolve. I have been to Tiambi Mountain and passed the bloodless dream trial. He studied Tetsun's face, thinking, hey, father already gave the elders the final say, so the reward must also be reported to them. Even so, he did not lose heart. He crossed his arms firmly. I have proven everything, and my qualifications are solid. He shot a pointed look at the elders, wondering why they doubted him and challenged him without cause. Unwavering, he gestured confidently. After this duel, the sixth player is badly injured, and I am barely standing here to report. The elder's eyes narrowed, locking onto his gaze, listening to every word, as I can't help but feel the elders are pressuring me. He remained steadfast, arms crossed, thinking, at 15, even if I sound harsh or disrespectful, I will be forgiven. This age rarely gets a shot like this, so I have to make the most of it. Meanwhile, Tetsun stood beside him, defending the elder. Head elder, please respond to this young man's questions. The elders just stared silently at the staff in his hand, saying nothing. Finally, after a tense silence, the elder cracked a slight smile. Maybe there was a misunderstanding. Decisions about the warrior path have always been made by the elders' council. You watched every expression on Tetsun's face and thought to yourself, hey, since father gave the order to the elders' council, the rewards should be announced through them too. Even so, he did not lose heart. He clenched his fist tightly, knowing he had proven everything, and the conditions were all met. You immediately suspected the real issue. Why did the elders' council not trust him and challenge him without reason? He did not flinch at all. He stretched out his hand, clearly explaining, through this duel, sixth brother was seriously injured, and I am barely standing here to report. The old man's eyes narrowed as he stared straight into yours, hanging on every word he spoke, but deep down, you could feel the elders were squeezing you hard. You stayed firm, clutching your chest, thinking, I am only 15 now. Even if my words are a bit rash or rude, they will have to cut me some slack. At this age, chances like this do not come often. You have got to make the most of it. Meanwhile, Tetsun stepped up beside you, defending the old man. Elder council leader, please answer this young man's challenge. The elder just stared silently at the staff in his hand, saying nothing. Finally, after a heavy silence, he cracked a faint smile. Maybe there had been some misunderstanding. Until now, all matters concerning the martial path had been decided by the elders' council. You only smiled knowingly and listened quietly. After all, the family rules clearly state there is no discrimination between second-class or first-class origins. Could the elders really break that rule on their own? The old man inwardly scoffed with a sly grin, deliberately bringing up second-class origins. Well, I have never once mentioned my own background. You revealed a stubborn look and pressed on. Could it be that the elders themselves are the ones bringing this up? Under the pressure of logic and emotion, you finally voiced your worry. Yeah, this kid rushing into the martial path so young. It is hard to avoid trouble. He seized the moment and asked skeptically, if that is the case, why must it be Six's sister? Everyone knows she is way stronger than me, so why fight over age? The old man sweats nervously, fumbling his reply. Well, that is true. But then the kid presses harder. I have read the official document. It clearly says the trial is against someone just returned from the warrior path. The elder's voice booms with pride. If that is the case, should not seventh brother be the one stepping up? If not seventh brother, then who else among the warriors? Tahong spreads his arms wide, blocking the kid's fierce momentum though inside. He is secretly chuckling. This little troublemaker set the board, and now has the elder trapped in a corner. Well played, kid. Smart move. Tixin's eyes narrow with suspicion, turning to look back. Wait a minute. You really picked Sixth Sister for this test. Meanwhile, Chujiang offers a shaky explanation. Sixth Sister was just the best fit for this challenge. That is all, but the elder is not buying it if that is true. The duel should be been held somewhere private, not out in the open like this. Clenching his fist, the kid speaks clearly. Then I want to hear the full story. The elder's face hardens as he bluntly demands. Why would the elders organize a trial like this? Inside, Tixin can't help but admire him. He notices the elder's pale face and feels a flicker of amusement. It is a bold move. But if they are not careful, the elders could end up looking like they are bullying a kid. Tixin quickly cuts it off, regaining a serious tone. Enough. That is enough. He shoots a dissatisfied glance to the side, reminding, the elder is a respected senior in the clan. Tixin points out the elder's mistake, just finished a duel. Emotion still raw. It is understandable. But the words were rude. The kid bows his head and apologizes. Yes, I accept responsibility. Yet the elder offers a deeper insight. Even so, just letting this slide one T and well. The elder looks over silently when asked what he thinks. No words. Just a glance. He sighs deeply. Powerless. Thinking, it is just a trial. But being pressured like this, what a shame. Finally, he admits, I acknowledge it too. This trial had some questionable points, and the elders deserve some credit. The elder nods seriously, bowing his head. I apologize for my earlier disrespect. But the kid is not done, he adds. I am just doing what is right. Everyone here hears that and reacts differently, none expecting him to demand an over-the-top reward. The elder's words snap them back. I only want what is rightfully mine. Days after the duel, calm settles over the scene. Morning sunlight spills over the intricate wooden windows. Inside the room, the kid lies back on the bed, sighing softly, his eyes deep in thought. Then he mutters sadly to himself, never thought I would miss the favor of the mountain sect. Though restless inside, he can't help but sigh. He won't go out until fully healed. Familiar warnings echo in his mind. Hey, you are hurt. Where do you think you are going? Little brother, you are not healed yet. Feeling down, he blames himself. If only I had some healing elixir, I would be back on my feet by now. Suddenly, a knock startles him. He sits up, straightens his posture, and calls out, come in. The door opens, and a familiar voice makes him freeze. It has been so long. The young master, right behind. 3 close friends enter, smiling brightly. Been a while. How have you been lately? Choi En-hai is the first to speak, saying he wanted to visit as soon as the young master returned to the clan, but heard he was busy, so he waited. Kim En follows up, asking if he is still in good health. The kid smiles and waves it off. Don't you worry, I would never skip time with you guys. No matter what. He points to a chair. Hey, bring a seat over here. Make yourself comfortable. After everyone had settled around the bed, you smiled and asked, how about you all? Still holding up okay? Choi En-hai nodded happily. Of course. You smiled warmly, reminiscing about the past. Yeah, you ran into some trouble, but in hindsight, it was just people underestimating me. Not too bad. Really? Kim Han, usually so, was surprisingly excited, asking, how did you train to get this strong? You blew me away. Before he could react further, you spoke seriously. About that duel, you saw it with your own eyes. He suddenly got fired up, glaring at Kim Han with murderous intent, cutting him off. The promotion test to rank 3 is just around the corner. Looks like you guys have too much free time. Feeling cornered, you quickly step back, stammering, and no, with such a big event happening to you, how could we miss it? Kim Han kept hyping things up. It is not just me, everyone's here, right? But when you look back, you were surprised to see the 2 friends behind, just silently exchanging glances. Bosio bowed his head apologetically. Sorry, Master. We planned to come right after training, but we were late. Even Inha got caught up, since Bosio also joined the duel. You said, it is no hard feelings. I do not blame you. But then you turned and challenged Kim Han. Did everyone slack off when I was not around? He hurriedly waved his hands, panic in his eyes. No way. Absolutely not. Looking at your friends, you smiled quietly, thinking, They have really grown up. Inhe and Bosio were both assigned as apprentices to the Blood Tiger and Heavenly Palace squads. Those two squads are the elite of the martial ranks. Combined with two more teams, they make up the infamous Death Squad. Kim Han was set to join the Sixth Gate, the training division within the academy. There were two departments, one focused on swordsmanship, the other on ranged weapons, and studying in both was no small feat. His eyes darkened slightly, revealing a rare hesitation as he thought quietly. Also, half the 5th grade students were assigned as well, a rare occurrence. You sincerely looked at your friends and said, "Work hard. Everyone. I will be counting on you a lot from now on." "Before you," Basio boldly replied. "Leave it to us," Inha added with determination. "We will grow strong and never give you a reason to be ashamed." Master, after chatting, they tidied up together, ready to leave. "With your permission, I will take my leave." He smiled and replied, "Right? I am truly glad to see you all again." Suddenly, Kim Han piped up, "Oh snap! Totally forgot. Today the young master goes to claim his reward." "Right?" He turned back, cracked a sly grin, and asked, "I am the one claiming the prize, so why are you all so excited about it?" He answered with bright eyes, "Because something great is coming your way." Young master, Kim Han could not hold back his curiosity and asked right away, "Have you decided what you are going to take yet?" A faint smile flickered across his lips. Without hesitation, he replied shortly but firmly, "Of course." At the Sungmu treasury, two guards stood watch over the iron gate, their vigilance sharp under the blazing sun. Suddenly, a carriage appeared out of nowhere, pulling up right in front of the gate. The door swung open, and a pair of polished dress shoes stepped out. He stepped down slowly, taking in the surroundings, thinking to himself, "It has been 6 years since I last set foot in this treasury." Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping him back his tea that the youngest master. Turns out it was one of the gate guards, who asked politely, "May I know the purpose of your visit today?" He stepped forward, handed over a paper, and calmly said, "I have permission to withdraw equipment from the treasury." The guard took the paper, gave it a thorough look, then nodded. "Yes, the authorization is confirmed." They opened the gate and invited him in. "You may proceed, sir." Just as he was about to step inside, another voice called out, "Young master." It was the two gate guards again, bashfully raising their hands with sincerity. "This contest really moved us deeply. We will strive to improve ourselves just like you, young master." Then, right at the gate, they bowed solemnly to him. At first, he was a bit taken aback. Then a warm joy swelled inside him. "This is the first time in my life I have received such a respectful salute." He smiled brightly at them, then turned away, his heart soaring with excitement. Before this, most people had only looked down on him, despising him for his lowly status. He did not forget to reply, "I appreciate that you think this way. To live up to your trust, I will work even harder." Then, alone, he slowly and deliberately walked inside, entering the treasury jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elder Council. Before getting to the purpose of his visit, he had to undergo a full-body scan. While the Administrative Institute handled storage and maintenance, research and equipment issuance fell under the Elder Council's authority. His eyes darkened a bit upon hearing this. "That is why I demanded compensation from the Elder Council's head." He recalled the scene. "I only did what I had to do, so I did not expect any unreasonable reward." His face was serious as he expressed his wish to receive the items chosen during that equipment selection ceremony. Chu Jiang asked, surprised, "But did not you pick a weapon and wear it on your arm back then?" The old man looked puzzled. "You only took one weapon at the time, now you want to claim them all." His eyes were steady, no arrogance in them as he replied, "According to the rules, the weapons selected during the ceremony can all be claimed eventually." Ti Hong, standing nearby listening, was startled when he heard his name. "I hope I am not mistaken in understanding this." "Overseer," he muttered helplessly, clearly dealing with a clever kid, then stammered his agreement. "All right. Yes, that is right." He raised points that put Jiang in a tough spot. Traditionally, people received the remaining weapons afterward, and the family had already said he would follow that precedent. The old man lightly stroked his beard and glanced elsewhere, now recalling that it really was true. His face twisted with frustration and unwillingness, while he sneered, "Just pick 2 or 3 items that fit your status, that is enough. Even if they gave out a few, the Elder Institute would not be harmed. That is probably what they think." I scanned the audience and muttered, "If the Elder Institute's director openly supports my proposal in front of the guests, then those secret weapons in the vault will officially be mine." Then I turned and asked, "Can I do that?" Taxon's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the old man. Calmly, the old man replied, "I permit it. Those things were always meant to be yours anyway." Then he bowed politely. "Thank you, Father." As I was still bowing, he added. Of course. Tagsin's expression grew serious as he said, as long as you prove yourself worthy as the master, the elders will always hand the weapons over to you. He paused a moment. Truly a father, he saw through my plans that even the elder director did not catch. I looked back at the old man, who skillfully stood by the Elder Institute's side to close the matter. Then he ordered his subordinates, decide which weapons will be released from the vault and deliver them to the youngest master. Back in reality, I was still pushing deeper inside, meaning I was allowed to receive 4 master-level legendary weapons. He steps into the elevator heading to the 2nd floor, thoughts swirling in his mind. Such a generous reward is not usual, but with his father backing him, no one dares to argue. The elevator doors slide open. His gaze is steady, tinged with hope. Access is restricted from floor 1 to floor 3 only. He scans the room. It is not fully stocked with every weapon type. The first floor, housing common-grade arms, is not worth his attention. He needs to pick only the most useful for this journey. Raising his hand, he conjures a small black orb of energy. All right, take your time choosing. Cut to my young master's office. He and my young master sit across from each other. Sipping tea, my young master asks, already set to leave? He replies cheerfully, yes. Everything's ready. Outside the window, cherry blossom petals drift down, painting a serene spring scene, perfect weather for a journey. Calm and collected, my young master speaks slowly. To start a long journey, there is hardly a better season than this. He looks up and asks, have you said goodbye to everyone yet? Straightforward. He answers, yes. As for Uncle, he is on a distant mission and can't be seen. His face falls, a hint of helplessness. It took a lot just to get the wet nurse to say goodbye. He burst out laughing. I can imagine how tough that was. My young master looks at him. Have you said farewell to your father? Seeing his expression, my young master laughs heartily. Yes, he is as strict as ever. Strict how? He continues, leaving him a bit defeated. He said, with everything that has happened, if I do not deliver results that satisfy him, I will be punished. Honestly, that is a little scary. His face soars, letting out a heavy sigh. My young master turns toward him and asks calmly, have you heard about Sixth Sister? Sun's face tightens as he replies, yes, I heard she has entered seclusion to train. He recalls the scene with the guards who could not stop her, even while still recovering after waking up. Senna caused chaos. Once healed, she was taken by Nurse Bitch into seclusion for training. Noticing his worry, my young master reassures him. Originally, no one can interfere with your warrior path, but for now, Sixth Sister 1T be able to storm out to fight. My young master nods slowly, showing he understands. He intertwines 2 fingers. Hesitating. Brother Ha, can I ask you a favor? To his surprise, my young master agrees. While you are away on your mission, please take care of your wet nurse for me. He remembers Kawa from his past life desperately banging on doors in the pouring rain, trying to call for help. Maybe they do not dare target him directly, but going after those close to him, that is easy. He lost his wet nurse that way in his last life. Understanding immediately, my young master nods. Got it. Your wet nurse will stay here, and my place. Then he stands, bows solemnly. I will repay this debt without fail. He smiles warmly, answering his younger brother. As your elder brother, how could I not help? With a light, happy smile, my young master adds, I will be waiting for your return after this mission. He lifts his head, determination blazing. Yes, 15 years from the day I return, every place to visit, every item to obtain, every person to meet, his heart is full. For the first time, he is leaving the clan to act freely, owning time that belongs solely to him. Shielding his eyes from the harsh sunlight, he smiles contentedly. Everything starts here. Morning rays filter through the leaves as a woman sits beneath a tree, leisurely sipping tea. Wazian slowly raises her cup, eyes closed, savoring the tea's aroma spreading across her tongue. She sets the cup back down. The tea's warmth still rises gently. Without opening her eyes, she speaks to the void. Report. Soft footsteps tread lightly on the lush green grass, so quiet they are almost inaudible. A masked figure kneels respectfully. I apologize for losing it. Wazian's face darkened with displeasure as she glanced over. Speaking sharply, he reported mechanically, avoiding eye contact with her. As soon as he entered the den of decadence, he lost his trail. It seemed he had anticipated being followed from the start. Wazian's slender fingers lightly traced the rim of the cup, utterly absurd. She circled the cup's edge a few times, remarking that while appearances can be disguised, the unique aura of magic power still shines through. The hood of the guard's cloak completely hid his face, so his expression was unreadable as he received the weapons awarded after the recent duel. Apparently, There is an item capable of changing both appearance and magical aura, making it impossible to track him now. Xian pondered silently before suddenly speaking, just a 15-year-old kid. Yet he dared to slip away from the shadow sword I personally trained to tail him. As she examined the cup, her reflection appeared on its surface. Thinking back, if she could not handle this simple task, she would have been eliminated long ago. Xian stared blankly into space, muttering that she had planned everything out, but did not expect to lose him within a single day. Suddenly, she whipped around, eyes blazing fiercely as she ordered, "Keep a close watch on the news." Lowering her gaze to the bottom of the teacup, Xian commanded coldly, "If you see any sign, tail him immediately." The guards shouted back in unison. Understood. Patrol order. The tavern inside was a chaotic mess. Where the heck did this worthless punk come from? The crowd inside was drinking and playing games together, but the real wildcard was the one hiding cards up his sleeve. The ruckus inside spilled out as the door swung open. What is going on? A fight? I am betting 100,000 on the ball guy. A man with a hood came in carrying a wicked-looking briefcase. I am throwing 150,000 on the guy with the crooked eye. He headed straight to the bar and ordered a few fresh beers. The bartender eyed him suspiciously, commenting on his strange face. Slowly lowering his hood, he introduced himself. I am from the north. He wrapped himself in a new identity, spiced up with a cool little lie. The northern district has been in chaos lately. The bartender placed a beer in front of him, puzzled by his accent. Sounds like a Truxuan native. If you are from the north, why come all the way down here? He grabbed the beer without hesitation and said, I am on the run. The bartender probed further. What is your name? Suddenly, he snapped sharply, surprising the bartender. Do I have to give my name here? The bartender hesitated, then awkwardly changed the subject. It was clear this guy was a genuine drifter. He stared at his reflection in the beer, muttering, looks real enough to fool anyone. To change his appearance, he used a masterful mask. When infused with magic, it creates an illusion over the mask, costly in magic power, but incredibly effective. He smirked quietly, pleased with his many-faced disguise. By blending magic into the mask, altering his identity was a breeze. Hiding oneself was no longer a challenge. He cast a worried glance behind him. After so long, he still was not sure if he would found the right place. This land was marked by towering, gloomy mountains, the dangerous northern territories, specifically the jurisdiction of the Tsugang Dao. Though monsters had been wiped out, the area remained unsettled. A vast, endless forest where darkness always crept in, surrounded by perilous mountains and forests. Yet a village somehow persisted, a haven for drifters roaming the world's most dangerous zones. A village founded by those who used martial arts, sorcery, and dark magic to commit crimes, known as the Den of Drifters. For years, this place burned in flames, with many trying to destroy the Hydia. They slaughtered and razed the village mercilessly, but the drifters fighting for survival caused massive collateral damage in return. The handshakes of the powerful outside in the daylight were just the first step, but those same handshakes carried unseen consequences. The tavern where Yum arrived was part of this network, the largest drifter hub in Korea, where criminals flocked and secrets gathered. Memories crossed his face with a hint of sadness. Double agent. To avoid his clan's scrutiny, he once hid here, but was eventually discovered. M's mind was already strategizing, and for some reason, he suddenly asked the bartender, catching him off guard, let me ask you something. Yum's eyes flashed with an unshakable resolve, just like back at the Cursed Dragon Farm. But who is running this place now? He kept wiping the corner of the table, trying to figure out why, desperately fishing for a solid reason. No way I am gonna die stupidly. At least I need the full picture to know how to play this game. The next hint from him made Yum raise his eyebrows. This was not easy to say, but one beer, that might not be enough to loosen my lips yet. He slammed a wad of cash on the table and said loud and clear, here, 100,000. One eyebrow twitched as he added, throw in some snacks and beer for me, boss. And the owner grinned, clearly pleased. This guy's got good taste. He slid a plate of peanuts over and began to explain. This place has been run by Baekchozu, the boss, for 10 years. Even if you crossed over to China, you would know the name. Yum shot back quickly. Yeah, I know. How could I not? A chill ran down his spine, just as expected. Baekchozu, a towering man known for severing heads, was a butcher and a merciless money-hungry fiend. Back when he was an official fighter, he killed his own master and became a rogue wanderer. In his past life, Baekchozu was a notorious overlord of Korea's underworld, taking over the 100 Bones sect and controlling the black market. Before hitting 30, Yum absent-mindedly scratched the table, deep in thought. Now's when the best goods would show up, but Baekchozu's not the one I am after. Moments later, a sly smile crept onto his face. In his last life, that thing fell into the Sungmu clan's hands. This time, I am gonna snatch it first. Dark clouds started to swallow the stars, and a gentle breeze shook the pine branches high above. A massive mansion stood silent amid the pine forest, Baekchosu's fortress. A hand gripped a stack of documents tightly, the rustling pages echoing as it fanned through them. Chosu slapped the papers with a chuckle. The black market's even juicier than those street drug dealers. Baekchosu, leader of the 100 Bones sect, he laughed and told Jinsu, the executive director. You have been working hard. Jinsu lowered his head, frustrated but resigned. Yep. Bringing someone here was the right call. The executive director at Jinsu. Chosu kept that sly gangster grin. But there was something unsettling lurking behind it. Then he suddenly expanded his stance, freezing Jinsu in place. Better said the whole Jinsu line. Chosu set the documents down, forcing a perfectly composed look. He swayed closer, whispering, I told you. Right? I am not forcing you. Placing a hand on Jinsu's shoulder, he lowered his voice. If you think you are strong enough to carry this, you can walk out any time. His whole body was tense, lips stretched into a strained smile. Jinsu hesitated, stumbling over his words. I will be more careful. Chosu turned away, reminding him, yeah, smiling like that is way more pleasant. I really value you at Jinsu. He glanced back at Jinsu. Warning, you went to a prestigious university, made plenty of cash, did not you owe that all to me? Jinsu just bowed his head in silent surrender. Yes, boss. Chosu dived back into the stacks of paperwork, shifting back to business. He sniffed the table, muttering, this time the black market slimmed down the tickets. I was worried, but turns out, the big shots like it this way. Chosu's pupils narrowed with cunning. Still, what if we bumped up the number of tickets a bit? Jinsu closed his eyes briefly, suggesting, keep invitations super limited, only one batch per quarter. That way, we keep the current clientele tight. He shrugged, nodding in understanding. Right? Jinsu will handle it, no matter how bright the moon outside. It could not shake the iron will ruling this mansion. But remember this, our target is not this shabby hideout, it is something way higher up. Jinsu folded his arms, frozen as Chosu rambled. He would said he wanted to quit this shady business. Right? Didn't he? Jinsu. The moonlight crept closer, threatening him. What we need from the black market is cash and connections. In the darkness, Chosu revealed his devilish side. Under the moonlight by the window, this is how we will rise from the shadows.